Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the caves, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa, whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties back just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties back just like home.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We eat the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind.
We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy spat with disgusting is whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business like just like home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business back and just like home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
We forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace. You can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power. Our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace shows, and now we're here reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Feeling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a poo face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, Lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care. Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up.
Do you like that?
Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Killing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Only y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, Lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed in fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krummer, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Tasha. She's asleep right now. She'll be joining us when she wakes up. And we are not going to be joined with Shabaka because she's on a week hiatus. So wish him all the best. And we might have some guests. We'll see. And on this season 6 episode, Trey 8, or 38, part 3, part Trey, continuation, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1. And that is cash reparations approved for Russell City in California. Tasha K receives major backlash after disrespecting FBA lineage. Tasha K apologizes after FBA works on a lawsuit for defamation. Racist beauty queen stripped a crown, replaced by Black runner-up. Dr. King was standing on FBA lineage business. DNC Shill podcasters paid to discredit FBAs. Courtney Clenney pleads guilty. What's her 6-year sentence actually means. Nolan Wells' best friends interview with random tater tots just changed everything. 3 skinheads attack a Black Marine on California Pier. Dr. Umar, Dr. Kubar, on the disturbing death of Daniel Erving, who drowned, and his friends. ICE targets Haitians as TPS officially ends. NEWSOM panics, runs to Socialist for help as his 2028 dreams collapse. And our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News, one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we'll have this Friday for Grand Rising, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign that has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast. Family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. And hit that bell so y'all be notified every time we go live. And then please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel, make sure y'all sub to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. And we got my personal page, just Pier, aka Chan Krummer. I serve stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora, and community events for both Denver and Aurora, Black community events, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been consistently doing for the past decade. Then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on YouTube, on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that. She should be dropping the RBA sometime this week, so make sure y'all stay tuned for that. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Janet One. Make sure y'all sub to that. Shabaka needs one more subscriber, and he'll be able to go live. And then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Respect TV with Jay Militant. We got Roberta Kukizi out the Mile High, the outside, Montbello be exact. Make sure y'all sub to his channel too. He used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News, and now he's doing the FBA coaching reports. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, and is now in Leesburg, Virginia. Make sure y'all sub to his channel too, Breeze Omega on YouTube. Then we got our brother from Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, brother Church of Black Power. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He interviewed me about 2 Thursdays ago, 2 Fridays ago. So make sure y'all check that out. Then we got our brother Torian Murray Reloaded. He's been around for a decade plus, and actually put Lisa Cabrera on. Make sure y'all sub to him as well. Then we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network, Afro Leads, Sister Vicky Dillard, Sister ZZ Rance, who else? Lisa Cabrera, Professor Black Truth, The Black Authority, Jason Black, Tariq Nasheed, who else? Jay Dizzle, Liberated Minded Media, Beatzilla, my brother Sincere Love the Guy, and his co-host Nicety Girl, our brother Chase, Foundation of Black American History, and a slew of other content creators. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, coming with the B1 Rolodex, which is the modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. The link to our brother's channels in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to the FBA threat database is in the description. And the link to the reparations Freeman Reparations Party merch is also in the description. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundation of Black American Caucus. Long overdue. That petition link is also in the description. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Congresswoman Kima Williams. That's Michael's petition, and have her introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act now. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. We got Sister Brooks' Call to Action. We got Sister Brooks' Backup Channel. And then we got the Reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. And we got Joshua Fox, brother that put hands and feet over there, Chet the Bussy, Chet the Builder. Make sure y'all donate to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe. The link is in the description. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docu-series on Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Brandy Short for putting that together. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then we got the medical examiner in the Nolan Wells case. Petition number revoked Stacey Turner's medical license. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got myself, which you can tell from the background. I'm a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for State House of Representatives for House District 8. And the election is November 3rd. And the link to my website is in the description that Lady Che has put together, so make sure y'all check that out. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976 allows to make fair use for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teach, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music, and if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you on all non-attendant areas of human and people activity, and that is economics, that's education, that's entertainment, that's labor, that's law, that's politics, that's religion, that's sex, and that's war. That's something health and nutrition. And all non-attendant areas of human and people activity, and that's by Mr. Nicholas Floyd Jr., passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. When you are a black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Nicholas Floyd Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late great master teacher, Dr. Warrior scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who passed away exactly 10 years ago. at the age of 80. It would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed, preparing for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, I'm gonna hop right into what's up. A good professional like Truth. Give us an update on the cash reparations approved for Russell City in California. We covered this earlier in the week, but we get to hear the professor's take on it.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Under chattel slavery, it was illegal for any black person to own land, and then afterwards they decided that they would destroy any sort of land that a black person had bought, and then after that they wanted to make destroying black land ownership a paperwork process instead, and that's what it's been ever since. Things like racial covenants and redlining shut black families out of home ownership across America and still does to the present day. But back in the late 19th and into the mid-20th century, unincorporated Russell City, California became one of the few places where some black residents could buy property and build. Families there had their own businesses. They kept sheep, chickens, pigs, rabbits, and tended gardens big enough to feed neighbors. Even under those grueling racial conditions, they managed to create a community that was modestly prosperous. But just like with Rosewood and every other place white marauders destroyed in the early 20th century, the white racists in California coveted the land that their black neighbors in Russell City owned. They wanted it for themselves, and they were determined to take it. The county officials completely neglected that neighborhood, denying them basic public services. Predictably, they had problems like flooded streets when it rained, and that gave the white authorities the rhetorical pretense for what they already planned to do. In the 1960s, county authorities declared Russell City blighted, which we know is the all-purpose pretense that these racist white politicians and businessmen use when they want to take black land. They invoked eminent domain to steal 700 parcels, displacing roughly 1,400 residents and converting their land into an industrial park annexed by Hayward in 1964. Today, there are no traces of Russell City left except for the name of the natural gas power plant there, the Calpine Russell City Energy Center. Virtually none of the black residents was compensated for this massive theft. Research by the city of Hayward found some Russell City homeowners received around $2,000 for their homes, and some got as little as $250. This is a grand-scale example of I'm white and I say so. The displaced black homeowners of the former Russell City fought to get compensation ever since, but as usual, the white authorities simply dragged their feet, and they stalled as long as they could. Decades passed. The black residents refused to relent even generations later. In 2021, Hayward and Alameda County issued formal apologies to the Russell City community members, and then they did it again in 2023, and I'm sure Jonathan putting on his cape part would have approved of that. But the black Russell City survivors didn't hate themselves. They were and still are committed to getting justice. Last Tuesday, Alameda County supervisors unanimously voted to begin sending cash payments to the last surviving homeowners forced out of Russell City. The vote approved a memorandum of understanding with Hayward that sets up shared governance of a $1.3 million redress fund contributed to by all 5 supervisors, the city and the Alameda County Office of Education, to make what they call amends to residents who had their property stolen from them during the 1960s. The supervisors also authorized the county to issue a first round of payments of up to $25,000 per household. Now, if you hear that and you're thinking, wait a minute here, $1.3 million, $25,000 per household, that doesn't really get spread very far. You're right. We'll get to that in a minute. We are dealing with the devious and dishonest dominant society here, so of course they got a bag full of tricks. First, to qualify, an applicant must have both lived in and personally owned a home in Russell City between January 1st, 1961 and December 31st, 1964, and you must have had that property taken by eminent domain during those years. Secondly, the money is allocated by household rather than by individual, and it's supposed to be split evenly among qualifying residents of the same home. So they're coming in, making it where after over half a century of stalling, they're announcing this plan, which is nothing but splitting hairs so as to minimize any sort of payout. One woman noted that $1.3 million divided by $25,000 payouts would cover only 52 households, and she questioned how the county would even determine who receives the full amount. That doesn't cover fair value of the homes at all, not even back then, to say nothing of the property values these families have been robbed of in the decades since. But this is how white power engineers the systematic and targeted impoverishment of Black America. You see, while this is cash payouts, is this truly reparations? Reparations means to repair. This is basically a PR stunt. It's about getting some quickie headlines because they see that the push for reparations isn't stopping. It's a legitimate political issue now. They can't get rid of it, not even in California, because the real goal here is to manufacture some phony headlines that will allow them to make the fraudulent claim of, see, we paid these people already. We paid them. See, we handled that reparations thing. We did it. See, now you can't bother us about it ever again. That's what the actual objective here is, to try to make what should be tens of millions of dollars go away for a song. But the residents aren't fooled by this slimy maneuver. Deborah Harris, who grew up in Russell City with her parents, asked how the county will handle households where the original landowner has died, adding that probably all of the original landowners are deceased at this point, because they never actually addressed that. So of course their plan is to say, well, this is about the original landowners, and if they're not alive, well, even if their children are, far as we're concerned, that doesn't count. That's what they're trying to tiptoe their way to saying. They're not doing it right off the bat, but that's ultimately where they want to get to. One of the county supervisors, a woman named Elisa Marquez, said that the county is not anticipating a large number of applicants this first round because applicants must still be living and must have owned their homes. So she admits that the entire point of this is to intentionally weed people out. This is about minimizing the numbers and claiming, oh, I mean, we're just doing this by the book. Yeah, the book of white supremacy. Because to sprinkle sugar on crap, she also said that their so-called working group will release criteria for a second phase that she claims would include descendants. But in order to do that first, that would require another board vote. So in other words, she's giving a vague, very vague suggestion about a possible IOU in the future. Have they actually come up with a plan for this second phase that's supposed to include descendants? No, they haven't done that yet. Well, how come you haven't done it yet? Well, that's going to require another board vote. So in other words, a second phase for the descendants is not and was not part of the plan. They're telling you flat out, nah, paying the descendants, we've already waited until all the original homeowners are dead. And as far as descendants goes, nah, we don't have any plan for that. This is about trying to make this go away. How pathetically cynical to call a group that hasn't done a thing to get justice for these people after 60 plus years a working group that hasn't done any work. So this is what's happening in liberal California, mind you. First, Gavin Newsom did the bait and switch with Bruce's Beach. Then he personally carried out blocking legislation from the state assembly to establish a Freedmen's Bureau. And now we got this going on at the local level. As we always tell you, these white supremacists, they don't do anything in a vacuum. These guys are all operating in cahoots with each other. Now, the only good thing to say about this is that this is an actual reparations proposal, and it's cash reparations, not a school voucher or a housing voucher, the kind of crap the Boule bootlicks would have wanted. The NAACP in San Francisco openly opposed cash reparations, and they would have opposed this too, that is, unless somebody threw a couple of shekels to their pathetic little clubhouse. And by the way, you notice how we don't have any morons running around now saying, well, what are these people going to do with that money, though? Nobody else has stupid questions like that asked when they're given reparations, and not one of them has been through even 1/100th of what we have. Whatever the recipients choose to do with the money is their choice, something they didn't have when white power destroyed their community and robbed them of their generational wealth. They have monetized the disenfranchisement and the oppression of Black people. They've made it monetizable where you can make money off of it, because a lot of people were benefiting from this racist ethnic cleansing that took place in Russell City. One of the Hayward Council members said that the real estate industry and the business community should contribute to the fund, saying that they benefited from the displacement. She's right, of course, but since when does a thief contribute to the victims' fund of the people they robbed? This is something that requires legislation. You don't let criminals and the scum who benefit from anti-Black racism decide for themselves if they're going to make restitution. The entire point of reparations is that it's a form of retribution. There is supposed to be a strong element of punishment behind it. That's the point. The pitiful amount of money that's been put up is an insult. But this is what I told you would happen. In the early stages, at least, when it came to reparations, first they try to play dumb and pretend as if they don't even know who reparations would even apply to. Then they try to invent a false definition for who it ought to apply to. And then they try to redefine any and everything as qualifying as reparations. Why, we gave you an apology. That's a form of reparations. Why, look, we got a school voucher here. That's a form of reparations. You can give it to a white school. And here's a housing voucher that you can give to that white bank or that white mortgage company. And they would have their bootlicks out here agreeing with them and saying, yup, reparations don't have to be no cash. Reparations can be a lot of things. Why, anything can be reparations, just so long as it's not cash. These bootlicks and scumbags who are out there saying that mess and still are, these are the individuals who know that they don't qualify for them. We got a ton of tethers like that. But there's also a lot of individuals who depend on white power for every crumb of their daily bread. Now, they haven't taken an L in Hayward. I haven't seen anyone get a check as yet. But just because it looks like they might be taking an L, don't expect these bootlicks to quit. Before it's all over, I expect to see some of these scumbags trying to pretend that they're the leaders of cash reparations now. And the white media is going to be giving these clowns a platform, and they'll be the main ones saying that whatever lowball offer that a city or a county or a state gives, well, black people should just be satisfied with that and take it. Just go ahead and accept. Just take what you can get. Long as it's a check, it doesn't matter how low it is. That's going to be their new fallback position. Okay, we couldn't get you guys to stop demanding a check. So basically 15 cents should be, you got a check, right? Don't be surprised when you see that. This is where we're at now. Their attempts to flood the zone with bootlicks and shills who would go to Congress and say, well, reparations, anything could count as reparations. Yeah, they wouldn't even say cash reparations. That's how you know that they were under orders and they carried them out. But the black grassroots ignored them. Their attempts to redefine housing vouchers and other nothing burgers as reparations has failed. So now their next move is going to be to try to lowball the payout and to claim that if they pay anything at all, why anything they pay should be sufficient. This is about them trying to manufacture and invent some phony headlines saying city pays reparations. And then after that, they'll bestow absolution on themselves and claim that they made amends for it because they said so, and now the matter is closed. No, we've allowed white power to dictate terms for far too long on far too many things. Reparations has not been made until the victims of anti-black racism say it has. These bootlicks and shills and tethers, we can't forget about the tethers, have been desperately trying to hold the line for white mommy and zaddy. They've been the main ones trying to discourage us, to demoralize us, to attack us, to tell us the reparations aren't necessary, and to be the clowns and fools in front of the camera saying, I'm black and I'm saying we's don't need no reparations, even though my folks were born in Barbados and even though I was born over in the Congo or something. They're crash dummies for white power, sent out to do its bidding. So the white powers that be don't have to get their own faces and names out there. We saw that with Gavin Newsom and the sellouts in the California legislature. Newsom didn't get out there and do his own dirty work. He had the scum in the Black Assembly caucus do it for him instead. And as we saw, while their own constituents were pleading with them in the legislative halls, those Sambos were smiling and laughing and mocking them. This is barely a beginning here, but it shows that forcing cash payouts is indeed possible. Forcing real reparations is indeed possible, but only if we, the black grassroots, push for it. White power wants to try to run out the clock. They want to see if they can wear us down. We saw that with the survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre when they tried that. What happened in Tulsa was genocide. What happened in Russell City was forced displacement. If this happened in any other country on earth, especially one the U.S. wanted to take the oil from or saw as a strategic location, the U.S. State Department would be claiming these are human rights violations. And you guys, if you don't have to go before The Hague, at the very least, you got to pay tens, if not hundreds of millions. That's what they would be saying then. The only thing that was missing from the Russell City displacement was just killing people. That's the only thing they didn't do. Uprooting an entire community overnight and then scattering them to the four winds without compensating them, that is no different than having burned their homes to the ground while they were still in them and forcing them out into the night with nothing more than the clothes on their backs. I don't like what is clearly a feeble attempt to whitewash this racialist attack on a black enclave. They're not trying to genuinely make amends at all. They're just trying to offer up a phony, feeble, empty gesture. One that they think will allow them to falsely claim, well, see, we paid something. Reparations got done, so stop talking about it. But justice isn't silenced so easily. And just because they say the matter's closed doesn't mean we do. Reparations are due in full, and it will be paid with applicable interest. It doesn't matter how long the enemy tries to drag their feet. It doesn't matter if they try to say, far as we're concerned, the matter's closed because we're white and we say so. I salute the Black residents of the former Russell City and their descendants for standing on business, and let their example stand as a symbol to us all that for the Black grassroots, we don't recognize any so-called expiration date or statute of limitations on what we are owed. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Sa, Don Mullen, Wesley Monroe, Anthony Pollard, and Cedric Etheridge. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
So the professor is right as usual. So we'll keep you updated on this. Moving along, we got
They
Tasha.
called my husband an African booty scratcher. They said that I can.
Cheddar got some profile. Tasha K apologizes after receiving backlash for disrespecting FBA lineage. So I got 2 videos on that. The first one is she receives major backlash. I think she lost like 30,000 subscribers after disrespecting FBA lineage. So I think Water God gonna give us an update on that.
Not speak on the foundational Black American
Tariq gonna give us an update on it.
movement because I'm married to a booty scratcher. Here's what I think about the FBA movement and any other movement that has to do with Young Pharaoh, Brother Polite, Dr. Umar Johnson, all of these movements that y'all look up to, all these men, okay, that I guess guide you to help elevate your consciousness. Here's what I would say about the FBA movement. It's no different than the KKK. Meant to divide, meant to separate you, to isolate you, to have you looking at other races that look like you and hating them for no reason.
A few moments later.
To anybody that felt offended by me referring to FBA as the KKK, to anybody that I've offended, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm completely ignorant when it comes to this movement. I just know how I felt when I was attacked, when my family was attacked, and I decided to just, here we go. I want the people that y'all listen to, if they are true educators in this FBA lineage, I want to talk to them.
So y'all know what we have to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. We have to talk about the Tasha K situation, ladies and gentlemen. We got to talk about the Tasha K situation. All right? Oh, for those who don't know, most of you should know by now because it's all over the internet. Oh, it's massively over the internet. It's everywhere. Oh, somebody said, what happened? Okay. Well, Tasha K was doing her broadcast. And for those who don't know, Tasha K is a gossip columnist, does a lot of gossip. That's her bag. She was infamously in a case with Cardi B. Cardi B sued her, and Cardi B actually won the case. So Tasha owes, how much does Tasha owe Cardi B? Like $4 million or something like that, allegedly? How much does she owe Cardi B? She still owes Cardi B. Some people were saying she was allegedly hiding money in Africa. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. 4.5 million. Damn. Yeah, she's on the hot seat with that paper. But for some reason on her broadcast, I don't know how Foundational Black Americans came up, but yeah, she just kind of went in on the lineage. She just popped on there and just started going in on Foundational Black American lineage. She started talking about FBA is the same thing as the Ku Klux Klan and the KKK. She said it's meant to divide and separate you and isolate you. And she said it encouraged people to look at other Black ethnic groups and hate them for no reason. And everybody was like, what the hell? And there were people calling up, letting her know, hey, that's FBA is a lineage. And she kept trying to frame FBA as an organization. That's a con game, and I'll get on that later. That's a con game. I'll get on that later. Let me play some of the audio of what she was saying. I'll play a little audio of it. Hold on. Just to give you some more context, I'll play the audio. Hold on.
They called my husband an African booty scratcher. Right. They said that I cannot speak on the foundational Black American movement because I'm married to a booty scratcher.
Now, her husband is African. Isn't he like from Mali or something like that? But her husband is African.
Here's what I think about the FBA movement and any other movement that has to do with Young Pharaoh, Brother Polite, Dr. Umar Johnson, all of these movements that y'all look up to, all these men, okay, that I guess guide you to help elevate your consciousness. Here's what I would say about the FBA movement. It's no different than the KKK. Meant to divide.
Okay, so I'm just giving you an understanding of, yeah, that just really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, as it should. As it should. Now, her husband, African, and she went on to mention that her children are African too. She has children by this gentleman, from what I understand. Also, did y'all know, let me play this clip of her. Did y'all know this about her? Hold on one second. Let me play this. Hold on. Listen to this.
What do you think about the FBA movement? My kids are African. My grandfather is Bahamian. No, I got we're Hebrew.
Okay.
That felt defended by me referring to FBA as a KKK.
Wait. So she has Caribbean ancestry. She said her grandfather is Bahamian. She has Caribbean ancestry. So she has Caribbean immigrants in her family with an African husband and African children. So now we see the context. See, context is very important, all right? Context is very important, ladies and gentlemen. All right? See what we say when people have these backgrounds, these non-FBA backgrounds? I wouldn't be surprised if her entire background is non-FBA. Shout out to Black Alpha. He was playing some clips of her, and she was saying something to the effect of being part Latino. She was saying a whole bunch of stuff that she was mixed with. It was Latino, some other stuff. So I'm thinking her whole background might just be Caribbean. Her ethnic background just might be all Caribbean. Yeah, she said something about having a Latino background too. That's interesting. So this is why I'm thinking, this is my conjecture, this is why there's such vitriol towards our lineage. And let's be very clear, this is towards our lineage. And there was a massive backlash when she went on this rant. And there were people calling, again, there was one sister, FBA sister, called and was breaking the shit down real heavily, real easily, making a lot of sense. And Tasha was still insisting on trying to refer to our lineage as an organization. That was deliberate. Now, because of the backlash, listen, the backlash was massive. She was getting cooked. Tasha was getting cooked on every platform, on her comments, on Twitter, on Facebook, TikTok. She's getting cooked. From what I'm understanding, allegedly, she lost like 30,000 subscribers in 24 hours. This is what some people are reporting. That subscriber list started to go down. People started unsubscribing, allegedly. Yeah, somebody said she lost 30,000 subscribers. Oh, it's heavy. So eventually, the heat got so hot, she had to come out and make an apology video, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, let me play some of the apology, just a little bit. She had to apologize, and the apology was a little dry because she was still later on in her apology kind of talking about, yeah, if I would like to talk to some FBA members and they can sit down, and she was still doing that false framing. But hold on, let me play some of the apology.
To anybody that felt offended by me referring to FBA as the KKK, to anybody that I've offended, I didn't mean to offend you.
I don't do that. I want any and everybody to be up in here having a good time. But lately, on social media, given the Nolan Wells situation, I mean, just any and everything that has to do with our culture, our people, Blacks as a whole, for some reason, I have been dragged into these conversations.
Okay, okay, so she's just kind of explaining right there. Okay. So listen, one of the biggest problems with this is where some of the big backlash is coming from. And Tasha, if you're listening, and she didn't mention my name, which was good. All right, so I'm being respectful. I'm having a respectful retort here. All right. The problem is trying to reframe our lineage deceptively. We know Foundational Black American is a lineage designation. It is not an organization of people that you sign up for. Everybody knows that, including Tasha. Tasha K knows this. There are no headquarters. There's no membership cards. There's no president. There's no leader at all. Repeatedly trying to frame our lineage as a group or an organization that's deliberately being disrespectful. By creating a fake organization that you're going to frame as FBA, critics like that, they create a straw man that they can attack instead of dealing with the lineage. When you acknowledge Foundational Black American lineage, then you're going to have to deal with actual history, slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow. You're going to have to deal with the history, Black American institutions, culture. But if you try to redefine our lineage as an organization, you just say, well, that group is hateful. That organization is divisive. You see, so you invent your own political club so you can attack it as a proxy. You see, because you're still attacking the lineage. You're just using this fake group as a proxy. She what? Did she what? I didn't see her mention my name. I didn't hear her mention my name. She did mention me? Okay, I didn't know she mentioned me. Okay. She said what? What'd she say about me? Okay, I didn't know she mentioned my name. I didn't hear that. Okay. I didn't hear her mention my name. Okay. I didn't see that. Man. Yeah, I didn't see that part. She babbled my name at the end. Did she try to say my wife was white? Did she say, okay, I got to hear, I didn't hear that. So she's lying about that. Okay, well now that's, all right. Let me see, hold on, what was that? I'm looking at the comments. She said my wife was half white. Oh, okay, all right. She said my wife was half white. Oh, okay, I didn't see that one, but I'll look back at it. All right. I will look back at that. Okay, I didn't hear, but I'll look back at it. But again, I'm just gonna keep it scholarly. I'm still gonna keep it scholarly because we're explaining what this backlash is. She said my wife was white and Asian. Okay, so she's a liar. Okay, well, that's what she got sued for, lying. Okay, all right, so we kind of understand. Okay, I mean, okay. I mean, she's a gossip columnist and she has a non-FBA background, and we know how a lot of these people lie. All right, we know how a lot of people damn lie. All right, and that whole thing where you want to collapse the KKK, all that. The KKK is an actual organization with founders, leaders, chapters, political objectives. FBA is the lineage. There ain't no chapters. So trying to compare our lineage to the KKK, you know, she's trying to do a sleight of hand. You see? And this is a problem with a lot of the gossip media as we know it. A lot of the gossip media, the Black gossip spaces, these people promote a lot of Black dysfunctions. Notice these gossip pages keep up a lot of bullshit within Black culture. And these people are generally from foreign backgrounds, just like Tasha. All right? People have been calling this out for years. These tethers who run these gossip blogs, they're not of our culture, but they come in and profit off of promoting dysfunctional underbelly of our society. You see? Shade room, gossip, media takeout, World Star, Tasha K. All of these people have African and Caribbean ancestry. You understand? And there is a lot of vitriol that they have towards foundational Black American society. They've always had this vitriol towards foundational Black American society. And we've been pointing out these gossip blogs for years. Yeah, the griot, they will sit here and show the underbelly of Black American society, but anything that has to do with Caribbeans or Africans is always elevated. They always show the most positive images that they can cherry pick. And that's not an accident. And they have been doing that for a long time. You see? And that immigrant background gossip media, you know, they've always had that double standard. They sit up here and denigrate Black American celebrities and just Black society as a whole. And the minute foundational Black Americans clap back at them and their lineage and their ethnicity, all of a sudden, oh, we can't be divisive. Oh, this is divisive. Oh, we can't be divisive. Natasha K, because some of that, I don't really listen to her because I saw her one time denigrating Jay-Z and Beyonce's children. I didn't like that at all. You start denigrating foundational Black American kids and all that. I don't respect that at all. So I've seen, I don't respect that type of shit. Yeah. Flacco knows better. Flacco does that too. Flacco tries to deliberately reframe our lineage as an organization, and Flacco knows better. He's Liberian. Again, you see the tether class doing that. That ain't an accident. That's not an accident. When they try to deliberately reframe our lineage, they try to create a straw man by deliberately labeling a multi-generational lineage as a group or a club. They want to create a convenient target. Ain't no membership list, none of that. Hey, there's no group. So that's a way for them to attack our lineage by proxy. They're still attacking our lineage, understand that? And they act ignorant like they don't know. Like Tasha was like, I don't know, I'm still learning. I would like to talk to some FBA members to just bring her. That's cap, dude, that's all cap. Several people were calling her, telling her, Tasha, this ain't no group, sweetie, this is a lineage. FBA is a lineage, it's not a hate group or none of that shit. And she, this organization, yeah, that's not an accident. Now, if you acknowledge the truth, that would dismantle your whole premise of your commentary. You see? And the thing is, creating this straw man organization, you won't be labeled as xenophobic by attacking the lineage, because that's what you really want to attack. That's what you're attacking. You see? They know that's your audience, really. Those are the people that's paying your bills by watching you. So you know you can't just outright attack the audience based on their lineage, but you have vitriol towards them. So you create a straw man to attack as a proxy. You see? That's the same thing the white supremacists did when they were going around here talking about, oh, I can't stand Black Lives Matter. Oh, Black Lives Matter, they're the worst. Black Lives Matter, a bunch of criminals. Okay, who are you talking to? Who's Black Lives Matter? Who's Black Lives Matter? Because you're not talking about the organization with the 3 women. Are you talking about them? No, just Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter it was just a hashtag. Black Lives Matter was just really it wasn't a real thing. You know what I'm saying? It was really just a hashtag. but they attack the hashtag as a proxy for attacking Black people as a group. So when these people who are not of the lineage sit here and try to attack foundational Black American as a group, logically, that's impossible. You know why? There is no group. You're not attacking air. Ain't no group called Foundational Black Americans. Ain't no leader of no, I'm damn sure not a leader. No matter how many times they lie, they know that. Ain't no damn leader. If there is no group, there is no ideology. FBA is just a lineage. You in? You see? And if they're attacking foundational Black Americans and they're trying to act like they're attacking some fake group, that's a con game. They're attacking 50 million of all of us. All right? That's what that is. And a lot of people are looking at the timing of it. I saw a brother who made a video about Tasha K. He was like theorizing, hey, and she ain't that dumb. Somebody theorized that this is like right before the elections. And some people theorize that them folks might have sent her and others to come out here and try to throw salt on the lineage right before the election to try to delegitimize it. You see? Because we know there's a threat of foundational Black American political independence. So we know that there have been intelligence agencies and others trying to undermine our lineage and undermine our delineation. So they'll deploy some of their compromised proxies. See, institutions, they cannot directly attack the grassroots because it will expose their hand and it will galvanize us even more. So they'll use compromised proxies. So the theory is that a lot of the political operatives, they'll look for online personalities and gossip bloggers and people like that who are heavily leveraged. They need money. They got some type of massive legal or financial judgment. They find somebody who's kind of vulnerable, and that person can be easily bought off, can't they? You see? You give somebody a little something if they got somebody who got a $4 million judgment against them, they're pretty vulnerable. You know, not saying, I'm just theorizing here, not accusing nobody of anything. So these people will say to them, hey man, use your platform to pump out some anti-FBA rhetoric out here. You know, digital COINTELPRO is alive and well. Digital COINTELPRO is very real. And you see, as we all see, people always try to discredit our delineation. You see, the problem is it's failing. And these people are shocked because of the backlash, because they're underestimating the reach of this grassroots. You understand? Foundational Black Americans, they developed a very highly advanced digital immune system. You can smell a political operative or a paid disruptor from a mile away. You can tell now. The minute somebody come around on some paid disruptor shit, you already know. You can feel their vibe. You get them up out of there. You see, when somebody suddenly pivots their content to launch some unprovoked attack right before the election on our lineage, there's something is funny style going on. Something funny style is going on. And people, there's some folks out here who are underestimating the reach of this delineation. See, the tethers get online and talk about, the FBA is just some shit online, nigga. It is just something on TikTok. It is a small internet group. Yeah, you let these uncharismatic tethers psych you out. No, you don't. Yeah, you miscalculate the magnitude of the FBA grassroots. You buy into some fake illusion that you're going to try to frame 50 million people into some small internet group. That ain't it. People always miscalculate that. You shocked as hell. You try to throw something out there and then there's a wave that hits you back. This FBA delineation movement right now, this is the most powerful cultural and political force in the country right now. This is why all eyes are on foundational Black Americans. This delineation is very powerful. Yeah, the Democrats learned that last election. They underestimated the FBA grassroots, cost them the election. Yeah, because there's nobody to attack. You can't attack some center group. That don't exist. We're talking about 50 million people who are all on code. So you don't know who's going to clock your bullshit. You see, people learn the hard way. This is not a joke. That's why Vlad, not too long ago, Vlad, and me and Vlad are cool, but Vlad had said something kind of slick about foundational Black Americans. I don't know, he was having a conversation with somebody, and he said something kind of slick about foundational Black Americans, and the backlash hit him heavy. It hit him very heavy. He said something very slick, and then, yeah, that's why he wanted me to come on and he had to apologize. He's like, I just wanted to apologize. I wanted to have you here while I'm apologizing to everybody. He had to apologize. He had to apologize for that because he saw where that shit was going. Yeah, he saw where it was going. It's not a game out here. This ain't some bullshit on no internet, man. Ain't no leader. That's the thing. Y'all whining about a non-existent group. Y'all sitting up here playing with yourself. Listen, there's 50 million foundational Black Americans out here. That's the reality of it. People, it's kind of scary to deal with that massive movement. You understand? People getting on code. When we talk about foundational Black Americans, we're only talking about one thing, the 50 million people whose ancestry traces back to the beginning of this country. So finding one or two people to whine about, that's not going to do anything. You just throwing furniture. You understand? And there's economic consequences for disrespect now. People are seeing, hey, you say something crazy and immediately you lose 30,000 subscribers in 24 hours. Yeah, that's not small potatoes. That shows that, yeah, delineation is not just a hashtag. That can become an economic force. Yeah. And we see that strategic reframing to try to hide your anti-FBA sentiment. A lot of these people with these immigrant backgrounds, they harbor this crazy anti-FBA sentiment, and they'll stubbornly refer to our lineage as an organization, all that. So they try to, that's to give themselves plausible deniability. Because if they admit that what we really are, a multi-generational ethnic group that traces to the beginning of this country, your attacks on us look just like what it is, hateful xenophobia. But if you say, well, it's just a group, you can attack our heritage under the guise of critiquing some organization. That's a deliberate manipulation tactic, where you can denigrate our history while trying to keep your hands looking clean. Flacco does that, and Flacco knows better. Flacco the Liberian, he knows better. He tries that, and me and Flacco have sat down many, many times. This is why I know he's full of shit and he acts like an op when he does that. And I know you're listening, Flacco. Flacco, you have sat your rhino hunting hips down in front of me several times for hours. You know exactly what foundational Black American is. You know it's a lineage, and you know it ain't no damn group. You know that. You go out here doing that op tether shit, and you get called out as you should for that. You get called out as you should. Let's be very clear. These people with these tethered backgrounds who try to undermine us in their blogs all the time, all they do is gossip about the hood and all that stuff. It's the same thing. They curate the headlines and all this stuff to really mock our culture, ladies and gentlemen. And that's a cash cow for engagement for these people. And it's always been a one-way street of disrespect. We, foundational Black Americans, For years, we've been the ones uplifting Africa, uplifting the image of the Caribbean. We've done that. But what do? They come over here and start talking about hood fights, crime in Chicago. They come and capitalize off the underbelly of the society. They do that all the time. They don't do that to their culture. The minute you talk about their culture, oh, y'all like, oh shit, y'all worked in the KKK. Fuck out of here. The hell out of here. They're the main ones talking about we're divisive, and they spent decades denigrating us like damn parasites. You know? And just like Tasha K, she has built a platform being disrespectful by lying on people, gossiping about people, talking about foundational Black American entertainers' children, all just denigrating everybody. False information about people. And then when somebody throws an insult at her African husband, all of a sudden, oh God, y'all is working in the KKK. I'm all about Black solidarity. Black solidarity? Really? Your blog ain't about no damn Black solidarity? You run a business model on undermining foundational Black Americans and then want to hide behind the shield of Pan-African solidarity when everybody starts clapping back. You see? But yeah, there's an awakening, man. And the foundational Black Americans have disrupted that whole business model. And people are terrified because of that awakening. You see? We allow these people to sit in our house, eat our food, disrespect us to the world, and they haven't faced any real consequences. Now that we have delineated, we're more economically astute, economically aware, culturally aware, we are defending our lineage. So that old business model is bleeding. You see? And they're upset because they will not be able to just sit here and denigrate us for free continuously. And just, we're calling out that whole straw man con game when they try to shrink our lineage into some four-wall organization. You see? They're trying to, I call that backdoor denigrating. That's not a misunderstanding at all. They know exactly what they're doing, and they underestimate our intelligence to see past that because people ain't buying it. When people sit up here and then I ain't talking about all Black people. I'm just talking about this group called FBA. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody's like, no, nigga, you talking about all of us and we see you because ain't no damn group. There is no group. You can't make up a group and attack some group that don't exist. You're talking about all of us and we see it for what it is. And they're getting called out for that. Because foundational Black Americans are collectively too smart and too politically astute to fall for that proxy con game. You see, we know how to read the room. We know how to read between the lines. We see what it is. We see the sleight of hand, and they're mad that we're calling it out. You see?
Yeah, Sister Val in the building, lady.
And that whole Tariq, well, FBA, these just the people who follow Tariq. That con game is falling too.
Tornado.
That's a failed con game because that's not what FBA is. Foundational Black American does not mean who follows me. You're either born into it or you're not. You cannot follow your own ancestry. You understand? These people are terrified of our delineation because they cannot siphon off of us like they used to, and they can't hide behind us and hide their failures behind us and then delineate when they get a win. You see? They don't want to admit that this is a nationwide grassroots awakening of an entire ethnic group. That's massive. And they don't need us to be on that vibe. They need us to be thinking that we are generic Africans so they can benefit from everything that we do while then turning around telling us we ain't got no culture because everything we do culturally, we have to chop it up to them. Family, you know what it's like the Olympics. It's like the Olympics. You know, they want us to be on the Olympic
I
team
heard
with
they
them.
had tornadoes and
It's like the Olympic basketball team.
I seen it on the national news. They're talking about all the trees down and all that.
It looked terrible.
Yeah, it did.
With the Olympic team, they want us to play for the whole country, basically. We're playing for the whole country. We're playing the Olympic team for the whole country. And usually it's just one group of people doing all the heavy lifting. But all of these other people who are kind of, who's slower, with lack of skill, they're not as thorough. But just because they're on the team, whenever the team wins, they win.
Even an analogy.
You know what I'm saying? Just like when they had the Olympic team. Remember they had, what year was that? They had Jordan, Magic, Rodman. It was like a super damn team. They were just whooping everybody. So
remember the dream team.
Some of the other players, it was some other players on there, but you don't remember who they were.
You know the
So they like the Olympic team when there's one group doing the heavy lifting on the team. There's always that one player who's kind of doing, the dream team. Yeah, they want an Olympic team so they can benefit off the wins that one of the main players is doing. There's one main person or a couple of main people carrying the whole team. They like that. Now, when the Olympics is over and the team disaggregates, now it's an individual team. Everybody goes back to their respective teams. Now we see who's really thorough and who's not. Now we see who's thorough. So now the star player on the Olympic team, he's playing on his own team and he's winning. We're showing that he has a lot of numbers on the board, and all these other people who was on the Olympic team, they ain't getting no numbers individually. That's what we're seeing with delineation, ladies and gentlemen. We as Foundational Black American, we've been the star player under this generic African shit. We were the star players, ladies and gentlemen, winning for everybody, and these bench warmers were benefiting, basking in the glory, and then turning around telling us we didn't have a culture because every win was going to the whole team and they were acting like the damn team captains.
Yep.
Because they were directly from Africa. We were like, we're generic Africans, but we're the real Africans, nigga. So we're the team captains. So everything we do comes from Africa. Every win is a win for Africa. Okay. So when we delineate, now all the winning players are over here on Team FBA. All right. And now you got a bunch of bench warmers on the other side who ain't putting nothing on the board. We're the captains now. Oh shit. We must get together. We must be a team. We cannot delineation is wrong, nigga. Oh, no. So yeah, we're seeing that these other folks can't put nothing on the board.
Oh man.
He called us the KKK.
That's where all of this whining and stuff is coming from. You see? Yeah, we didn't cut the umbilical cord.
She said the mole off bread.
So yeah, they need us on the team because they don't have no wins.
But she lost like
nowhere
followers in one night.
Yeah.
Subscribers.
Very interesting. So yeah, this whole thing of it's Tariq. Tariq is doing this shit.
It felt like,
ain't nobody falling for that. Nobody's falling for that. That con game is done.
Went in on everybody, but
you're trying to remix our lineage, trying to blame it on one guy's followers. No, that don't work, and ain't nobody buying that. And people see the con game for what it is.
She wasn't allowed to speak on
you see
issues because her husband.
Let me get some of the family on here. You got a lot of folks on here. Shout out to the family. Let's get the family in here. Where you at, fam? Raise your hands.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we're emancipated. Now everybody wants to be FBA. Now, yeah, everybody's half FBA and all that. And then they want to play dumb about the name.
Tell the K.
200 years ago, wasn't nobody saying FBA.
Sister Val.
I was so weak.
Wasn't nobody saying FBA in the 1800s. You didn't need to say it in the 1800s.
Oh, so African?
You didn't need to say it because we were the only damn black people. You understand that? There's a lot of shit that wasn't said in the 1800s.
That joke.
Yeah, it was just really us over here, us and the Europeans.
She said,
and the natives.
I couldn't speak on FBA.
That was some of us too.
Because my husband is.
That was some of us too. You understand that? And truth be told, a lot of folks don't know this.
Yeah. Just like that. Like,
between 1790 and 1860, did y'all know they didn't even have a category on the census for Indians?
I don't know what.
They didn't have a category for Indians. That's why I say it was only us. It was only us and the Europeans.
That whoever called up
on the census. Did y'all know that? Oh, can I break some shit down real quick?
Well,
y'all didn't know that?
I'm sure.
Between 1790, y'all look up what I'm saying and I'll talk slow. Between 1790 and 1860, there was no category for Indian on the U.S. Census.
Then she went on to say some more.
All right.
After that.
Because certain tribes made treaties, so they were like the Cherokee and some of the Creeks and all that.
Right.
So they were separate. They weren't put on the U.S. Census. They were separate with their treaties. It was something separate. But most natives who didn't have treaties, it was like they called them Indians not taxed or whatever, but they didn't put them on the census. Of what they would do though, when they would live in certain areas, you know what they would do? The Indians had to go for either three categories. The census taker would put them in one of three categories. They would you would have to be designated as white, which was rare. You would have to be designated as black or mulatto. That's it. There was no Indian category. The Indian category came in 1860. That's why, family, when you look on your lineage records, you'll see that M, you'll see that's for mulatto. Most likely that was an Indian.
I want to hell right now.
If you look at your family's records and you see an M for mulatto, most likely that person was an Indian. All right? Most of us have mulattoes. One of my grandmothers, I think my third or fourth great grandmother, born in late 1700s, North Carolina. I see over the years her racial category change. 1700, she's listed as a mulatto. Early 1800s, colored. After 1860, black. You understand? Oh, it's heavy. Oh, it would change. Yeah, it would change. Oh, it would change. But yeah, if you got a few mulattoes, I can damn near almost guarantee those were just Indians. Those were just Indians because they didn't have an Indian category. This is what I'm saying. That's why the damn population of black people blew up after the 1800s. Right when they banned the importation of African slaves, the damn population shoots up. Why? The population of black people. The black population just shoots up out of nowhere. Yeah, that's because of the reclassification. They were just reclassifying Indians. Y'all look that up, man. That's some heavy stuff. Some of the mulatto, see, people assume when you talk about a mulatto, you're talking about a black and a white person. But let's be very clear. On the plantations, they were just Negro. They didn't give a damn how light you were. They just put you down as a Negro. But mulatto was generally a Native American. All right? Mulatto was generally a Native American that they said, oh, he's an Indian not taxed. Okay, well, he's Native. Because they couldn't. There was no Indian category.
Try a little root work. Feels good with every touch. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Try a little root work. Feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Come a little closer, baby. Let me take my time. That soft and natural fragrance keeps you on my mind. There won't be no complications. Nothing artificial there. Just a little love and feeling underneath the things you wear. Feels good with every time. Try a little root work. Oh, a little dab is just enough. Oh, baby. Try a little root work. Try a little root work. Ooh, feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work.
Tether K. Cancel Tether K. I think got another one on Tether K.
That shit's hilarious. Hilarious.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine.
People took offense to that. She is, somebody that I kind of listen to in passing, but I'm not a subscriber.
I'm not subscribed.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. I don't know how much you've been keeping up, but Tasha K recently did a podcast. Now, I have to tell you, she is, somebody that I kind of listen to in passing, but I'm not a subscriber. I normally don't really listen to her unless something controversial is going on and I just want to hear about it. Other than that, I rarely watch any of her videos. I could probably count on one hand in the entire year how many times I've listened to her videos. And she recently did a podcast and she said FBA was like the KKK, triple K. And a lot of people took offense to that.
Rightfully so.
And she brought out during that podcast that she is Caribbean and her husband is African. And she brought out the African booty scratcher. And in all reality, y'all, I'm going to be real with you. I'm around our people all the time. In all of my life, I don't think I've ever heard any of them say African booty scratcher. You know where I hear that all the time? Online. But when I'm around people in person, I don't hear that at all. I don't hear it at all because the reason why I don't is because we don't talk about Africans. When I'm together with my folks, we don't talk about Africans. Y'all are never the topic. We are just, in fact, I just got off the phone with my cousin. We were talking about family stuff and things going on in the family and what was happening to certain relatives. That's what we were talking about. We weren't talking about no African booty scratcher and all that stuff. I think some of y'all are greatly exaggerating a lot of that. And number two, why would I hear about that? I really didn't go to school with a bunch of Africans, and neither did anybody really in my family. We didn't go to school with a bunch of Africans. So when you say you went to school and that's what you were, where did you go to school? Because I bet you the majority of us didn't even go to school with Africans in this country. I seriously doubt if it was a lot of you. So when I hear that, sometimes I think y'all are just full of crap. I'm not saying none of you have been called that, but I think you're greatly exaggerating this stuff online. I really do. I don't know how you encountered so many people saying that when most of us go day to day and never hear that part from anyone's lips. So, but this is the claim you make. I guess, you know, it's real to you, but I'm just saying, I have been in crowds of our people and have not heard them say that, not one time. And it would not be unusual for y'all to make stuff up, because y'all exaggerate a lot of things. You exaggerate many things about your homeland. And you can miss me with how smart you are, and you know more than FBA, and you it's smarter and do better and all that. So I don't want to hear it, because if you were really truly smart, why does your homeland look like a trash can? If you were really truly smart, why don't you have sense enough to bend down and pick up the trash everywhere in your homeland?
Yeah, go to elementary.
So you can't have that many brains.
I didn't start saying them until high school.
You see how trashy everything look, and you won't even bend down to pick up the trash. How smart are you really? So I don't want to hear it. And then you tell us we're lazy. Nothing is more lazier than a person that won't bend down and pick up the trash. Nothing is more lazier than that. So you can miss me with this lazy and smarter than somebody. Smart people would not walk around and let their country look like trash. So anyway, y'all, let's get into it. Let me share my screen, and you can listen to what she actually said. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Tasha, what do you think about the FBA movement? My kids are African. My grandfather is Bahamian. Knowing that we're Hebrew, even though your lineage could come from South Africa or Liberia, or hell, your lineage may come from Jamaica, may come from Latin America. You don't damn know. They called my husband an African booty scratcher. Here's what I would say about the FBA movement. It's no different than the KKK. Meant to divide, meant to separate you, to isolate you.
That is total bullshit. When have we lynched anybody? When have we made laws discriminating against people? When have we mass incarcerated people? When have we set up Jim Crow against a group of people? When have we practiced separate but equal? When did we put crack in some other group's neighborhood and then spent day in and day out ridiculing them and jailing them? We have done nothing. Listen to me now. We have done nothing that's equivalent to the Klan. Nothing. In the last century and beyond, we have done nothing in this country that resembles the Klan. That is a false equivalent and a bold-faced lie.
To have you looking at other races that look like you and hating them for no reason. That is the same foundation and principles that the Ku Klux Klan build themselves on, which is protecting their whiteness, their pureness, not knowing that they are not pure. It's a lie. And I don't get involved in these types of conversations because it's ridiculous. It is very unintelligent to talk about, to even speak on, that I would deny my own children, my own grandfather, my own mother.
what she's saying is ridiculous. When did anybody say they were pure? I mean, I've heard people talk about FBA and a lineage. I have never, ever heard anybody talking about purity. Of course, there's no purity. We have gone through, our forefathers went through chattel slavery. They were raped. They had relations against their will. Yeah, there's mixtures. We were procreating with other groups on this land. All of that happened. So I have never heard FBA profess to be pure. The only thing I have heard is how far back your lineage goes. I never heard anything about the purity talk. Now, people like white people in the Klan, they make those ridiculous statements. And there's nothing pure about any of them. But they make those false claims about purity and heritage and all that crap. And, you know, I remember one day, y'all, I was on a job and the subject of the Civil War came up. And we were talking about back then, there were, and some of y'all in the South might remember this, back then we would go down south and they would have on their license plate heritage. And I was like, heritage? Well, this dude went on and proceeded to tell me, yes, you know, being in the South and the civil, and that's a heritage. And I said, let me get this straight. Y'all lost the Civil War. Y'all lost. When did losing become a heritage? You should have seen the look on this dude's face. He didn't say nothing else after that. That is the dumbest thing ever. When have losing been a damn heritage? A heritage is losing. Losing a war is a heritage. Man, if y'all don't get out of my face with this silly crap you done came up with. But her purity comment is pure shit. The only thing pure about that is the bullshit that came out of her mouth. But nobody has ever claimed purity. Nobody. They talked about lineage, but not no damn purity. She's adding all that in on her own.
Just to protect what? A movement?
To anybody that felt offended by me referring to FBA as a KKK, to anybody that I've offended, I didn't mean to offend you. I don't do that. I want any and everybody to be up in here having a good time. But lately,
well, y'all, I don't accept her apology. I don't accept her apology. She knew what the hell she was saying. You know, it's just that she's facing the backlash from what she said. And, you know, I don't know how true it is, but I heard something about lawsuits and all that. I don't know if that's real, but she is facing backlash. So now, if you were offended by what I said, you know people were offended by that. What the hell are you saying if for? You know damn well people were offended by that. Come on now. I don't accept her apology.
Right, Lisa, I don't accept it either. Apology not accepted.
on social media, given the Nolan Wells situation, I mean, just any and everything that has to do with our culture, our people, Blacks as a whole, for some reason, I have been dragged into these conversations. So yesterday's show, had me fired up because to refer to my family, and I get it, everybody has, they say it and everything about my family, but to see, I guess, them say that I don't somehow care about my people because I married an African man. To refer to me and my platform or my husband as booty scratcher, now he laughed about it, it's fine, but for me, I don't know that hit different because I got a son, and to see our own Black people like, that's cool. So here's the thing, and everybody's entitled, but here's the thing. I didn't have to react that way because at the end of the day, when I get up here, whether I make $1 or not, and I was unmonetized on this platform for a long time. To anybody that felt offended by me referring to FBA as the KKK, I wholeheartedly apologize. All I saw was divisiveness, and I saw a group of people attacking me, attacking my family. So I attacked back. So I'm grateful to my winos that are on the app that are educating me.
All right, y'all. Divisive is another loaded bullshit thing, okay? And let me tell you why. We have been around different groups for centuries. We ain't been together with none of them. I don't know how to be divisive if we are not collaborating together as one in this country, and we're not. White people and Black people have never been united. It's always been a very rocky, divisive, and quite violent relationship. That's what it's been. And as far as other groups, it's been turbulent. But divisive, I don't know what you all are talking about when you say divisive, when there was never any unity among any group. We're not unified with Asians, East Indians, Africans, Caribbeans, Latinos. Really nobody. Nobody is in proximity to us, and we are getting along. You all come over here and you are indifferent to us, all of you. And I have yet to come across one group that don't repeat the words of the white man. All of you do it. The Latinos do it. You Caribbeans do it. The Africans do it. You all do it. So at the end of the day, you all really, truly want to be hooked up with the white man. That's where you all of you groups want to be. You want to be in proximity to white people. You never wanted to be in proximity with us. So when you use the word divisive, that is a load of bullshit. You have never tried to be united with us, not even one time over the last, even this past century. We can go all the way back 100 years up until now. Y'all have never, ever tried to unite with us, not even one time. So that divisive argument is bullshit. It's bullshit. And the only thing I see in it is you try to weaponize it against us, but it's a big fail because we were never united with you in the first damn place. So how can it be divisive if we were never together in the first place? It's a bullshit argument. It's a bullshit point.
That are emailing me, that are apologizing for, I guess, a few bad actors that are out there. But when you do Google it, that's all that comes up.
Of course she's backtracking, of course, because at the end of the day, it's not a movement. Being a foundational Black American literally just means that you do not have an immigrant background. It is not a movement. There's over 50 million people in this country that don't have an immigrant background that look just like me. And Tasha K says that she's a foundational Black American too. And I'm so over them crying over being called an African booty scratcher. Just because somebody said your husband, people said your husband. I was on the internet, Tasha K. People been calling your husband an African booty scratcher before the FBA became such a hot topic and, you know, so like magnified. And before people started having these conversations that we have, people been calling your husband an African booty scratcher. I've been on panels with people calling your husband an African booty scratcher in 2023. Now all of a sudden you're using that as a scapegoat. You're using that as an excuse to compare foundational Black Americans to the Triple K, a group that literally was unaliving people, bombing neighborhoods, burning up people, like hanging kids, snatching up kids, raping, doing a bunch of terroristic things. You're comparing a lineage to an organization of people that even denigrated and did your people in too. But people keep saying Black Americans ain't got no power, FBA ain't got no power. She apologizing for a reason, because people started saying I'm blocking her, I'm unfollowing her, and checking that ass. What y'all think about this? Do y'all accept her apology, or do you think it's just because she's in a hot seat and she wasn't expecting to get the type of backlash that she's been receiving? Sound off in the comments. Spread love is the Brooklyn way.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know what's going on. She made that video and got up the next day and saw a lot of people unsubscribe. And I can understand why, because she had probably most of her audience are Americans. And that's why this, whatever that was, apology was said. She must have had a drop in subscribers. I think if she didn't, she probably wouldn't have said a word at all. But as far as what people call your husband, when you are online, people are going to call you all kinds of things. That is part of the territory. It really, truly is. And if you put your husband out there and talking about your husband all the time, then yeah, those things could happen, especially when people find out you are married to an African. You are a Caribbean and he is an African. Me, I don't care what you marry. I really don't. I have no concern about that at all. Like I said, I have never been her subscriber at all, you know. And I think the most I heard about her was during the time when she was being sued by Cardi B. I heard about that. Plus, Cardi B made a couple of videos about going after Tasha K. And I listened to some of those videos and heard a little bit from Tasha K. And that's about as far as it went. But as far as me watching her, I haven't watched her not one time this year until all of this happened. This is the only time. And y'all, no, I don't accept her apology. And I really, truly believe she's in fear of losing more people. That's why she came out with that. That is the only reason why. Yeah, well, you know, don't you see the irony? People come over here and claim we don't have no power. How the hell do you open your mouth to tell us we don't have no power? You're sitting in America, not even in your homeland. You don't have no power up in here either, fool. You don't have no power up in here. Donald Trump can have you moved out of here at a drop of a hat. So I don't even know why you're forming your lips to tell us we don't have no power. You ain't got no damn power. Not only do you have no power here, you don't even have no power in your homeland. That's why you left. You don't have no power anywhere on this globe, especially you Africans and you're Nigerian. Your ass get bounced out everywhere. You don't not only have no power in your homeland, you don't have no power anywhere on the globe. And then look at what's happening to the Haitians. All the Caribbean islands are saying, you can deport people here, but don't send us no Haitians. So please explain, what power do you have? You don't have no power in your homeland. Your homeland don't even have a real standing government. And you sure as hell don't have no power here because Donald Trump is kicking you out on your ass. So when you form your lips to tell us we don't have no power, You don't have no power up in here. In fact, you don't have no power in 2 countries, this one and yours. Okay? Boy, I wish you were talking to me saying all this bullshit. See, other people may not know what to say to you, but I sure do. I know what to say to your ass.
And Tasha K, you a piece of shit. I do not like Tasha K. She called me all types of bitches. If y'all want a story time about that, let me know. I might share. Or you could check out the videos that I did on YouTube, but let me know.
Tasha K, you are not at liberty to be talking down on anybody about no triple K or anything. Number one, that's your own people you're talking about. And you shouldn't be crying about, saying your husband being disrespected because you didn't care about respecting him when you cheated. You cheated on your damn husband. And you came up on social media and admitted to that fucking shit. So sit your ass the fuck down talking about anything. It's always you weird ass, celebrities who are tone deaf that don't understand what the fuck we're trying to do. You're always going against the fucking movement of the people and shit because you're married to an African. We don't care. You cheated on that damn African husband that you had. Isn't Cardi B suing the panties off your ass because you don't know how to be quiet and stop lying about people? You and your attorney is being fined right now. So sit your ass the fuck down. Stop crying about some African booty scratcher and stop comparing your own people to the triple K. That's weird as fuck.
If you think FBA and KKK is the same thing or in the same category at all, that lets me know that you have no clue what the KKK even was or what they ever did. You have no clue what that group actually represented and what they did in the late 19th century into the early 20th century. The horrible acts that they committed, you must not know about any of that stuff. Either that or you might be a little bit slow or maybe a little bit of both. Like some of y'all think that being made fun of or being teased or being called an African booty scratcher or being called some type of name that hurts your feelings, that's the same as being attacked by a terrorist organization.
I don't know. What's worse, y'all? What's worse? Being called an African booty scratcher or having all kinds of records and history of being lynched by the KKK? What's worse? Being called a name or being lynched? Okay, this is a load of y'all. How the hell are you this damn hurt over being called some name? Our people were attacked by white mobs. Our people were lynched, not only the men and women, the children too. Okay, our people were the ones that endured the white only and black only signs and all the crap that we went through. We went through 100 years of Jim Crow, and these people are crying over a damn name. If y'all don't get the hell out of everybody's face, please, this is just ridiculous. You got called a name in America. And we have had all kinds of atrocities done to us. And the way y'all screaming over being called something, you would think you were the one that went through the atrocities. Unbelievable.
Which does not make sense. Like, are you really that weak-minded? Like somebody called you a name when you was in the 3rd grade, and now all of a sudden you're comparing it to a terrorist group. I don't understand. I really just don't get it. I don't see the comparison here. Always talking about you guys are dividing people. It is the division. It is the division. You was dividing people when you came over here talking about how much better than us you are. You was dividing people when you was talking about how lazy we are. You was dividing people when you talked about how we all living off of welfare, living off the government, and how white people gave us everything that we have, and that we would be nothing if it wasn't for white people basically dragging us out the mud and giving us everything that we have. You were divisive when you said you work so much harder than us and that we're lazy and that we don't want to get jobs because we don't want to work for damn near for free. You was divisive when you said that we don't have any culture while simultaneously cosplaying everything that we do and copying everything that we do and not showing any type of credit or not giving us credit for anything that we've done, making it seem like we just ain't shit. That's where the division started. So let's not act like a reaction to disrespect is where the division started. Let's be for real. We wasn't never together to begin with.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said. There was never no togetherness between us and any immigrant group. None of them. We ain't been together with none of them since they've been here. Okay, my thing is just be lucky that Donald Trump is just letting you leave and go back home. At least nobody is undermining you. We get undermined. We get sabotaged. All you're doing is being shown the door. And some of y'all have sunken so low, you will let them put an ankle monitor on your ass so they can monitor you around the clock. That ain't going to keep you here. You just wait and see. Eventually, they're going to locate where you are because you got that ankle monitor on. And one day you're going to be out and about and somebody from ICE going to come up and snatch your ass and get you the hell out of here. That ankle monitor ain't going to keep you here. It's not. One thing we already know is you can't trust anything this government says. And we don't. We don't believe nothing this government tells us. Because we've been lied to so many times. But y'all still trust in this government. And they gave you an option to stay here and wear an ankle monitor. And y'all ain't even offended by it. They did not require the Latinos to wear an ankle monitor. They have not required the Asians to wear one. The Jamaicans, the Cubans, the Mexicans, the only one they're requiring to wear an ankle monitor is the Haitians, and y'all ain't even offended by it. Y'all ain't even offended. They are clowning you out. For real. The Syrians lost their TPS. You don't see them scrapping nothing down on no Syrian. Right, and the Somalians, that's right. Y'all don't even see that you're being clowned by this government. Seriously. And then y'all are online mad at us. We didn't put no ankle monitor on your ass. Or sat in some court and took your TPS away. We didn't do none of them things. And you know what the Haitians are doing to each other now? If you go over on TikTok, the ones that are here legally are showing their blue passport and clowning the other Haitians that lost their TPS. They're doing this to their own people. It's a bunch of them doing this to their own people that lost their TPS status. They're smiling and laughing and showing their blue U.S. passport online just to clown their fellow Haitians. Trust me, y'all got bigger fish to fry. So when you get back home, y'all need to team up with barbecue and see how you can get your country together. Because I don't know who else you're going to team up with, because who's your president? You're going to have to team up with barbecue. And I don't know what kind of person he is. It just doesn't look good on my end. So y'all, this is all I have for today. So I want to thank Carl Jones. Thank you for the gold coins. 10 Jules, thank you so much. Hey, brother. Moriel, good to see you. Thank you for the 440 jewels, Uncle Alert. Thank you so much. Thank you again for the 440 jewels, Uncle Alert. Thank you so much for your support for my channel. Burnett Watts. Oh, Trinet. Wow, oh, that's a pretty name. Trinet. That's a beautiful name. Watts, 350 jewels. Fingerheart, thank you so much for your support. Carl Jones, thank you again for your 2 jewels. Silver Star, thank you for your support. Divine Woman, thank you for the 10 jewels and your support for my channel. One of many Ancestral Shadows, thank you for the 10 jewels, gold coin, and your support. Antithesis, thank you so much for the super chat. Oucha supporting. Tasha getting that ABK. Yeah. Trinette, thank you for the 100 jewels. High five, thank you so much. Tony Tolbert, thank you so much for the 2 jewels. Silver Star. Lisa Hickman, thank you for the 30 jewels. Flower, thank you for your support. David Shelton, thank you so much for the 10 jewels. Gold coin, thank you. Cornell Sly. Do you know, you want to hear something funny? My first boyfriend, when I was still living in the hood, his name was Cornell. We were just kids, but he was my boyfriend when I was a kid. Thank you, Trophy Cake. Thank you for your support for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you so much. Chantez Davis Sr., thank you for the 10 jewels. Floating Heart, thank you for your support for my channel. Okay. One of many Ancestral Shadows, thank you for the 10 jewels. Gold coin, thank you. Thank you all for your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate each and every one of you. So y'all, I got one more live coming up. So I will see you then. I just got to reschedule it, of course, because of the eclipse, but just be on the lookout for that. And don't forget to pick up your hair products. Ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
Come on, Lisa. Yeah, the hell with Tasha K. She been canceled.
Miss North Carolina, USA, stripped of title over racist post and replaced now by the black runner-up. This is a hell of a story. Let's go to it.
A beauty queen says she was stripped of her title because she's a conservative Christian. She just left out one pretty important detail: all of the racist social media posts. Okay, Brittany Boltonhouse was crowned Miss North Carolina USA back in June, and she was supposed to compete in the Miss USA pageant later this month. But this week, the organization took away her crown. She immediately went to the media and said this was because of, quote, my political stance and my belief system as a conservative Christian woman. Wow. Was she punished for going to church? For praying in public? Feeding the hungry? Voting for a Republican? No. If anything, beauty pageants are full of religious conservatives. And in fact, pageant officials released a statement saying it had nothing to do with her faith or her politics. Miss USA's president said the organization does not tolerate racism, homophobia, transphobia, or language that strips people of their dignity. Wait, what? He also said the decision wasn't based on one isolated incident. It reflected conduct over an extended period of time. Oh my God, I need receipts. Guess what? We have receipts. Turns out, old social media posts by Boltonhouse show her repeatedly using the N-word between 2017 and 2019. For the record, she is not black. Also, for the record, Jesus didn't appear in any of those posts. Neither did the Mormon Church, which she belongs to. Bolton House has since said she was a teenager who made a mistake, but she won't publicly explain what the mistake was or even directly acknowledge she made those posts. Instead, she is urging God-fearing women to stand up for what they believe, which apparently means being super racist.
Yep. Here we go. Put it up full mass. We have the background to this story. According to The Root, former Miss North Carolina, USA, Brittany Bolton House, had her title stripped away following uncovered racist post of her using the N-word multiple times. Now, the first runner-up, a Black woman named Myla Hadley, has now taken her place, rightfully so. 5 weeks after Miss Bolton House was crowned, her title was taken away following an internal investigation run by the organization. While their findings were not publicized, they did cite, quote, conduct over an extended period of time, end quote, and noted in a statement that their decision was not based on a, quote, single moment, end quote. However, local North Carolina outlet NC Beat pointed to resurfaced tweets where Bolton House allegedly used the N-word frequently years ago, and more recently, allegedly criticized former Vice President Kamala Harris and espoused conservative beliefs. Now, before I finish the story, it seems as if, now this is me speculating, it seems as if because of the rules of the pageant, to not publicize the actual findings, but to give a general statement and to remove the winner from the crown, or remove the crown from the winner, that, well, the Miss NC USA possibly believed that she could get away with saying, well, this is because of my conservative values, and nobody would look any further, okay? Seemingly. And while Miss USA CEO, Thom Broder, did not address those tweets or the post, Tom has made it clear that the organization does not stand or tolerate racism, homophobia, or transphobia. The Miss USA organization does not tolerate racism, homophobia, transphobia, nor language that strips any person of their dignity, whoever they are. That is not a policy written for a press release. It is the floor of what it means to represent this brand. This was a statement, an official statement released on Instagram. Bolton House has now decided to speak about the ordeal. Specifically, she sat down for an on-camera interview with the Carolina Journal, where she revealed that she felt her title was taken away from her due to conservative beliefs. Quote, all I can say is that I think and believe that my title was ripped from me because of my beliefs, she told the outlet. She later added, quote, I am a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Mormons. I am proud of my faith. I am proud of my standards. I'm proud of my conservative. I'm a proud conservative woman, but a Christian woman. I'm a God-fearing woman. I will never let my guard down for my faith, end quote. Bolton House went on to say that while the decision was a, quote, huge shock, end quote, she views it as a, quote, blessing in disguise, end quote. However, when asked about those aforementioned social media posts, she dismissed them, chalking them up to simple mistakes. All right, let's put her up full mass. Now you have your new and current Miss NCUSA. Now former Tennessee State University student Myla Hadley would take her spot and compete in the Miss USA competition set to go down later this month. Taken to Instagram, the former HBCU student shared words of gratitude and support for those in her corner now and assured those watching that she would be ready to represent the state of North Carolina well, in spite of the last-minute shakeup. Hadley's Instagram post showed she finally picked out the dress she'll be competing in. There you go. All right. We'll bring you updates as that story develops. All right.
You know what's interesting? What's very, very interesting as far as our lineage, ladies and gentlemen, you know who was talking like us? A lot of folks don't really like to, a lot of people don't like to acknowledge who was really, really talking like us. And I want y'all to hear something, ladies and gentlemen. I want to play something for you guys. You know who was talking like the FBA grassroots? Dr. King. Dr. Martin Luther King, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to play, somebody sent me this speech, and this was heavy. He did this speech in August 27th, 1967. I want y'all to hear something. I want y'all to feel what Dr. King was saying, because we're showing you delineation. It ain't new. We kind of been on that. Yeah, this was like right before he passed, by the way. This is what made him dangerous. You see, because at the time, the CIA and FBI, they were funding a lot of Pan-African movements. They were trying to get people to be on that, which was, that wasn't a real threat. But Dr. King kind of flipped it. He was talking about, this is our stuff. I want y'all to listen. This is Dr. King. I want y'all to listen to this. Hold on. Y'all listen to the good doctor. Listen to this.
Great problem facing our nation today in the area of race is that it is the black man who to a large extent produced the wealth of this nation.
Well, don't we say that? The black man produced the wealth of this nation. Yes, we did. Black man and woman. We say, when he says black man, that means the black family. That's how they would talk back in those days. It wasn't on no gender shit. All right. For those who don't know language, when we would say back in those days, yeah, the black man, that meant black men and black women. That meant the black family. Okay. Dr. King was spitting truth to power. Hold on.
The nation doesn't have sense enough to share its wealth and its power. The very people who made it so. I know what I'm talking about this morning. Black man made America wealthy.
The black man made America wealthy.
That's why I tell you right now, I'm not going anywhere. They can talk, these groups, some people talking about a separate state. Go back to Africa. I love Africa. It's our ancestral home. I don't know about you. My grandfather and my great-grandfather did too much to build this nation for me to be talking about getting away from it.
Boy, they never play that part, do they? They don't never play that part of Dr. King. They don't show how he was talking like that. He's like, we ain't going nowhere. We done built too much. We done too much for us to go somewhere. We done too much for us to go somewhere. Come on. Let me play that one more time. Y'all better feel Dr. King.
And father did too much to build this nation for me to be talking about getting away from it.
Listen to this.
Oh, the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth. 1620, we were here.
Woo! He said before the Pilgrims landed in 1620, we were here. Y'all hear what Dr. King was talking about? He said before the Pilgrims landed, we were here. They don't let you hear this part of Dr. King. Oh.
And father did too much to build this nation for me to be talking about getting away from it. Oh, the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth. 1620, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here.
We were here.
For the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we were here. more than 2 centuries. Our forebears labored here without wages. They made cotton candy. With their hands and with their backs and with their labor, they built the sturdy docks, the stout factories, the impressive mansions of the South.
Yep.
And now this nation is telling us that we can't build.
Oh, all right, that's enough of that. But yeah, Dr. King, I'm telling you, they sounded just like the grassroots. What we're saying ain't that new. This ain't new. We've been kind of talking like this. That's why when people say, hey, my grandmother and them, they weren't saying we African and all that, which is true. This ain't new. This isn't new. We're not dissing anybody, but damn. We've always stood on lineage business here. We've always said, this is us, this is ours. We've always been on that. You understand? They later Africanized us and tried that in the 80s, start bringing that, oh, we African American, all that shit. Yeah, that was something that was forced on us. The name of this speech, by the way, is called Why Jesus Called a Man a Fool. All right. And he did this speech in 1967 in Chicago, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? Dr. King was preaching. He was talking about a distinctly historic people, not just everybody who happened to be black. Yeah, he was saying stuff like the American Negro, our forebears, our history. You understand? He's talking about a very specific people. Before the Pilgrims got here, we were here. Man, he established a historical time stamp. Before Jefferson wrote the Declaration, we were here. Before the Star-Spangled Banner, we were here. Hey, he's saying we are the foundation, ladies and gentlemen. That's Dr. King telling you we're the foundation. You can't discuss the founding and the development of the United States without discussing our lineage. Yeah? This sounds like some shit we talk about now. This was damn near 60 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. Man, it's heavy. It's very, very heavy. And the thing is, he didn't crap on Africa. He like, shout out to Africa. You know, he said that's our ancestral from thousands of years ago, however long. Yeah, we shout out to Africa. I ain't got no problem with Africa, but yeah, this is us here. This is what I say. Same thing. I ain't got no problem with Africa. I mean, yeah, we got African genetics. That's fine. No disrespect to Africa. We are foundational Black Americans. We built this. I ain't giving this up. This is ours. This is ours, ladies and gentlemen. You see? Y'all tap, come on, we only got 137 hearts. If y'all don't tap this screen, we need to get 250,000 hearts, ladies and gentlemen. We need to get 250,000 hearts, ladies and gentlemen. All right? Man. So this further shows that, listen, I want people to understand something, because whenever we talk about delineation, we get all of these non-FBAs who try to spin that. Whenever they bring up their lineage, that's called cultural pride. You bring up Jamaican lineage, that's cultural pride. Haitian lineage, that's cultural pride. Ugandan lineage, that's cultural pride. But when we say, hey, we're going to acknowledge our foundational Black American lineage, what is the divisive? Well, we're not going to get anywhere divided. Okay, what is all this divisive talk? We didn't say we don't like you. We're just saying we have a unique lineage. You're not going to shame us, this weird shaming thing. Like Tether's always calling up, Tariq, why did you go to Senegal and you hate Africa so much? I'm like, that's you. You said that. I never said that. Shut up, nigga. I hate you. I hate you. Listen, Dr. King just proved delineation and solidarity. They were never opposites. Delineation don't mean we can't kick it. It just means you're going to respect my boundaries the same way I respect yours. That's all delineation is. And they know that, but they don't want to respect our boundaries because they've gone so long disrespecting our damn boundaries and trying to claim everything we do. Now that we've shut that door, well, you're attacking us. What is this shit? What is this? You're beating me, psychologically whipping me, beating me. Let's cut it out, Dudu Tunde. Nobody's talking about harming you. All right, calm down, fool. We ain't like you over there, y'all beating folks up with sticks and bats. No, we putting boundaries on our lineage. We're not letting nobody misrepresent us and tell us who we are. That's it. It's like Dr. King. Dr. King was talking about, hey, listen, shout out to Africa, but yeah, we built this country. My grandparents built this country. We ain't going nowhere. We stand right here. Yeah, man. There's no attacks whatsoever. Yeah, it's D. Man, let me see. Y'all raise your hands, family. Let's get these hands up. Yeah, we ain't going nowhere. Oh, I did see the Haitian dude crying. Oh God, I saw that. Oh God, I don't like to punch down when somebody's down bad. Yeah, there's a video of because that's the thing. Some of the Haitian haters, not all, because there's some cool Haitians, but the Haitian haters who are always jumping in these spaces, talking greasy about us, who love talking greasy about us and how proud they are their homeland. Oh, I have a home to go to, nigga. Oh, you FBAs, you're stuck here. You're stuck under the white man. I got a proud home to go to if things get rough. Boy, I saw a video today. They put an ankle monitor on a Haitian dude. He fell all on the ground. I don't want to laugh, but it just, to contrast all that shit they be talking, they put an ankle monitor on his ass. He got on some church shoes and some little dress. He falling on the ground, rolling in the grass, getting grass all in his little peppercorn hair. Suck my say. Help, suck my say, my poulet. Come on, man. Y'all, when y'all talk shit and then that's the visuals, that's kind of funny. Just the contrast. Y'all yeah. Oh man. Come on, y'all can't be talking all that shit and then when the block gets hot, y'all roll on the grass crying. Come on, man. Y'all be doing the most, man.
I'm no longer musty. I'm no longer musty. Hey, I'm no longer musty. Hey, I'm no longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work on.
Hey, Mac.
No longer musty. 'Cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer musty.
Jesus. That's the ice. That's the ice. That's the ice shit. Lord.
I got a jerry curl, guys.
Prominent white politicians and slaveholders who wanted to relocate free Black people, aka American Indians, out of the United States. But here's the best part, because it says view.
Right. And I got a jerk curl.
Lord.
Like a light skinny easy right now. The girl version. He said, it's nice and cool over here, friend. It's nice and cool. It's not like the 8th level of hell in your house. Oh, you lie.
Hey, I
You
have
lie
the
about
AC on.
Lie.
It's cold. It's starting to get chilly now.
But you put a little flake in there. You said it was cool.
It was
You
cool.
lied.
Well,
I got a jerk girl. It says something.
you always have a jerk out, and the next topic is go to sleep. The next topic is DNC Shill podcasters say to discredit FBAs.
All right.
So, brother, a lot of God gonna give us an update on that.
Yeah.
Views of free Blacks, which we know to be the true American Indians at the time. It says that leaders strongly opposed the Back to Africa movement, arguing that America was already their rightful home. As much as the United States hates immigrants coming into this country, they turned around and forced hundreds and thousands to be relocated into Africa without any regard for the Aboriginal people who were already there. And this is why it reads, the interactions between the newly arrived American settlers and the indigenous African groups were marked by profound cultural disconnects, forced land expansion, and violent armed conflict.
So when I speak out against FBA, it's like, oh, you don't fuck with Black Americans. Like, nigga, I am a Black American.
What the fuck do you mean, nigga?
No, I said FBA specifically. I didn't say niggas. I didn't say Black American, because I say Black American.
Yeah.
This foundational shit got you niggas acting weird. Y'all think y'all niggas to the second power or something.
Right. It because when they say it, it's not just I'm Black American who descended from Black Americans. They saying it like Black American supremacy. And it's like, part. That's the problem, nigga.
That's where we're
That's
lost.
the problem.
Might have to drop a dime on them.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing help up for the better understanding self. So check this out. In this video, we going over the collective effort that we seeing from the DNC. We know this is coming from the DNC. This is political. This isn't about, Black people going back and forth. This is a political agenda to try to discredit the FBAs. They want to keep us in this box that we're African American. But it's holes in this argument, right? Because we know they don't consider Haitians African Haitians. They don't call them their African Jamaicans. And the biggest one is the Aboriginals of Australia. The indigenous people of Australia claim that they're from Australia and they don't have no African background. And they got the same Indian culture that's, been seen here in America. So the evidence doesn't point to everybody coming from Africa. And this is what's changing his story that's been fed to a lot of people. And there's a lot of Black people that still have to push his story because that's what keeps, the system together. But what we doing is we showing facts, we showing proof that just breaks his story down and we're exposing the lies. So people got to understand when you seeing Black people that's coming out and saying this and that about FBAs, they're DNC puppets. I'm going to show y'all a couple in this video, right? Their talking points is paid for. There's no reason why you should be caring. They're not going after the indigenous Australian Indians over there in Australia. That's been saying this, that they indigenous to Australia for decades and decades. they only have this smoke for Foundation of Black Americans. Okay? And they're not trying to unify Africa. They want this, let's all be, let's all, be together as one. But they don't try that in Africa.
So when I speak out against FBA, it's like, oh, you don't fuck with Black Americans? Like, nigga, I am a Black American.
What the fuck do you mean, nigga?
No, I said FBA specifically. I didn't say niggas. I didn't say Black Americans. Because I say Black American.
Yeah.
This foundational shit got you niggas acting weird.
You see how now they trying to separate, like now y'all, instead of y'all just respecting how Black Americans feel, it's like you're paid to do this. And we already figured this out, y'all. This is bootlickers. These are people that's planted.
Right.
Nobody should care. Any real one, you shouldn't care if you got Black people, right, that want to say that they're indigenous to this land and they don't want to be called African. You shouldn't have no problem with that. We know the system had Jesse Jackson say that he was, that all us was African American when he actually was a Cherokee Indian. He had a card for it. So it's like, what are you? Why don't they address the facts that we come up with? Nobody addresses the facts. They just say we're weird or say this. They don't really come out with the facts that we say. Check this out.
Right, because
y'all think y'all niggas to the second power or something.
Right. Because when they say it's not just I'm Black American who descended from Black Americans. They saying it like Black American supremacy. And it's like, part. That's the problem, nigga.
That's where we're getting lost.
That's the problem,
And then
nigga.
the nigga that y'all listen to was like, it just said it the other day, like, oh, Donald Trump's kind of growing on me.
Oh, see. Nah, nigga.
You see how they always throw this political stuff. This is a political play that they always got to throw up Republican or Democrat, and we don't care about politics. This is about us first. We put in us first. We going at both parties saying, what's your offer to us? We no longer being these, suckers that just letting people just telling us to vote and they don't offer us anything, but they offering everybody else something. And we're peeping the political play that they doing. This is just all politics that's trying to keep us in that box so they can keep controlling us. But it's a new day. These ain't the same. We ain't the same people as before. We're more wiser. We know what's going on. But this is what they try to steal the narrative to try to make it seem like we just weird.
And y'all niggas like really hate immigrants. Like y'all. And listen, here's the thing. You're not gonna come over here talking hot about my culture.
And they saying we hate immigrants. See, they always throwing this we hate. Nobody never said we hated anybody. They don't say that the immigrants hated us. They never say that. When they got the same words, they say the same things. They never is on the other side. And these people are Black Americans. Nobody hate immigrants. We don't have no problem with immigrants. We're exposing the truth. Them people would have never brought and let immigrants came into this country, like I said in my last video, if they knew they were going to be helping our plight, if they were going to be working with our liberation, they wouldn't have never had Black people. They would have been stopping that completely. That's why they come over here and it's separated. This is orchestrated.
You're not gonna come over here talking high about my people. I'm not with that. I'm gonna defend that every day. Because they're my people. You talking about me at this point.
Right.
But I'm also not like, go back to your country. Like, nigga,
be for real.
Handle your business.
I'm jealous that you know what country you came from.
Also, no matter how you arrive here and what you think about yourself, and you think you better than a nigga when you get here, you about to find out.
You about to. Real quick. You about to find.
Y'all see how this is so orchestrated. This is a paid for talk that they trying to control the narrative because, the strong talking points that FBA have on these streets. They got to pay people to come up and they got to make sure that it fits their political backing. And we seeing right through this. These people is just a joke. They're trying to act like they cool with, okay, with black people. But this is really political.
Find out that you are just a nigga
Yo,
over here.
Yo, nigga wake up call is impending.
It's soon come.
I'll say you're wrong,
Mm-hmm.
but I also say just be patient.
Yeah, there definitely is an attitude amongst some immigrants that like they can come over here and just work hard, and that's the problem with Black Americans.
Black men don't like black women lie. It's not from foundational Black Americans. It's from the tethers. Let me break it down, right? So me going to school as a Black American foundational woman, I had a lot of friends that were Jamaican, Haitian, a few African. So growing up, they couldn't pull no boys for real, right? They couldn't pull no boys for real because of the cultural differences. For example, like they weren't shaving when we were shaving. So even in middle school, high school, they would have hairy underarms. If you got hairy underarms, you're going to smell. Boys don't, younger boys tend to not like that. Younger boys tend to pick on stuff like that, right? These women also didn't, they weren't up to date with the hairstyles and the plaits and the braids. Black American young girls, it's in our DNA. Like our mamas made sure we always came to school dressed nice, hair, clothes. A lot of them were first generation immigrants. So they didn't come to school with their hair done. They did not come to school with the latest trends or dress nice. So for the female side, they didn't used to get no play, right? So they had to watch me, their Black American friend, who was the preference. Black American women have always been the preference. Pull all the boys, whether it was Haitian boys, Jamaican boys, Black American boys, etc. Now, when I look at who the Black American girls pay attention to, it was never the immigrant boys, right? It was never the Haitian boys, never the Jamaican boys and stuff. Why? Because they didn't have swag. We would really only date Black American boys. So when I'm looking at this, Black men and women view, that does not originate from us. That originates from them. Because non-foundational Black American women, their men don't even like them. Their men want what the cool guys want, which has always been the foundational Black American woman, and vice versa. And the tethered men never had access to the type of women that they wanted, because the type of women they wanted always went with the cooler boys, who would be the foundational Black American boys. So that's why when we start hearing this rhetoric online as a foundational Black American, it was like, where the hell did that come from? Because as a foundational Black American woman, that has never been your experience. So let's look at it. So that dude, Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit, he's Sudanese Arab. So it would make sense why he makes that type of content. DJ Academics is Jamaican. Candace Owens is Jamaican. Now let's talk about the Jamaicans. Jamaicans have a obsession with white people. They feel very inferior to them. I've literally witnessed it, and it shows, right? It shows. So that's another thing too. Jamaican men, I talked to a Jamaican guy one time, and he was very obsessed with white people in general. Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, we've never been that way. We have pride in ourselves. We love ourselves because we know that we're the top and not the bottom. All these other tethers, they don't believe that. They don't even like themselves. That's why they don't date their own race. That's why they don't even preserve their own race. Y'all know how many Haitian people I know that have had kids with foundational Black American people and don't even teach their kids Creole? They don't care about their culture. They're not loyal to their culture. They're not proud of their culture. Same thing with Haitians and Jamaicans and Africans. They're not proud of their culture, especially if they're in America. That's why they're too busy trying to cosplay us, the men and the women. Y'all, so what we need to do, we have to teach our kids now, because they're the new generation that's coming up. Talk to your teenage boys and girls especially. Tell them the dynamics of what's going on, because what I see now is a lot of bullying against Black women in general online and trying to make it seem like Black men don't want Black women, and it's training our boys to feel that way for real. So we got to break that. Make the distinction between foundational Black American historical dating and these other people. Teach our kids, teach our grandkids, post online everywhere you go, reshare these posts, make content about it, because we have to get this. This is getting out of control, and it's getting out of control because we didn't pick the dynamics and speak on it earlier. And now their voice is drowning ours out, and the algorithm is starting to favor that type of content. So we got to kill it, okay? And foundational Black American men and women, when you catch somebody saying this, you have to stop them in their tracks.
You mean to tell me the United States was sending Indians to Africa to colonize their land and call themselves the new Africans? You're kidding me. Now, as you see here from this article in Minco, Oklahoma, Friday, May 4th, 1892, and it reads, about 300 Negroes from the Cherokee Nation went through this city on the northbound Frisco Thursday, bound for New York. From there, they will sail for Liberia, where they will have large tracts of land. It is thought many more from all parts will follow, and a regular exodus will be inaugurated. And here the real cold part, y'all. It says the railroad fare to New York is only $18, and the transportation from there to Liberia is free. You see, because they had a Negro problem here in America, and we were trying to ship them the hell up out of here as quick as we could. When you go back to the foundations of when Liberia was actually created, you see that it was first put in play by the American Colonization Society. But then when you look up the background context and history of who this colonization society was, of course, it was formed in 1816, right? And it included prominent white politicians and slaveholders who wanted to relocate free Black people, aka American Indians, out of the United States. But here's the best part, because it says views of free blacks, which we know to be the true American Indians at the time. It says that leaders strongly opposed the Back to Africa movement, arguing that America was already their rightful home. As much as the United States hates immigrants coming into this country, they turned around and forced hundreds and thousands to be relocated into Africa without any regard for the Aboriginal people who were already there. And this is why it reads, the interactions between the newly arrived American settlers and the indigenous African groups were marked by profound cultural disconnects, forced land expansion, and violent armed conflicts. See, I want you to.
So they already know, they already got the history on knowing what happens when you put other people into someone else's land. We talking about in the 1800s. They're running the same play, but we got these DNC shills that's trying to keep this political from being exposed. This is why we need people that coming from their country to take back their country. Stop having these people think that it's okay to be sending you everywhere else around the world. This is how they're controlling all of these countries. But when we say it, they feel like we hate it. This is the truth.
To take a look at this, because this isn't even all the clashes and battles that they had. They had continuous wars with these Americans that were trying to set up shop in Africa. From the looks of things, it seems like these Africans never wanted your American ass there anyway. You see, family, the same arguments we're having today, we were having way back in the early 1800s when the colonization society was trying to displace our community and place them over across the seas in a whole nother continent. Again, we are aboriginal to the entire planet. To think that all melanated people like myself and my skin complexion all came from Africa, you got to be out your rabbit mind. You got to. You already know the play. Go ahead and comment tribal down below so that me and my team can send you all the information that you need to get started on your journey today and connect back to your tribal heritages and families. I don't know, man. I think it's safe to say they got us again.
It's the same play that they running, fam. It's the same play. So this is why it's so political, and we bringing up how if you hear anybody that tries to discredit FBA, look at their political viewpoints. It's gonna line right up with the DNC. And shout out to that lady who exposing that. If you see how when immigrants came here, if you was ever in school, we was always, Black Americans was always the one that everybody wanted to be around, hang with, be with. Okay, even the immigrants. Okay, so we know that they've been having this gender war using other countries, right, to put stuff on X and social media to cause this gender divide. Because they know that the influence of FBAs, once we start speaking on the internet, a lot of people gonna follow. Our influence is so strong. That's why it's so important for them to be pushing this political agenda on us. But I want to know what y'all think about this, man. Do you think that, these Afro think tanks, Deontay Kyle, Mays and Lucas, do you understand where we coming from, where these people are in the system to be attacking the FBA points because it just makes everything else, it exposing a lot of lies. And they don't want these lies exposed. We know they don't want these lies exposed, but I want to know what y'all think in the comment section, man. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, we're going to talk about the sentence that Courtney Clenney got. Courtney Clenney, she unalived Christian Obumseli, and I knew something was up when they said it was a plea deal. But see, this is where I blame his family. You know, y'all did all that screaming online. You were demanding support, and a lot of people did not support because they saw how harshly he spoke about Black women online. And I believe it was over on Twitter. He was posting all this stuff, just all kinds of derogatory things about Black women. And the irony, it was a white woman that took his butt out. The very one he wanted so badly. And all we saw was her abusing him on video. Every time he turned around, she was throwing something at him. She was hitting him. She was smacking him. She was beating up on him in an elevator. You know, all the abuse was coming from her. But this dude wanted a white girlfriend so bad, he sat there and took the abuse instead of saying, you know what, I'm not going to let you do this to me. He sat and took the abuse. You ain't married to this woman. You had no commitment to her. And she treated him like crap. Then she was also calling him the N-word. And I remember she was telling her father on a call, she was calling him the N-word to get rid of him. She was hoping that after calling him the N-word a couple of times, he would just leave. And you know, his ass didn't leave. He didn't leave. So you're trying to tell us that's better than having a Black woman? Really? Christian Obumseli, you are now in a permanent grave. And your girlfriend is walking after serving just 6 years. So they said she got 2 more years, y'all, and she literally can walk free. She can get right back on OnlyFans and get her millions of followers and everything like nothing ever happened. And she will do it because I think they said she was making over $1 million a year. So yeah, she'll get that. She'll definitely get it. So 6 years. 6 years. So there'd be no trial because of the plea deal. So there is no trial because I was going to actually watch the trial if there was one. But don't be a fool for anybody that's abusing you. If you're being abused, leave. That person is never going to get better. They're not going to get better. They'll talk all that, oh, I'm going to do it again and all that stuff. And they always do it again. So if Christian Obumseli used some common sense, then perhaps he would still be here today. But since he didn't have any common sense, he's gone. Now, we know he was a Nigerian guy. And after he was unalive, I know his family was screaming for justice. And as far as I'm concerned, 6 years is not justice. That's not justice at all. Mm-mm. And, you know, of course, her parents are still on that. Oh, she was being abused. No, she was the abuser. She was definitely the abuser. All right, y'all. Let me go ahead and share my screen so you can see what happened in court with her. And I love how our sisters got online and responded to this. I love it. I love it. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Now, I didn't hear about his family getting any money. Now, of course, you know, it could be a civil suit coming, you know. A lot of times it is after these verdicts. There's also a civil suit that's filed, and yeah, they probably will squeeze some money out of her. Thank you for the 1s.
To the charge of manslaughter with a deadly weapon, I'm sentencing you to 6 years in the state prison with all applicable credit for time served, followed by 5 years of reporting probation. As a condition of that probation, you will complete a mental health evaluation and all required treatment deemed necessary. You will complete a substance abuse evaluation and complete all required treatment deemed necessary, as well as completing the batter's intervention program within the first year of probation.
Well, they're going to learn one day, but until then, I know last week I had mentioned that Courtney Clenney, this is her now, this was her then, took a plea deal in this case with Mr. Ogunselli here, where he was unalived by her, and she claimed that it was self-defense. Well, she took a plea deal for manslaughter. She was given 6 years in prison with 5 years of probation. However, she's already been locked up for 4 years. So they're giving her time served on the 4 years. For all intents and purposes, she'll be out of jail within a 1.5 to 2 years for the unaliving of this man. His family was there in the courthouse watching, and their attorney states that, you know, hopefully this is some closure for them. I don't see how unaliving your child and a person only getting 6 years is closure for you, but whatever. But, you know, may he rest in preference, because he had a lot of things to say about Black women, what kind of people we were, and how, you know, white women were top tier, and he ended up losing his life at the hands of one. So not really our business, but since I did talk about the fact that she took a plea deal, I wanted to come back and give the update that we now know the terms, and oh girl will be out of jail in about 2 years, and we'll go on and live her life and probably go right on back to OnlyFans, and won't have any issues making money because there's going to be a lot of men on there happy to pay her and just getting off on the fact that she unalived a Black man and basically got away with it. So, but this is what y'all want. Well, some of y'all. So.
Damn. I would be smiling too, though, if I had just got out for stabbing my boyfriend to death. I declare, honey, what a disgrace, baby. Courtney Clenney is going to be out of the clink in 2 years after being sentenced to just 6 years in the clink for murdering her boyfriend in 2022. Y'all go ahead and grab your tea, have a seat. Let's get into it. So 30-year-old Courtney Clenney had initially faced a second-degree murder charge in the death of her then-boyfriend, 27-year-old Christian Umbenselli. Now, Christian was stabbed to death in the couple's apartment on April 3rd, 2022. Now, Courtney wasn't initially arrested for what happened in that apartment, even though she admitted that she did it, but she claimed self-defense. So after she was arrested, which I believe was a few weeks later, she was charged with second-degree murder, and she's been behind bars ever since then. So the bomb dropped last week that they had offered her a plea deal. And today prosecutors actually went through with it and gave her 1 count of manslaughter with a deadly weapon. Now, that is a first-degree felony that is punishable up to 30 years in the clink. But baby, Courtney's attorneys was able to negotiate.
N-word. Oh, yeah, he's feeling good right now.
Courtney only received 6 years in prison for manslaughter and a plea agreement for stabbing her boyfriend, claiming that it was self-defense. Now, she was originally charged with second-degree murder, and because of the plea agreement, she will only spend about, a year left in jail. She has been locked up since 2022, while Carmelo Anthony received a 35-year sentence, even though he will not serve it, for self-defense, stating that he felt like he was at risk for stabbing. The same type of charge. When I tell you this system is only designed for black and brown, because there is no way that this lady killed a man and only got 6 years. And she finna get out. I'm talking about as soon as they calculate her sentence and she hit DOC, she gonna be getting right back out. Life going back to normal. The family is gonna be devastated because they're trying to say 6 years, that's it, nothing else. I mean, she can go back to doing OF and get off because she killed a man, and just so happened it was a black man. But y'all know what to do. Get in the comments. Let's go. This is crazy. I'm talking about ridiculous. I mean it. I don't get it at all.
Greetings from my office. Listen, if you hear anything whirling, that's just my fan, because where I'm at, it's hot. Listen, I just wanted to come to you all to let you all know that Courtney Clenney, aka the OnlyFans murderer, has been convicted. She accepted a plea deal that offered her 6 years in prison, then 5 years probation. This was accepted by her defense team, the prosecution, and today it was accepted into the court reports from the judge. We heard victim impact statements from Christian Ubumseli's family. We also heard the statement of record that the family wanted to put in, letting Courtney Clenney know the impact of their family member's death. We heard from Courtney Clenney answer a series of questions about entering into this plea deal. Now, if you're not aware, Christian Ubumseli and Courtney Clenney, Christian Ubumseli was pruned from the timeline by Courtney Clenney back in April 2022. This happened in Miami, Florida. She has been in lockup for the past 4 years. So in essence, she'll get about another year and a half in prison, in jail. I don't know if they're going to move her to the prison or she's going to stay in jail. I don't know exactly how they're going to work that out, the county jail. But she has about another year and a half on her sentence of being locked up, and then she'll be able to get out. Now, she is originally from Texas, so she may go back to Texas and she may go back to OnlyFans. I don't know. But what do you all think? Now, over here on TikTok, there was the family was trying to rally everybody on social media to help get the word out to help get this girl in jail, because at that point when the pruning happened, she was still out and she was at a rehab center or something like that. And the family was trying to get the social media, Twitter, TikTok, IG, Facebook, everybody to rally for the family. And at that time, there was the instance of the fact that Christian Ubumseli had made it very clear in his tweets, in his IG posts, in any and all of those types of posts, that he was a man whose preference were white women. But the family was trying to get a lot of Black folks to rally behind them. And that kind of panned out. And then there was this discourse about, oh, well, we shouldn't, should we support a family, even though the son was saying that he didn't like Black folk, he didn't like Black women, Black American women, and Black American men. Now, mind you, Christian Ubumseli is my understanding. I think his parents are either from Ghana or Nigeria, not sure which one, that he wasn't too fond of us. And so therefore, folks was like, well, if he wasn't too fond of us, he needs to go to the people that he was fond of and to get the white women to rally around him. And sure enough, there were no white women rallying behind him. So his family literally had to do all of this by themselves, probably with their community that they had over in Texas. And that's fine. But what do you all think? Also, which was interesting, that the judge made it very clear that she will not be able to profit from this case. And that if she wanted to appeal it, she can appeal that portion of it, but she couldn't appeal her guilty plea that she was putting in. She couldn't appeal anything because she pled guilty. So that means she waived her right to an appeal for the case, but she could appeal whether or not that she can profit off here. And 9 times out of 10, the appellate court is not going to allow for her to profit from this crime. So what do y'all think? Put it down in the comments. Do you think that this was fair? Now, let me also, before I let you all go, to let you know my thoughts about this. I believe that the prosecution could have argued for 10 years. However, I think the prosecution messed up because of the previous case. Well, the prosecution had arrested Clenney and Clenney's parents for tampering with evidence or obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence due to a laptop that belonged to Christian Ubuncelli and that was in the physical custody of the parents. If they hadn't botched that case up, and that with that botch up, it led for one of the prosecuting attorneys to be removed from the case and to be disciplined because they broke the law in terms of client attorney privilege, that they were privileged. The text messages that led them to find that there was a laptop were protected under client attorney privilege, and they violated that client attorney privilege. But with that botch, I think that they could have at least done 10 to 15 years, and she would have got time credit for that. But because they botched that up, and I think that they were afraid to go into court with that looming over their head. So they went ahead and accepted the 6-year plea deal, which is going to get her out in a year and a half. So y'all let me know in the comments what y'all think. Because Clenney is going home in a year and a half. Shoot, her and Diddy be getting out at the same doggone time.
Clenney received 6 years in prison for the unaliving of her boyfriend. Hey guys, it's your girl Gentray Hay, and the verdict has been read for the sentencing for influencers and OnlyFans models Clenney and the unaliving to her boyfriend Toby, also known as Christian. So if you forgot about this case or never heard of it, basically back in 2022, she was an influencer, and his name is Christian, but people called him Toby. He was found unalived in their Miami condo. She said that it was self-defense, and she until, he came to his injuries. She also mentioned that she threw the knife and it hit him, and it was just very inconsistent. They didn't arrest her at first, but she was later arrested while vacationing in Hawaii after the fact. So she took a plea deal, and that dropped her charges down to manslaughter with a deadly weapon. And because of the time served, she literally could be getting out in less than 2 years. That's one heck of a plea deal. Like, that is probably will go on record as like one of the best plea deals I've ever heard of in the case of, unaliving somebody. I mean, she'll be out before she's 35. She just turned 30. So very interesting.
So Clenney did have her plea deal hearing this morning. They did go ahead over the time frame they were going to give her. Definitely was off, okay, because I think I said 10 to 15 years or something like that. Child, they must have gave her 6 years. Didn't see that length of time coming. 6 years, that's it. That's how y'all have fun. Anywho, Yeah, but they did go ahead and change the indictment to manslaughter. She was originally charged with second-degree murder. They did go ahead and change the indictment to manslaughter, which had a time frame of up to 30 years in prison. They did go ahead and say, we're going to give you 6 years inside. She has already completed 4 years, and then she will have to do 5 years of probation after she is out. She will also be required to do a substance abuse program and a mental health program as far as things to, work on. Hopefully that will help with her behavior. We definitely know it is of importance now. She did go ahead and say in court that she was responsible for stabbing her boyfriend, Christian, who unfortunately passed away in April of 2022 after this incident did take place. So she did go ahead and say that in open court that she knows she was responsible for, the stabbing that actually ended his life. Now, her family was in court. I did not see anything that said if Christian's family or support system was in court this morning as well. I do hope that they were, but I didn't see them or any reports about them. They did show her parents when they were entering into the courtroom and all of that stuff, because we of course know there's been a lot of controversy with her parents and trying to go through the parent stuff and all of that jazz. Just throwing anybody under the bus. So we know there was a lot of controversy with her parents as well in this case. So they were in there in support of their daughter, of course, but she only got 6 years. So she only have 2 years left at this point because she has already completed 4 years in there. So hopefully she'll stay out of trouble the last 2 years. And then when she has her 5 years of probation, hopefully that does not go, awry. But that is what they have decided to do with her. Definitely less time than I thought. I definitely thought it was going to be around the 10-year range. Didn't think it was going to be too long, okay? Honest to tell you. But I did think it was going to be a little bit longer than what they gave her. So it is what it is. On to the next one. I am Keisha. The channel name is Court with Keisha.
Okay. There you go. So she'll be out probably sometime in 2028. Yeah, that is around the time Diddy is getting out. 2028. And like I said, she'll just get back on OnlyFans, and that one lady was right. She killed a N-word, so they probably will be loading her down with money. She got away with it. 6 years, that ain't no punishment. That ain't no punishment. But you know what, y'all? She ain't acting out in that prison. See, she was acting the fool with Christian Obumseli. I promise you, she wasn't around all them other inmates acting, showing her behind up in there. She wasn't doing that. Okay? Which tells you she know how to act when she wants to. She ain't challenging those inmates because they would have got her by now. All right. So she got a case of act right up in that prison. Yeah, well, see, she first went in there screaming self-defense. Now the plea deal, she's taking full responsibility for what she did. And she ain't no longer, she no longer was hollering self-defense. Yeah, well, that's on them. Unfortunately, there's probably some of our men that are running around still trying to date these women, despite the fact that we have seen these tragedies before, and there are probably going to be more that we will see in the future, because some people will never learn. They will never, ever learn. And I would not even be shocked, y'all, in the year she gets out, some other melanated dude will be trying to hook up with her. I would not be shocked. And yes, I do think some are crazy enough to do it, even after what happened to Christian Obumseli. I think some are so crazy, they would carry their butts out there and still try to date her. For real. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I do have one more live that I'm getting together but that might come out a little later today, possibly like around 5 or 6 o'clock. So I thank you for your support. I thank you for being here. Don't forget to pick up your hair products, and y'all have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Thank you for that update. Okay. I'm not talking to you.
Right now, they're getting destroyed in the public perception. So they need the public. They need to get the public back on their side. So go somewhere where somebody's going to give them some softball questions, allow them to talk and express things from their perspective and point of view, and don't ask them nothing tough where they may stutter or have to defend themselves. When they talking about the boat, you couldn't see the bottom of that boat. We don't know everything. We don't know if they made it. We don't know if he fell overboard. We don't know because nothing has been said. Everything is now being said from their perspective, right? And they're not being questioned, right? Remember, we know that they was out eating, right, at the time when he was like. This whole thing is a mess.
It's just crazy to me that people have tried to twist this and twist the audio. When we came out with the first interview, it debunked half these lies, and now you don't hear about any of it. You don't hear about the pool party because it was on June 27th. You don't hear about anything else that was mentioned. Thousands of lies. And now, the audio comes back, and all of a sudden we can hear Nolan yelling in the background, screaming, we're screaming about how he's dead. That's just a complete lie. And it's another lie to push this narrative that people don't want to turn down. It's insane to me.
What's interesting to me here is that they're turning this case into a defamation case about the public having their own theories, hypotheses, and ideas about what might have happened on that day to Nolan Wells. And they're turning it to that and away from the actual investigation of what might have happened to their friend and brother, as they refer to him. And that seems very odd to me. If you really cared about him, you really loved him, you really considered him like a brother, you'd be far more interested in the truth than caring so much about what the public thinks about what you may or may not have done. But that clearly isn't the case here. Like, they are very interested on what the public thinks of what they did or didn't do. And so much so that they're turning this into a case about their own perceptions and how people are perceiving them, and away from the actual investigation to what may have happened to Nolan Wells on that day.
First of all, with respect to Warren, if you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard, to call a federal law enforcement agency and tell them, hey, can you guys go out and check out this island and look for Nolan Wells? Well, that's exactly what Warren did. Warren called the Coast Guard. And that is one of many very compelling facts. He got back and he called the Coast Guard. Does that sound like a guilty man to you?
That's more what I was talking about before. Simply saying, if I were guilty, would I have done this? Is not in and of itself proof of innocence. As Lance Armstrong also said, like he said many, many times. If I were guilty, would I have allowed myself to have been tested this many times? Would I be the single most tested athlete on the planet? If I were actually guilty of anything, would I have done this?
And this is why they don't need to be talking, right? The police need to be talking. Because they said that, well, if we were guilty, why would we call the Coast Guard? Well, some would say, well, maybe you call the Coast Guard as a diversion because you had already did whatever you did, or whatever happened to him. This is all alleged because we don't know, right? And you call it as a diversion because you said that the sink was shipping at a certain time, right? Where that can give you maybe some cover. But then when they asked, well, do you want us to send the Coast Guard out? You said no. You declined the Coast Guard help when you said that you was the boat was sinking, right? You can hear people in the background. You can hear all kinds of stuff going on in the background. So we don't know if that was a call for cover where maybe one of the guys, y'all might have been thinking, one of the guys might have said, hey, well, do this,
right? Where we can cover our behind. We don't know. It's all speculation because you guys are doing interviews when you shouldn't be doing it with Brandon Tatum, who's pocketing the money, and the police ain't saying nothing. So we know that there's a definitely active investigation because if they didn't have anything, they would have been came out and said something, right? That's a fact. But I mean, this whole thing is just crazy.
And then also describing being recognized in public and people asking you about something you said or did or appeared in is not harassment. That's called the First Amendment. That people are able to say, hey, aren't you the guy on the thing? And didn't you say this? You have every right to walk away and say, I'm not, thank you, nice to meet you. I'm not interested in that, and keep going. Now, if they get in your face and start pushing the phone and the camera in your face and all that, that's a whole different thing. Invading your personal space, that's a whole different thing. But someone saying, hey, young man, aren't you the guy that, why would you say something like that? You don't have to participate in that. You can just say, I'm not interested. Or you don't have to say anything. You just walk away. One of them described a woman recognizing him in a restaurant and showing him the earlier interview on her phone, one of his earlier interviews. They left. And then according to them, some friends who stayed behind were allegedly threatened. Okay? Some friends who stayed behind were allegedly threatened. So, but we were specifically asking about the people in the interview who said that they had been harassed. Another example involved a friend named Trayston, supposedly being denied a Gatorade and a Red Bull at a store. Now, Trayston is one of their African-American friends. And they're describing his experience with allegedly being harassed or whatever the interaction was. That may be harassment of their friends. It may be ugly behavior, but it is not the same thing as the three men sitting there describing repeated direct attacks against themselves. And when the interviewer kept asking for concrete examples, I kept waiting for one involving them directly. Now, that does not mean that threats have not happened, but they're in an interview and they're answering questions. They also said that they have received death threats online. Awful. And I don't doubt that they have. I don't know. It means that when they were asked for specific in-person examples involving themselves, much of what they described involved other people around them. That distinction really matters, especially because they have hired a defamation lawyer.
Again, I'm not saying that these young men did anything. What I am saying is simply stating you didn't do it and saying it would have been really stupid of me to do ... if I had done anything is not evidence of innocence. We know that criminals often do really stupid things and get caught from doing the really stupid things that they do. So this just seems odd to me.
All right, now these are all American young men, incredible young men.
Referring to them as all American young men is an interesting phrasing as he's talking about his friends and harkens back to like the perception of like we are clean cut, white, good young men who couldn't have done this. That's intentional.
And they did a lot more than just that. I won't go through all of it now, but they did a lot of heroic things after the fact, and they did the best they could. And they tried for their dear friend. All of their actions are the actions of innocent men, not guilty men. And again, they are categorically, completely, and totally innocent.
I saw another clip where one of the young men referred to Nolan's mom as Miss Wells, which again, I find odd because you're supposed to be his like friend and brother, and you would know that she went by either Wansley as her last name or Wells Wansley. When I think back to my childhood, I can't remember a single time mispronouncing my best friend's parents' names. I mean, it's just, these are unusual things. Now, look, I don't know what these boys did or didn't do, and I don't know what they know or don't know. It could be just as likely that they saw something they're not saying that they saw. It could be like they know what happened to them, even if they didn't do it. They just saw the circumstance that led to it. Maybe they know nothing and are completely innocent. I don't know. But when you make videos like this, you increase scrutiny. You increase the scrutiny on this situation.
So by making these kind of videos, they're not helping themselves. They're actually making things worse, right? Brandon Tatum doesn't care because he's making money either way. all the way to the bank. But where there's so much speculation, they really shouldn't be talking at all. And I don't understand why the police is allowing them to talk. I mean, the family is being showed just so much disrespect, man, in regards to this case, man. And it's a shame. But you guys let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. To the next time. Peace.
Street Media. Yeah, that's some craziness. We'll keep you updated on Nolan Wells case. All right, so now we'll move on to 3 skinheads attack Black Marine on California.
Welcome back. New information tonight about so-called skinhead attacks on visitors to and near the Oceanside Pier. It is a story that has now only become public through the filing of a search warrant in the Southern District Federal Court 4 days ago. So, according to the warrant, the alleged attacks happened in June of 2025, yet the suspects have not been charged. NBC7's Dave Summers has the details of these violent encounters.
The photos are terrifying and brutal. They come from an Oceanside Pier security camera. Victims say 2 of the 3 bare-chested men throwing punches called themselves skinheads. The name comes from a white supremacist prison gang with proxies on the outside. The information gleaned from this recently filed search warrant is incomplete. However, some details are telling. According to the warrant, the first attack was just after sunset. The victims are husband and wife. He is 21 years old, dark-skinned, and identifies as an Asian American. The victim says the men yelled racial slurs at them. There is this quote, "Didn't you hear my friend talking to you? Don't you know who we are? We're skinheads." The wife wasn't injured, but her husband had such serious head trauma. For weeks, he suffered memory loss. He wasn't able to remember the names of family members and common household objects. Witnesses say they beat him with their fists and slammed his head into a concrete restroom wall several times. Just minutes later, a second such encounter, this one at the Pier Plaza. This time, it was 2 Camp Pendleton Marines, both men, 1 white, 1 black. According to the warrant and witnesses interviewed, it was an unprovoked attack. The warrant reads, they shouted racial slurs multiple times in the Marines' direction and yelled, "You ain't gonna do." Victims 2 and 3 did not respond to these taunts. This picture, taken from a security camera video, shows 2 of the 3 men approaching the Marines from the staircase. These photos don't seem to indicate a fist fight, more like sucker punches to both men. They were beaten and kicked. Both men suffered severe injuries. The search warrant asked for access into the 3 men's phone records. Investigators believe that those cell phones contain the planning and coordination of the evening, which includes where they were before and during the attack. All 3 of those numbers are in the 951 area code, which is San Bernardino and Riverside. One of the alleged attackers wears this skinhead tattoo prominently displayed on his arm. It was photographed by police. 2 of the 3 were found by police in the plaza. The 3rd man was also picked up that night further away. All 3 at one point in their stories told Oceanside police they were just defending themselves. With so many witnesses in and around the pier at the time, not to mention the victims in videos, their self-defense claim is going to be tested. Dave Summers, NBC7.
And at this point, the 3 men haven't officially been charged. Warrant says charges that include hate crimes, violent interference with federally protected rights, and conspiracy are now pending.
Wait a minute. The police have them on camera. They have injured witnesses. They found them right at the scene, and yet they have not been charged. Now, keep in mind, this happened last year, if I'm not mistaken, in June. Now, the videos are just coming to light because of the federal investigation or what have you. But they have these guys' cell phone information detailing planned attacks on people that are not white. You tell me that white privilege doesn't exist. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And this is one more of the cowardly acts of racist white supremacists who can only operate in groups because they know they are physically and mentally inferior to most people on earth. As you heard the reporter say, it looks like sucker punches, not fair up, straight up street fights. And that is how, once again, they have perpetuated this violence throughout the years. You remember the Ku Klux Klan always came with numbers and hoods, and then they attacked one or two Black people. Now, this case, it was an Asian man who was with his wife, of all things. And then they attacked him, brutalized him, slammed his head into a concrete wall. And this is one of the pictures of the Asian man who suffered some of the abuse at the hands of these free skinheads. Now, the second attack, once again, happened only minutes afterwards, where there were two Marines, one Black and one white, and they attacked both of them, calling the white Marine a N-word lover. So this is still going on. And for all the people that say all white people are not like that, well, where are the all white people who are not like that? Where are they when these things happen? Where are they to speak out against these? Because if you are not like that, but if you don't speak out, or if you don't do anything to stop it, or if you are silent when these things happen, then you are just as guilty. Silence means complicity in matters like these. And once again, the most damning fact about this is these guys have not been charged. They have their phone records, they have videos, they even took pictures of the racist tattoo on their arms. And they're saying, well, we were just defending ourselves. This is how easily white people are able to lie and manipulate the legal system, who was designed to protect them when they are clear-cut guilty. And notice as well, they're not showing their pictures. They're not saying their names. It's like they have qualified immunity to be racist here in America. Like, why their pictures are not shown all over the internet? Why are they not disclosed? Why is their identity not disclosed? And we know why. Because there are those who justify the wicked and condemn the righteous, but as the scripture says, they are an abomination to the Lord. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before the fake news throw mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work. Where the narrative's wrong, the research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up NFAC. And all my Black families. It's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside us. Ladies and just as power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest hours. Cops squeezing hammers because they don't understand. We stop the freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight by smoking Richard Vasquez. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar, don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the Black community that makes the Black black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse publishing, telehouse, 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 telehouse publishing.
Speaking of Nolan Wells, when I was talking to Ben Crump, he was telling me about a guy named Daniel Erving.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You had two cases. You had Daniel Erving, 18 years old in Texas, and you had Daryl Martinez Lowry, 13 years old in South Carolina. Situations are similar, but very different. With Daniel Erving, 18 years old in the Dallas, Texas area, he goes out with two white kids. Allegedly, they jump from a bridge into a lake down in Texas. And he drowns in the water, Art. He drowns. To my knowledge, there's no witnesses. After he drowns, the two white kids, I believe they were both Caucasian, they throw away his clothes, they throw away his cell phone, and they delete all social media communication between themselves and Daniel Erving. He went missing April the 13th. They found Daniel on April the 17th. They finally arrested the 19-year-old involved in the situation. He just got arrested, I believe, the first week of July. Okay, maybe July 9th, July 7th, July 9th. But it took from April all the way to July for him to be arrested. And check this out, Art. They were not even arrested for murder. They were arrested for tampering with physical evidence, third-degree felony. Think about that now. Y'all drowned this black boy. Because, Art, if they didn't drown him, why would you throw his clothes away? If you didn't drown him, why would you throw his cell phone away? If you didn't drown him, why did you delete all of your social media? Why did you delete it? Right? Because y'all were guilty. Y'all either let him drown or y'all drowned him. I think they drowned him, Art, because there was no need to hide. If somebody drowns, Art, you call the police. Our friend drowned. We tried to save him. We're so sorry. Instead of doing that, Art, they just disappear. They just disappear. His body gets found April 17th. They don't get arrested until this month. Or should I say July, because we're in August now. Absolutely unacceptable. And they're only being charged with a third-degree felony, Art, tampering with physical evidence. They're not even going to be charged with murder. You know why? Because there was no witness there. Now, you know if this was reverse, Art. If a white kid drowned and two black kids were there, and two black kids threw away their cell phone, and two black kids threw away their clothing, and two black kids deleted all social media communication between the two of them, you know they going down for first-degree murder. You know it. It ain't even nothing to think about. But because the victim is black and the perpetrators are white, they only going to get a third-degree felony, Art. And then we had the case of the 13-year-old brother who was stabbed and drowned in South Carolina, Daryl Martinez Lowry. Daryl Martinez, 13 years old, Art. Listen to this. He was in the custody of his foster parent. His foster parent was a county official. His foster parent was a county chairman who was sleeping inside of the lake house while these three teenagers was out on the lake, Art. First of all, a 13-year-old boy don't have no business hanging out with a 16 and 17-year-old boy, not alone. He was only 13, Art. He was a baby. These other two white kids, I believe they were both Caucasian, were 16 and 17. They get into a fight at the water, Art. They get into a fight. This happened July 20th. This happened July 20th. Same date Ryan Clark was fired from ESPN. July 20th, get into a fight at the lake. 17 and 16-year-old white boy. Guess what they do to this 13-year-old baby, Art? They stab him, and then they hold him under the water until he drowns. They stabbed him. He's only 13, Art. He's a baby. You 17, you almost a grown man. The other kid's 16. They stabbed Daryl Martinez Lowry, Art, holding under the water until he dies. I think the 17-year-old might get charged as an adult. He should. Of course, the juvenile in Daryl Martinez Lowry's case, as well as the juvenile in Daniel Erving's case, we don't know what's going to happen with them because they juveniles. And if they Caucasian, I doubt if they get charged as adults. But Art, we got to stop letting our children think it's safe to go play with white kids, man. You know my position, all white people are racist. You know my position, you don't have a white friend. There's no such thing as a black person with a white friend. But the problem, Art, the reason why Nolan Wells went out there with them white kids, the reason why Daniel Erving went out there with them white kids, the reason why Daryl Martinez Lowry, and in his case, it's a little different because he should have been supervised by the foster parent who was asleep. And he was under state supervision, foster care custody. So he was under the custody of the foster care parent, state supervision, and he was only 13, Art. So he should have never even been put in that position. But the problem is this is Abrahamic religion. This is Abrahamic religion, Art. And what I mean by that when I say this is Abrahamic religion, being raised in Sunni Orthodox Islam and Orthodox Christianity, you are not taught about race consciousness. Everything is Jesus or Muhammad. So unfortunately, most of our kids in this country are raised as Muslims or Christians, right? And they are raised with a colorblind mentality, and they take this politically ignorant, colorblind mentality with them into their relationships with white people. They take it with them into their relationships in school. They take it with them into their relationships in a job, in society, and it never works out well for us. We still got black children thinking that not all white people are racist. We still got black children thinking that it's all about the content of your character and not the color of your skin. And this is going to keep on happening, God forbid, Art, because we are not raising our children with a racial consciousness. Our children don't know that they should not trust white people. I didn't say hate them. I don't believe you should hate nobody. I respect all white people. I have conversations with white people. I have white fans, right? But you cannot trust white people because of what we've been through in this country. It would be idiotic to do so. We have been through nothing but 246 years of hell in slavery, okay? And now we're up to 478 years total. You cannot have your children trusting white people. You cannot have your child being the only black person in a group of white people. Look at Nolan Wells. Look at Daniel Erving. Come on. This should not be happening, Art. And it's happening because the black community, as much as we have suffered at the hands of white supremacy from racism, we don't want to teach our children about racism. And if it is a Muslim household or a Christian household, we think it is a sin against God to give our children a racial consciousness. We have allowed religion to take over racial consciousness to the point where there is no racial consciousness, Art. Absolutely sad and unacceptable. It is a shame that all these black kids are dying in the water with white children. You would think, Art, after 246 years of slavery, we've been getting on the water with white folks and we don't come home. We got on the ship with white folks in Africa, Art, and we never made it back home. If anybody should know you don't get on no boat with no white folks, it should be black people. But we don't know it, Art, because we crave white approval so bad. We crave white validation so bad. We value proximity to whiteness so bad, Art, that we will put our children in harm's way, just to try to force ourselves into white people's worlds. And it's such a shame, Art. We better bring black racial consciousness for black children, not racial hatred, not racial bigotry. We don't have to mistreat nobody. We don't have to hate nobody, but we have to learn from our historical experience. What they say, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We keep putting ourselves around white people, our children around white people over and over again, Art, expecting a different result. And look at all the white people who are getting off or getting soft sentences for murdering black people. There was a white guy, I think it's Texas. He choked out 2 black girls. He's not going to jail at all. Plea deal. Another white guy hit and ran, murdered 2 black women in Fort Lauderdale. He hit them, Art. He ran. It was a hit and run. They died. Guess what? He going to jail for 6 months. There was another white guy who tried to commit a mass shooting at a black family reunion. There was an armed brother there, former veteran. He took him down, humbled him, didn't take his life. Guess what? They let him off on like a $5,000 bail, $10,000 bail, Art, and he tried to take out a whole family, mass murder. White people are emboldened, Art. They're emboldened because the justice system is not holding them accountable for their crimes against black people. What about the white man who ran over that black boy on his big wheel? Was that South Carolina, Georgia? A white guy ran over a black kid on the big wheel, Art, took his life. It was a hit and run. It was a hit and run. And I don't think he got any time either. Art, they killing us and they walking. They killing us and they walking. And this is what I want to say to all the Kamala Harris black people out there, the Democratic Party plantation slaves, Art. If y'all love Kamala Harris so much, tell Kamala Harris to sponsor an anti-black hate bill, Art. Where is our anti-black hate bill? The Asians got one. Homosexuals got one. Native Americans got one. Where is the anti-black hate bill? Where is it, Art? Sister Tasha Fortune hanging from a tree. Trey Reed hanging from a tree. Baby Cohen shot on the side, unalived. Look at this crap. White man shoots up a family reunion, $5,000 bail. White man chokes out 2 black girls, no jail time. White man hits and runs 2 black women. He only gets 6 months in jail. Art, they killing us. And the justice system is not even holding them accountable. Absolutely unacceptable, Art. We are going to need to rise up soon. Black America better stop playing. We're going to need to rise up and remind Donald Trump and this country who we are. Just like these racist white kids are their ancestors, those children who took out Nolan Wells, they are their ancestors. Well, guess what? We need to show them that we Nat Turner too. I'm Gabriel Prosser. I'm John Jacques Dessalines. I'm Zumi de Palmares. I'm Tula Incarpata of Curacao. I'm Mama Solitude and Luis Del Grace of Guadalupe. Okay, I'm Denmark Beasy. I'm Gabriel Prosser. I'm Harriet Tubman. We need to show them who we are, Art, because they playing in our face. They taking our life and there's no consequences. The Democratic Party ain't doing nothing about it. The NAACP, the Urban League, Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, ain't nobody really doing nothing about this. Ain't nobody doing nothing about this except going through the motions. We need justice, not no paycheck, not no settlement check, not no civil suit. We need justice, and we need to stand up and fight. And if anybody want the black vote in November, and if anybody want the black vote in November of 2028 for the presidential elections, Art, we better have an anti-black hate bill. Reparations, anti-black hate bill, police reform. Reparations, anti-black hate bill, police reform, and prison reform. If you ain't talking that, ain't nobody voting for you. I don't want to hear it. They said Kamala Harris might run for president again. Of course, we know America now is trying to make the East Indian the new probationary white. It makes perfect sense. The British used the East Indians in the Caribbean. They also used them in Africa. Now America is going to use the East Indians against black people in this country. The East Indians are currently taking over, is it the Bronx or Queens? It's either the Bronx or Queens, Art. The East Indians are taking over the Bronx or Queens. They're going to end up taking over New York City. Because listen, the white man is losing his numbers, Art. The white man's numbers are dwindling, not only in America and around the world. So they have to find another probationary white group. Whenever they get too small, Art, they find another group to latch on to maintain power. They can't control the Chinese. The Chinese cannot be controlled by the white man. The Latinos are still black, so they don't really want to use them. And plus, they can't use the Latinos against the Chinese and the East Indians. So the white man has chosen the East Indian to be the probationary whites. So they're going to empower the East Indians over us. That's why Kash Patel, FBI director, East Indian, Kamala Harris, former vice president, East Indian, Mamdani, mayor of New York, East Indian. And they might give Kamala Harris the White House. I'm not sure they want to give it to her, though, Art, but they might give it to her. And if she becomes president, she's going to continue with the East Indian onslaught. Black people are going to start being mistreated, murdered, disrespected by East Indians. We better get ready for it. They did it in Africa. They did it in the Caribbean with the white man using the East Indians as a buffer group between him and the blacks. And now the white man is going to use the East Indian in America as a buffer group between him and the blacks. We better get ready. I'm not voting for nobody unless they got solutions for black people. I'm not voting for nobody unless they have solutions for black people.
So you think it's a chance that Kamala, she could be the next president?
I believe so. I don't know if it's going to be her, but I do think the next president will be Democrat. I think Donald Trump has burned too many bridges. I think this country might go into a civil unrest if the next president is a Republican. I'm not saying it's impossible. We had Reagan and Bush. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think it's unlikely. I think the next president is a Democrat, and I think they continue the gentrification of the black community. We are being replaced, Art, and we're helping them replace ourselves by constantly bunny hopping and reproducing with these non-African women. We're helping them to actually get rid of us ourselves, which is interesting, right? Because right now you have a lot of black people, Art, who are upset and angry because of the new British African brother who's going to play Black Panther. So the new Black Panther is going to be the British African brother. I forget his name. He played in The Long Walk. He played in Alien. He did a very good job. Very good job. He's a great actor. I like him a lot. I don't have a problem with him being the next Black Panther, but a lot of the FBA DOSs, they don't like it, right? They said it should have been a black freedman. But like I said before when we had this conversation, Art, unless it's an ancestor, if it's an ancestor of the American Africans, an American African should get the first chance at playing that ancestor. If it's a Jamaican African ancestor, then the Jamaican brothers and sisters should get a chance to play them. If it's a British African ancestor, then the British African brothers and sisters should get a chance to play them. If it's an American African ancestor, we should get the first dibs on playing them, right? But here's my question, Art. Don't get mad at him. Go ask, what's our brother name who produced Black Panther and Sinners? Ryan Coogler. Go ask Ryan Coogler why he put a British African in his Black Panther. And I'm going to be honest with you, Art, I don't think it was Ryan Coogler's decision. I don't think it was Ryan Coogler's decision. This is coming from the government. This is coming from Hollywood. I think Ryan Coogler was told that he had to cast a British African. I don't have no problem with that. I love my British African brothers and sisters. I was just there for the Reparations march on Saturday. I just came back from London. I don't have a problem with it. I'm going to go see the movie. I'm going to support my brother. I think he's a good actor. But for those who have a problem with it, go ask Ryan Coogler why he didn't consider any American Africans Black freedmen for the role. Like I said, Art, we are a $2 trillion people. We should be making our own movies. We shouldn't be crying because Hollywood ain't putting Black folks in there. How you crying about Black British actors taking these roles and you keep having babies with white women? Sooner or later, most Black people ain't even going to be Black. They're going to be mixed race and they're not even going to identify as Black. So you mad that we're being replaced on Hollywood, Art, but you're not mad we replacing ourselves in society. That don't even make sense to me. I'm mad that I'm being replaced on the TV screen, but I'm not mad that I'm voluntarily destroying my own genotype and phenotype by constantly mixing my seed with these non-Black women. We got to stop with the selective morality. We got to stop it with the selective morality. Leave that brother alone. I'm looking forward to seeing him play it. I think he's going to do a great job. If you got a problem with him being Black Panther, go ask Ryan Coogler or make your own movies.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Haitian community leaders in New Jersey are now speaking out after temporary protected status for Haitians came to an end earlier this week. One New Jersey pastor compared it to sending people back into a burning home.
You want 350,000 people to go back into the fire. It's like your house is on fire. You think people will say, oh, come, I'm going to help you. Say, no, go back to the fire.
Many of our businesses are owned and operated by Haitian Americans. And so, it's going to have a tremendous impact overall in the state.
The Department of Homeland Security says conditions in Haiti have now improved enough for Haitians in the U.S. to return. Protesters called for McCormick and Democratic Senator John Fetterman to support a bill that would protect impacted Haitians until early 2029.
Last Wednesday, Trump's order to end TPS officially went into effect. Now, the thing that gets me is you got some people saying they had all this time in the world to apply for citizenship. So why didn't these folks from abroad go ahead and do that? Well, first of all, why is anyone allowing people who are only supposed to be in the country temporarily to apply for citizenship at all? That kind of defeats the whole purpose of temporary, doesn't it? Well, now it seems regardless, the welcome mat's being yanked away, at least for a lot of them. In Ohio, the Department of Homeland Security has announced that they're ordering Haitian immigrants to check in for appointments. And then as soon as they show up, they slap ankle monitors on them. Obviously, this is not just to make sure that they know where these soon-to-be deportees are at, but it's also done as humiliation, and the Haitians know it, but they also know it's not going to stop there. As the white media is reporting on it, the end of TPS, which most of the Haitians living in Springfield depend on, is now imminent, and many of them have lost their work authorization. So the orange man's trying to make sure that they no longer have the ability to get jobs, which means that they'll have no means to support themselves as long as they stay in the U.S., that is. Now, the thing is, for the people who are calling themselves objecting to this ending of TPS, the argument that's being offered by a particular community is that basically it shouldn't be allowed on the basis of morality. Well, they ought to know the problem with that argument is this country has never operated on the basis of morality. It's always operated on the basis of power, trying to get the upper hand on people. For the longest time, all we heard was that there was a superior culture from places like, say, Haiti, superior work ethic, superior unity, that Haitians and other Caribbeans stick together, and foundational Black Americans don't. Okay, that's not true, of course, but if the people saying that actually believed it, why did they come to the very place that has more Black Americans than anywhere else on earth? Obviously, the foundational Black Americans, with their inferior culture, their inferior work ethic, and inferior unity, they did a hell of a lot better job looking out for each other than the folks from the islands did. If our culture is so inferior and we're so beneath them, why are they trying to hijack our history and our struggle and just declaring themselves the inheritors of the civil rights movement, when in reality what they're actually trying to do is they're trying to rebrand it as if it had something to do with immigration, as if it's analogous to this immigration dispute. Civil rights happen to be for citizens, not for foreigners. And it also becomes doubly problematic when you consider that in a lot of cases, the very people who today are claiming that they're being somehow racially oppressed by the ending of TPS, these are the same people who for the last 50 some odd years have preached a sermon of I'm not Black. They identify themselves by their nationality, which by its very nature means whatever's happening to them isn't racial, it's national. As I've detailed for you here, a lot of these immigrants, if not most, have been running the same playbook since before the 1960s, trying to ingratiate themselves with white power as being the good immigrant, certainly not Black. And that's the entire reason why this roundup is even happening. These immigrants come here from the Caribbean and Africa, and they get all kinds of government aid on the basis of being immigrants. And then they get financing from these white banking institutions to start their businesses, all on the basis of being immigrants. That's been their ticket to ride. And the same goes for getting into these universities and colleges and getting hired by companies. They milk that whole immigrant thing for all it's worth. And afterwards, those same Black immigrants who have taken advantage of literally every government and private sector program they can on the basis of being immigrants turn around and tell us, I came here with nothing. And I got all this stuff now, and it's because I worked hard. Nobody gave me anything. You people are just lazy. They repeat the exact same lie. They know what they're saying is untrue, but this is the lie that immigrants have told in this country since they began flooding here in the 19th century. The lie of the self-made immigrant success story. But they always got to make sure that the ending of the story has them wagging their finger at foundational Black Americans. They know the rules of racism. And they know that dumping on foundational Black Americans is a key part of how they audition for a spot on Team White Supremacy. And now, though, they're being told to rely on their superior work ethic and their superior business sense that they claim to have. And as long as the white media and white politicians and pundits played along with that phony narrative, they were content to keep pushing it. But now they're seeing that those same white people who pretended to be bigging them up are nowhere to be seen now. In fact, just look at how the white media is covering this. This is how ABC reported on it.
The Trump administration is expanding its crackdown on immigration. The administration ended temporary protected status for Haitian immigrants on Monday. Now a memo obtained by ABC News says federal immigration authorities are making arrests in airports. And newly released video and text appear to show ICE agents using racial slurs against Latinos.
Congress, the House of Representatives, did pass a bill that would potentially give some relief to the Haitians. That has not gotten through the Senate at this point. So for the Haitian community who was here lawfully, there really just isn't a lot of options.
Documents also show at least 27 people who overstayed their visa were arrested in airports. What do you make of that tactic?
I think we're going to see more of this, Diane. Remember, ICE is under tremendous pressure from the administration to ratchet up the number of arrests.
A material included in ACLU court filings appear to show ICE agents using racial slurs during operations in Los Angeles last summer.
Did you see how the video clip started? They began this piece with the action music going. They didn't have some sad-sounding, sympathetic music. They used the exact same soundtrack they would use if they were talking about going after drug dealers or terrorists. And look at the wording that they use, immigration crackdown. The white media's job is to frame things a particular way, to put a particular slant on things so as to convince and persuade the public to believe something. When you're doing propaganda, presentation is everything. This is coming from ABC. This isn't Fox News putting this out. This isn't Barry Weiss's CBS News. This is ABC, which is owned by Disney. This is actually hoping to present the administration's case as being getting tough on criminals. This is not the usual, oh, Trump is going too far again narrative. And notice, though, that when ABC was talking about ICE agents throwing racial slurs at people, they only talked about Hispanics. That's deliberate.
A newly released video and text appear to show ICE agents using racial slurs against Latinos.
It's meant to draw a clear contrast. When it's Haitians, these are people who overstayed.
So for the Haitian community who was here lawfully, there really just isn't a lot of options.
Documents also show at least 27 people who overstayed their visa were arrested in airports. What do you make of that tactic?
That's the unambiguous message. What's happening with the Haitians isn't racial. What's happening with the Hispanics, however, probably is. This is what I and others have been saying would happen if this day ever came. I and others said for years that if they started cracking down on all of these illegal immigrants, there weren't going to be massive protests in the streets against it. That wasn't going to happen. All those phony bleeding hearts would be nowhere to be seen if this day came. Well, now it's here, and yet again, the black media is right. They're literally hunting these people, gunning down anyone who gets in their way, putting ankle monitors on them like common criminals to make it clear that they are criminals in the eyes of the administration. And where is the massive outpouring of sympathy and support for them? Where's the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in the streets across the country and around the world protesting? They aren't there. In fact, you look at other countries and they're following suit. They're imitating what the Trump administration's doing. And this is even in countries where the right wing nuts are not in charge. The only people you see calling themselves protesting this is the same handful of the same elderly white professional picket marchers, people who have neither the numbers nor the resources for their objections to even matter. Hell, even the homunculus Stephen Miller said it himself. The bad guys in MAGA land know exactly what they're up against. And they also know that without the superior numbers of the FBA community and without our irreplaceable moral legitimacy, whatever little momentum this would-be immigrant movement wants to have will never materialize. This isn't to say that we are better than anyone else, not at all, but it's simply a statement of historical and political fact. Whenever people are trying to push some movement, they always refer to us, even people in other countries. Our fight is well documented and acknowledged all over the world. Ours has been the largest, the longest sustained, and the most influential freedom struggle in the history of the human race. It's why people think of us first for a reason. It's the reason that you had those Somalians calling themselves doing their own poor man's reenactment at the Edmund Pettus Bridge. They didn't decide to do their own march. They tried to find a way to piggyback off of our history. And we know why. These Haitian and Caribbean immigrants who have been spitting in FBA faces and talking about how Caribbean people stick together and how they're so close to one another. Notice how those same blowhards are a million miles away right now. They're not close to the Caribbean people at all times like this. Because this is the reality. The Haitian representatives who set up organizations only for themselves and who did everything they could to distance themselves from foundational Black Americans, they wanted to be an island unto themselves, pun intended. They're now having to rely only on themselves. And these organizations that they set up for themselves have no defense whatsoever. They got no heft. They're being marched over. They don't know what a community is. They only know what an immigrant enclave is. And you can't fight a fight like this with an enclave. When they use the word community, they fail to understand that word actually has a meaning. You have to have a group of people with something in common. And trashing foundational Black Americans, that doesn't qualify you as a community. And I suppose that's the reason that you got Haitians out here who are trying to push the hard-working immigrant spiel.
Many of our businesses are owned and operated by Haitian Americans. And so, it's going to have a tremendous impact overall in the state.
They actually think that's going to matter. And they're confused as to why it's not working. Well, I can understand why they're confused. White power played along with this charade for decades. It let them say that mess and didn't challenge them, didn't punish them for it, did nothing to disabuse them of that illusion. Because for a while, they managed to get some tangible benefits from the dominant society by emphasizing their being immigrants. And I guess they felt like it would never end because it went on for so long. White power gave them benefits for being immigrants. That's why they were so eager to identify by their country of origin or by the country of their parents' origin. Their immigrant status got them some freebies and goodies, so they wanted to make sure the dominant society knew exactly who they are, or rather who they're not. And in the process, they painted a target on themselves, and they let white power know exactly who to go after. You can't talk that hard-working immigrant stuff when Donald Trump makes it where you have no more work authorization. They defended, fueled, and praised the very machine that is now tearing them apart. They're holding rallies, but nobody's showing up. Certainly not all of these proud Haitians who were so eager to dump on FBAs. This is what they mean by that mess about Haitians and Caribbeans look out for each other. These are the fantasies and falsehoods they tell themselves, because that's what they wish would happen. Well, this is the ultimate litmus test. This is a real-time test of whether their rhetoric matches the reality, and we're seeing the result. I heard once that politics is the art of the possible, but it's also the science of the practical. And all that stuff that they were leaning on doesn't work in practice. There's also something else that I've alluded to before, and I feel compelled to mention again. Donald Trump's been talking about more executive orders regarding birthright citizenship. Well, my question is he really serious about that, or is he just going through the motions? I got to bring it up because a serious effort would require some sort of legislation. And neither Trump nor any of his cronies in the Congress has even moved to go in that direction. They haven't even hinted at calling for a constitutional convention in order to amend the Constitution and slam the door shut on birthright citizenship once and for all. Constitutional amendments require 3/4 of the states to agree in order to be ratified. So that means 38 out of 50 states. The states of the Deep South and the Northwest would agree. The Midwestern states would also be brought to agree within time. It's not a slam dunk, but it would be imminently feasible. There's enough support at the state level to pass an amendment to get rid of birthright citizenship, and yet neither Mike Johnson nor John Thune has so much as even whispered about that prospect. The first Trump term was the time to do it, but nothing happened. The first 2 years of his second term should have made that the single most important issue, but instead, Trump decided to focus on solidifying tax breaks for the rich, like himself. And because the orange man and his sons have invested in companies that build AI data centers, well, he's focused on that disproportionately too. And I guess that's why he signed executive orders to block the states from being able to regulate data centers. He and his little brats are making money off of them. This was Trump's priority coming into his second term. He has the House, the Senate, and the Supreme Court that would throw out any lawsuit aimed at blocking legislation from him, and yet he's not doing it. And neither is the Republican Party. This is the politics behind the scenes here. But I think I know why it is that the Republicans are trying to stick to executive orders and attempting to work within existing laws, and they're trying to stay away from pushing for new legislation. You see, unless you're going to go after the employers, the landlords, and the banking institutions who act as the magnets and the infrastructure that attracts and maintains illegal aliens, you're not actually trying to change things, not fundamentally, because that would mean going after and incarcerating white businessmen. And in America, that is the unholy of unholies. That is the actual third rail of American politics. Since at least the 19th century, a number of corporations have used the 14th Amendment in order to argue things such as corporations should be seen as persons in the eyes of the law. It was the 14th Amendment that they misused to actually get that done. When you start talking about curtailing who the 14th Amendment applies to, you're also specifying what it applies to. And that it applies to one thing and one thing only, that means you're undercutting the very legal basis that corporations like the ones Trump owns have used to justify the moves they make, and the arguments that they offer in court as to why regulations and laws shouldn't apply to them. Corporations as people, you've obliterated common sense with that one, but they got away with it and they used the 14th Amendment to do it. To my mind, the fact that these guys talk gung-ho but act gun-shy, that tells me that so much as discussing changing the 14th Amendment makes them nervous. Because when you specify that it only applies to the children of slaves, that means that you've opened the door to saying it doesn't apply to corporations anymore. But that's just me basically giving some of the thoughts that go through my head when I look at what I'm seeing from the administration, what they're doing. Obviously, there's serious people in the administration, people who are serious about this, but they are being restrained by trying to do it in a particular way. The same way the Democrats genuinely want to win elections, but they want to do it in a specific way, in a particular way, one that doesn't interfere with or affect their real interest, which is not their constituents. Just consider that my long-winded way of saying that while it is interesting to see the changes that the Orange Man has brought about, make sure that you don't get carried away. There's all kinds of competing interests going on here that these people are trying to balance. And that explains a lot of what you're seeing and what you're not seeing. And speaking of things that you're not seeing people taking to the streets by the millions to protest this. You see, that's something that the Orange Man could already tell wasn't going to happen. And as soon as it became obvious that foundational Black Americans weren't going to be taking to the ramparts on this one, that showed the Orange Man and that gang of asylum escapees he calls his administration that they were not going to be facing any substantive pushback on this one. A handful of geriatric white people does not an opposition make. And while it doesn't give me any particular pleasure to see what's going on, this isn't about pleasure. It's about practicality and pragmatism. Because foundational Black Americans have no illusions about what America truly is. We understand the racial and political realities of this country. What a shame that after so many decades of reaching out to people and attempting to educate them, we couldn't persuade the Haitians to recognize those realities at all. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Hildman Gallo, Frederica Moore, Willa the Father, Gavin Andrade, and Atu Hammond. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Haitians got a whole day on this.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We're here, we're alive. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, share this video on your social media platforms, and please, 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 please do not forget to do what? Follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out the way, let's get into today's news. Let's get the stream started. You all know what we're doing. We are headed back to California. Why? To drag Gavin Newsom, okay? Because that's what I do best over here. Because I live in California, LA to be exact, and I'm bitter about it. All right? So let's tell a little bit of truth about Newsom and what's going on with him right now, because he's cooked. But before we do that, I want to allow some more people to come into the stream. So if you don't mind, let's all collectively lose a couple of brain cells by listening to Kamala Harris's most recent statement that she made concerning the SAVE Act, okay? So let's lose some brain cells together, and then we're going to get to the meat of the discussion concerning Gavin Newsom. But first, this.
19 states have already passed laws to make it more difficult to vote. Then this president, hey everybody, so they're trying to mess with your ability to vote, just to break it all down. You've got the Supreme Court. They just sealed the deal with this case that just came up recently, the Calais decision, which basically took the power out of the Voting Rights Act, which was designed to protect your right to vote. So you got the Supreme Court doing its thing. Then this president is trying to push this SAVE Act, which basically would require that for people to register to vote, you're going to have proof of who you are through a passport, which a lot of Americans don't have, or a birth certificate. Same point, obstacles to make it difficult for you to register to vote.
This woman's drunk. Okay. This woman is drunk again. In my opinion, I think, I believe, I assume. I'm not saying this as a point of fact. I'm just simply sharing my opinion. And I believe that she's a bit on the intoxicated side, seemingly once again. All right. Once again, she's on the intoxicated side. But with that out of the way, and to think that this is the woman that could possibly be running for president again, with when you look at how down bad the Democrats are, that's completely insane. But let's get into the meat of the discussion now. Okay, let's get to Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom, like I've stated in previous streams, and I'm going to keep reiterating and saying today in today's stream, he's done. Right, like many people, it seemed to be a foregone conclusion that he was going to be the Democrat nominee obviously on the left side of the ticket. But he's struggling so bad in the polling right now. He's collapsing. And it's getting so bad now that he has fully embraced the extreme left socialist wing of the Democrat Party. What do I mean by that? Check this out here. Let me pull this article up for you real quick. We're not going to really read through it too much, but I just want to show you this here. Look at this. So recently, Gavin Newsom confirmed that he'll be sitting down with the radical Democrat Senate hopeful Abdul El Sayed in Michigan. We've discussed him in the past, right? He's one of these DSA lunatics. Establishment Democrats like Gavin Newsom, they only embrace these DSA lunatics when they are in a state of extreme desperation. They never endorse them when they're actually in the middle of their primaries because they don't want to show that they're on the side of the DSA lunatics. But when they win their primaries, in a lot of cases, very reluctantly, they will endorse that candidate. But what's interesting about Gavin Newsom is that he's flying on over to Michigan to meet up with these people, but your state is California. Why are you going on all the way over to Michigan to meet with Abdul El Sayed? Well, because he's kind of the rising star right now, just as how Mamdani was once the rising star, now El Sayed's the rising star. So now you're headed all the way over to Michigan to essentially try to, as the young kids would say, Aurora farm. Right? And how they used to say stealing his clout, right? And if you want to put it more plainly, you're just trying to take some of his momentum and absorb it into your failing campaign, because it is failing and failing miserably. And it's showing by the polls as he keeps falling more and more drastically. And what's even more interesting about this, he's getting laughed out of his own party. I want to play this clip for you here where he talked about going to visit El Sayed. And in this clip here, he referred to himself as an established insurgent. And what he was trying to say here is that I've always been on the far left fringes. I've always been a socialist and about the major change and making change. And obviously in this clip, he's lying, right? Because this is a man that at the top of 2025, remember, he was trying to play the middle. How many of you guys remember this? He started that podcast and he interviewed Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk and was trying to pass himself off as someone who was in the middle, as a moderate, someone who's in the center. Well, that didn't work. So now, since that didn't work, okay, well, now I've always been on the far left. I've always been an established insurgent. And after we play this clip here, where he's lying, right? I'm going to play the next clip on CNN where they discuss this, and they're laughing him out the party. They're saying this guy's a complete moron and nobody believes you. And this is on CNN. They're laughing at him about this. But first, let's start with the clip here from C-SPAN where he's saying essentially, I've always been on the fringes, right? But at the top of 2025, you were a moderate. Oh, okay, man. Enough with the foolishness. Check this out here. I think this notion of rewind it back just a little bit, take it from the top and action.
And I think what's happening is there's just a desire for change. I think this notion of insurgency over incumbency is the real message here. And people just want fighters. They want people with conviction, strength, clarity, people that get it, want to get things done, and they're done with the status quo. And I totally respect that. I've long felt like I've been an established insurgent. I've always had that mindset. I've been in elected office a long time, but I've never been naive about people's desire for change, including my own desire for change.
You are the status quo. You are an establishment Democrat. Now look at this clip here on CNN. You're doing such a horrible job at selling yourself that they're laughing you out the building.
When I saw that, I was just like, wow, this guy, Gavin Newsom, was a 2-term San Francisco mayor, a 2-term lieutenant governor, and now a 2-term governor of California. Tough to call him an insurgent, right? And yet, I think it's so instructive. When I saw it, it was so telling. Here's somebody who has said he is, very much publicly considering a run for president in 2028. And where he sees the energy in his party is clear. He sees it in this insurgent, anti-establishment energy in the party. He wants to use, he had the whole fight with Trump last year on redistricting, and he was successful in that and getting that ballot measure passed last year. He wants to use that to translate, hey, I'm a fighter. I'm part of that side of the party. I'm not the establishment, despite his very long resume showing just how establishment he is.
You're saying basically the idea that he's an insurgent is a questionable claim.
Yes,
to say
or
that.
as he said, an established insurgent.
An established insurgent.
He's getting laughed out of the building, laughed out of his own party. This is not a party that has his back when they're doing this live on air. All right. Because once again, your campaign is failing before it even begins. This is atrocious. And you even have my man, Steve Hilton, who, fingers crossed, it's going to be an uphill climb. I'm definitely going to be voting for him. He is running for governor here in California. Even he's coming out here and slamming Gavin Newsom for being just an atrocious hypocrite. Look at this here. So once again, he's getting slammed on all sides, not just by those on the right, like a Steve Hilton, but as you just saw, by those in his own party, those who are supposed to be on his side. Look at this here from Hilton. Check this out. Disgusting. He's in power for over 2 decades, all right? Over 2 decades, Newsom has been in power, in which he and his Democrat policies ruined California. Rampant homelessness, high-speed rail incompetence, highest poverty, and unemployment rate in America. The status quo is your status quo, Gavin Newsom, and it's a disaster. Once again, you are the status quo. You are the establishment. But you're trying to paint yourself as being something other than that when, once again, at the top of last year, you were in the center interviewing Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon. Okay? But now, all of a sudden, you're anti-establishment. Before we get into how disastrous his polling is, can we take a look at Gavin Newsom's track record very quickly? Can we take a look at what Steve Hilton was actually talking about? Look at this here. Atrocious. Atrocious. Let me full screen it for you so you can see it better. This is completely absurd. And this is the foolishness that I have to live under as I'm being held captive in California right now. Look at this here. Look at this. We are number one in any and everything that is negative in the country. Number one in homelessness. Number one in gas prices. Highest taxes, number one. Number one in unemployment. Number one in poverty. The only thing that we're number two in is electricity rates. All right. We're number two in that. And as somebody, once again, who I'm very modest. I tell you guys all the time, I don't get up here on the internet and pretend like I'm something more than what I am. All right. I live in an itty bitty small 1-bedroom. All right. And I drive a car that looks like it's been 1,001 accidents. What's my point? My point is this. Concerning the electricity rates and my little itty bitty 1-bedroom, all right, here in California, Los Angeles to be exact. I went to LADWP, right, to check what my electricity bill is, right? My next bill that's due on the 26th of this month is $223 for what? I cannot tell you. I can't tell you. I couldn't tell you why. But that's how much it is. $223 for my little itty bitty 1 bedroom. That is crazy. That is insanity. And I'm terrified to see what the next electricity bill is going to look like, because all of July and so far this month, we've been running the AC in the house. So it's going to be like double. It's going to be like $500, which is crazy. But that's just a snapshot of how horribly ran California is. And once again, this is the guy that wants to be president. But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen at this point. Once again, he's cooked. Let's get into the actual polling, okay? And yes, we're getting LADWP is robbing everyone and everybody in LA. They're robbing us blind out here. The LADWP is robbing us blind. All right. And shout out to my man DSB. I appreciate you for coming through. 37 months of service as a channel member. Thank you so much, DSB. This is Shalom TD, my warrior brother. I'm trying to stay strong out here in California, DSB. I'm trying to stay strong as I'm being held captive. One day I shall escape. One day I will escape. That time, unfortunately, is just not right now. All right. But look at this here. Let's get into some of this disastrous polling for Gavin. Let me pull this down and pull some of this polling information up. As while I'm doing that, please hit the like button if you haven't already. I would truly and deeply appreciate it. Look at this here. All right. Look at this here. Pete Buttigieg, AOC, and John Ossoff. Who is John Ossoff? Poll ahead of Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris for White House run. And the who is John Ossoff is a really important part of this discussion. And I'll tell you why in a moment. Okay? But Newsom, he's just falling apart. Check this out. 3 Democrat heavyweights are now polling ahead of both California Governor Newsom and former Vice President Kamala Harris in an increasingly crowded race for the party's 2028 presidential nomination, according to a new survey. A hypothetical Democratic primary poll conducted by the Public Sentiment Institute between July 25th and July 29th among Michigan voters found former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg leading the pack with 24.2% of the support. This is not the first poll that shows Pete Buttigieg leading the pack. More and more polls are showing Pete Buttigieg leading the way. Okay? Georgia Senator John Ossoff followed at 13.9% in number 2, while Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was in third place with 10% of the vote. And then trailing behind is Gavin Newsom with 10% and Kamala Harris at fifth with 5%, right? But the thing that's the most interesting, because once again, there's a lot of polls that's coming out now that's showing Pete Buttigieg is number 1, like this one here. Newsom is never leading. All this time that we've been talking about Newsom, not only has he never been leading, it was always Kamala Harris, but now other people are surpassing. Every time these polls come out, he's being surpassed by somebody else, where he's in second place, third place, if not sliding down even further. In the last poll you saw, what was he in? 4th place. And now you see here in this one over here, look at this. A new Emerson College polling survey showed Georgia Senator John Ossoff polling in a tie for 3rd place for the 2028 Democratic presidential nomination on his first addition to the ballot test. Okay? This guy right here is creeping up on Gavin Newsom quickly. And the first poll we saw, he was leading. In this poll here, he's rising up and in 3rd place behind Newsom, because Pete Buttigieg is number 1 in this poll. As you can see here, former Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg led the poll with 19%, followed by Gavin Newsom and Ossoff. But guys like Ossoff are what you would call dark horse candidates that will most likely be the ones moving forward. Him, Mark Kelly, those who are, for the most part, relatively unknown to the masses, right? Because people like NEWSOM and AOC, they just have too much baggage. Staying on NEWSOM, in between his wife and the nonprofit, taking all these taxpayer fund and behested payments from corporations that were solicited by Gavin Newsom, and then you see these corporations then get contracts with the state, and then she's being investigated. You know, you have all his scandals concerning, him sleeping with his best friend's wife. And then in that same time period, he was running around with a 19-year-old, but he's 39 years old, all right? But she's still a teen. And I keep telling you guys, he's going to get swalwelled in between 2005 and I want to say 2008. Newsom was in these streets, okay? He was messing with any and everyone, female that is, maybe others too, that would mess with him. Mind you, at that time, his nickname was Mayor McHottie. That was an actual nickname as a San Francisco mayor. And he was exploiting that and taking advantage of that. He was taking advantage of that. And I'm telling you guys, the closer we get to the Democrat primary, all of a sudden, more women are going to start coming out against him. He will get swallowed. Mark my words. But the point is that the man has too much baggage, right? And when you have a record as atrocious as his in California, going back to this, it's going to take one of those dark horse candidates like a Mark Kelly or John Ossoff that people really don't know, but their resume on paper looks good. When you're comparing Mark Kelly's resume, once again, to this here from Gavin Newsom, yeah, Newsom is cooked. And he knows he's cooked. That's why he's running to the Socialists for help, because that's what they all do as a last-ditch effort, whether reluctantly or to simply keep their campaign alive. And that's what's happening with Newsom here. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to this channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next stream, peace and have a great afternoon.
Right now, based on the 2025 HUD point in time count, an estimated 1 million Americans are sleeping on the streets, in vehicles, or in temporary shelters. Elected officials point to this fractional 3.3% decrease in homelessness, framing it as a hard-won policy victory. But zooming out on the timeline reveals a structural failure. This dip masks a compounding 27% absolute increase in total homelessness since 2013. When viewed over a full decade, the system is not healing itself. To claim a 3% drop as a victory when the foundational baseline has permanently shifted upward by over a quarter is a statistical sleight of hand. It is like celebrating a leaky concrete dam, spilling slightly less water while the reservoir pressure behind it compounds to a critical high. Mainstream political narratives want the public to believe this pressure comes entirely from individual addiction or psychiatric distress. The mathematical reality points to a different culprit. We are watching a systemic economic fracture. It is quietly and aggressively pushing the working class into the margins through decades of localized supply-side sabotage. By focusing entirely on short-term political victories, the establishment masks the reality that the American housing collapse is an engineered, long-term mathematical certainty. To avoid addressing the underlying economic math, policymakers rely heavily on a highly curated caricature. They focus public attention on the visible extremes on downtown sidewalks, a strategy that shifts the blame entirely away from the housing market and squarely onto individual behavior. The 2025 comprehensive data shatters that stereotype. Homelessness among single individuals reached a record high of over 515,000 people. Within the age brackets, a severe demographic shift is actively underway. While short-term family displacement decreased, homelessness among the 55 and older fixed income demographic increased by 2%. The crisis is consuming the structurally employed. Grandparents relying on Social Security and full-time warehouse workers forced to sleep in passenger sedans are the invisible new faces of the emergency. Service industry professionals floating between extended stay motels are part of this exact same symptom, the active cannibalization of the middle class. Displacement is driven by severe rent burden. When 50% of a working class paycheck is swallowed by shelter, the financial margin of error permanently drops to zero. One grocery inflation spike, car failure, or medical emergency snaps the gauge, triggering immediate eviction. There is no budgeting strategy that can save a household when the cost of basic shelter outpaces the median wage. Eviction under these conditions is a rigid mathematical certainty. If the current societal support system were functioning correctly, the most vulnerable, profoundly disabled citizens would be the first to find long-term stability. The exact opposite is happening on American streets. The highly publicized 11% reduction in short-term family poverty sits in stark contrast to the reality of chronic displacement. In this policy triage funnel, chronic homelessness, long-term displacement compounded by disability, surges outside the system to a historic 155,750 individuals. Policymakers triage easiest short-term cases with vouchers to artificially inflate success metrics, bypassing the hardest cases entirely. The most complex populations are left to languish indefinitely, completely insulated from the billions of taxpayer dollars allegedly spent to save them. Pushing past the humanitarian tragedy reveals a macro-level fiscal destruction playing out at the local municipal level. This continuous fiscal feedback loop charts municipal spending. Repetitive emergency room visits, law enforcement deployments, and sanitation operations unsustainably drain city coffers. Millions meant for infrastructure are vaporized just to manage encampments, causing commercial businesses to flee and tax revenues to plummet. Continuously treating the late-stage symptoms of a housing failure rather than curing the root cause of unaffordability creates an economic death spiral, guaranteeing total municipal insolvency. To understand why this continues, we have to look at the paralyzing status quo maintained by the political establishment. Both sides of the aisle are trapped in an expensive loop of managing visual optics rather than actually curing the disease. Recent Supreme Court-backed laws aggressively prioritize the criminalization of encampments. This localized approach simply shuffles human beings across jurisdiction lines, pushing the unhoused out of sight to satisfy frustrated taxpayers. Conversely, the housing-first model is continually suffocated by bureaucratic red tape. It fails entirely to scale against the sheer overwhelming volume of displaced citizens entering the system daily. Both approaches ignore the overarching culprit that local governments desperately want buried: regulatory capture and the deliberate suppression of housing supply. On this standard municipal zoning map, wealthy neighborhood associations weaponize zoning laws to severely restrict high-density housing. Capping the number of homes manufactures permanent scarcity to artificially inflate property values. Blocking apartments saws off the housing ladder's bottom rung, mathematically forcing the working class out. The extreme wealth generated by American real estate over the last 40 years was directly subsidized by the engineered displacement of the working class. The objective resolution to this crisis is a mathematical reality that no current politician wants to acknowledge. The only viable escape route requires a brutal rewrite of the entire American housing market. This model projects two structural pillars. First, aggressive state intervention to forcibly strip local zoning monopolies, mandating the mass development of high-density units. Second, completely decoupling housing policy from the heavily funded psychiatric and medical infrastructure required for the chronically unhoused. The basic housing shortage and the severe chronic care crisis are two entirely separate emergencies. They demand distinct, separate structural frameworks. Executing this dual-pronged solution means actively dismantling all the artificial, government-protected wealth generated by the current housing market. It requires telling the most powerful, reliable voting demographic in the country that their inflated property values can no longer be protected by enforced scarcity. Doing this is viewed as political suicide, so the paralysis continues and the human cost is paid on the pavement. Until leaders are willing to brave the political fatality of disrupting the financial status quo, the structural roots of the emergency will remain untouched, and the math guarantees the system will continue to collapse. This chart tracks a decade of federal homelessness funding on the left axis and the total unhoused population on the right. Both metrics are trending upward in near-perfect synchronization. This growth occurs because the capital deployed to address the crisis has become decoupled from the goal of ending it. Billions of dollars are being used to subsidize an ecosystem that manages the problem rather than resolving it. Displacement in America has become the primary byproduct of a highly profitable shadow economy, a system where the persistence of the crisis is more lucrative than its cure. This machine operates with high efficiency. It converts institutional capital into engineered human outputs. The process begins with the monopolization of the residential housing supply, turning the basic need for shelter into a speculative asset. The internal mechanics utilize algorithmic evictions and a multi-billion-dollar maintenance industry to capture and recirculate federal subsidies. Resolving the crisis requires addressing the institutional forces engineering it. Until the financial incentives for displacement are removed, the streets will continue to fill. Institutional capital is currently absorbing the American housing market at a scale that leaves individual buyers unable to compete. This is the financialization of shelter. Residential housing is no longer a community foundation. It is a high-yield asset class traded by private equity firms seeking predictable long-term returns. In the multifamily sector, the scale of this takeover is massive. Institutional investors now own an estimated 62. By acquiring massive swaths of the residential supply, corporate landlords establish a monopolistic control that allows them to dictate the baseline cost of survival. This supply control traps a generation in a permanent renting cycle where housing costs are detached from local wages and tied instead to institutional profit targets. When shelter is monopolized, the cost of entry is mathematically pushed beyond the reach of the most vulnerable, ensuring a steady rate of forced displacement. Displacement is no longer a localized event handled by individual property owners. It has been automated through algorithmic management. The traditional dynamic of a tenant negotiating with a landlord has been replaced by a rigid, data-driven optimization process that prioritizes yield over occupancy. Corporate landlords use algorithmic pricing software to aggregate neighborhood data, enabling rent collusion that pushes prices to the maximum threshold. When multifamily units are managed by these algorithms, the probability of eviction spikes increases by 30% over a 6-year period. Once a tenant falls behind these automated price hikes, the legal removal process is optimized for speed. It is a streamlined industrial-scale eviction pipeline. This mechanism systematically strips capital from struggling families, transferring it into corporate margins while removing the human friction that once prevented mass displacement. Algorithmic eviction ensures that the flow of newly displaced citizens onto the pavement is mathematically predictable and legally efficient. As the unhoused population grows, the federal government responds with record-breaking capital allocations. For 2026, HUD's homeless assistance funding grew to over $4.4 billion, the highest level of spending in the agency's history. The $4.4 billion is immediately absorbed by surging fair market rents and the high administrative costs of temporary management. Federal subsidies now barely cover the status quo, and no significant capital reaches the production of permanent low-income housing. Instead, the money supports the shelter industrial complex, an ecosystem of temporary facilities that rely on a constant unhoused population to secure their annual budgets. This creates a perverse incentive structure. The organizations funded to manage the crisis have a financial reliance on the crisis continuing at its current scale. A multi-billion-dollar maintenance economy has no financial motivation to permanently house a demographic that secures its annual operating capital. While federal capital maintains the shelters, local governments have shifted toward a strategy of street-level criminalization. The 2024 Supreme Court decision in Johnson-Filed Grants Pass gave cities authority to arrest and fine people sleeping outside even without available shelter beds. In response, over 350 cities and 14 states moved rapidly to pass local ordinances criminalizing the act of being unhoused in public. This strategy prioritizes forced disappearance over permanent solutions. Politicians deploy bulldozers to clear encampments, satisfying taxpayer demands for optics without addressing the underlying economic deficit. The legal trap begins with an unpaid citation. A person sleeping on a park bench is hit with a fine they cannot pay. That unpaid fine triggers a bench warrant leading directly to arrest and incarceration. This process transfers the public tax burden from urban housing development into the prison industrial complex, where the unhoused become a source of state-subsidized revenue. Once an individual has a criminal record for trespassing or public camping, they face the final stage of the pipeline. Corporate landlords legally use these background checks to deny future rental applications. The criminal record created by their displacement ensures they can never secure a home again. The loop is now closed. The legal and economic system is built to make a displaced individual's return to society a practical impossibility. When these disparate nodes are mapped together, they reveal a self-reinforcing cycle: real estate investment, algorithmic eviction, and the legal criminalization of the poor work in concert to protect and grow institutional capital. Ending this cycle requires structural economic disruption. We must dismantle the incentives that make homelessness profitable. First, the federal government must enforce aggressive antitrust laws against algorithmic rent collusion software to break corporate control over pricing. Second, federal legislation must tax or ban large-scale private equity firms from purchasing single-family homes, forcing properties back onto the market. Finally, federal funding must be tied strictly to permanent low-income units, ending dependency on temporary shelter management. Curing homelessness requires a direct war against the financial incentives of institutional capital, a conflict that modern politicians are currently too compromised to initiate.
Something has been shifting across the American homeless population over the past 18 months that the mainstream news has not adequately reported, that municipal governments in major cities have quietly noticed in their own statistics, and that the population making the change has been executing without any coordinated announcement or public discussion. Homeless Americans, and particularly the working homeless who live in vehicles, have started leaving major American cities for small towns in numbers that the community itself has documented on private forums, but that no coordinated research body has yet formally compiled. The departure is not being driven by any single event. It is being driven by the accumulated conclusion, reached independently by thousands of individual households, that the small town environment now offers a materially better set of conditions for survival than the urban environment the community used to concentrate in. The migration has been quiet because the population making it has no interest in publicizing the destinations they are moving to. Small towns that receive too much attention from mainstream media tend to respond with the exact enforcement patterns the migrants are trying to escape. Word-of-mouth networks within the community distribute location information carefully, with veteran migrants vetting newer arrivals before sharing the towns that are currently workable. And the small-town governments themselves have mostly chosen not to publicly acknowledge the arrivals, because doing so would trigger the residential complaints and enforcement pressure that would end the specific arrangements that have made the migration possible in the first place. This video is about the 9 underlying factors driving the migration. Each one is documented in community reports, in the direct testimony of van lifers who have made the move themselves, and in the observable pattern of where the population is concentrating in 2026 versus where it concentrated 3 years ago. None of these factors are speculation. All of them are grounded in what the community has been experiencing on the ground. And by the end of this video, you will understand what makes the small town environment work for the population that has been leaving cities, why the migration has been kept quiet, and what the aggregate pattern means for the American housing crisis that produced the population in the first place. Before we begin, one thing is worth naming directly. The first 8 reasons on this list are the ones most people can guess if they think carefully about the differences between urban and rural life in America. Those 8 are the ones you would probably arrive at yourself if given time. But the 9th reason, which is actually reason number 1 in importance, is the one that has genuinely transformed the migration from a slow trickle into the accelerating flow the community is now tracking. If you make it to the end of this video, you will understand what that reason is, why the community treats it as the single largest driver, and what makes the current moment different from anything the van life community has been through before. I recommend watching to the end. The pattern is real, the reasoning is grounded, and the destinations are workable right now in ways they may not remain in 2027. Now, the 9th factor is the slower pace of small town life, which produces measurable safety advantages for the van life population that used to concentrate in urban areas. The pattern of nighttime crime in small towns follows a different curve than in cities. Fewer late-night pedestrian encounters, fewer coordinated criminal networks targeting isolated vehicles, fewer of the unpredictable incidents that van lifers in urban areas learn to expect. The pace itself provides a form of protection that no amount of hardware, no locked doors, and no defensive posture can replicate. A van lifer sleeping in the parking lot of a small-town grocery store is operating in an environment where the base rate of hostile encounters is genuinely lower than what the same van lifer would face in the parking lot of an urban grocery chain. The community has documented this difference through direct experience, and the migration to small towns reflects the aggregate conclusion that the safety trade-off favors relocation. The safety advantage extends into the daytime as well, in ways that are worth naming because they compound with the nighttime advantage. Small towns produce a walking environment where the van lifer can leave their vehicle briefly without the constant vigilance that urban parking requires. Errands can be completed without needing to plan an entire security protocol around the vehicle. Interactions with residents tend to follow the older patterns of small-town courtesy rather than the tense anonymity of urban public space. Local law enforcement, when it does become aware of the van lifer's presence, tends to make contact through the mechanism of personal introduction, rather than through the enforcement-first posture that urban departments increasingly adopt. Every one of these differences reduces the ambient stress load the van lifer carries through the day, and the reduced stress translates into better sleep, better decision-making, and better overall functioning that supports every other aspect of the lifestyle. Now, the 8th factor is the reduced surveillance infrastructure that small towns operate under compared to major American cities. Urban areas have expanded their surveillance infrastructure substantially over the past decade, with license plate readers at intersections, camera networks along commercial corridors, and coordinated data sharing agreements between municipal law enforcement and neighboring jurisdictions. Small towns have not made comparable investments. The camera networks are limited to a handful of key intersections. License plate readers, where they exist at all, cover only the main highway approaches. The data sharing infrastructure that allows urban police to track a vehicle across an entire metropolitan area does not exist in most rural counties. A van lifer who moves from Los Angeles to a small town in eastern Nevada is trading an environment of near continuous surveillance for one where their vehicle movements are effectively invisible to the enforcement apparatus. The community has recognized this asymmetry and used it deliberately. Now, the 7th factor is the small town church network that provides tangible support to the van life population in ways the urban version of the same institution no longer does. Rural American churches, particularly in the specific regions that receive van lifer migration, have maintained the informal charity networks that used to operate more broadly across the country. Food pantries, occasional overnight parking permission, community meals that welcome anyone regardless of address, referrals to local employers who are willing to hire without stringent background checks. The urban version of these networks has largely been closed off by the pressure of scale, the professionalization of homeless services, and the specific concerns of urban congregation members who no longer support the informal arrangements their predecessors did. Rural churches have retained the older model, and the van life population that migrates to small towns benefits from the retention. The pattern of church-based support is worth describing in more detail, because it captures a form of assistance the urban ecosystem no longer offers at any scale. A rural Methodist church in a town of 2,000 residents may operate a Wednesday evening community dinner that serves 70 to 100 people per week, at no cost to attendees, with no address verification, no application process, and no expectation that attendees justify their presence. The dinner is not framed as a homeless services program. It is framed as a community meal, and the van life population that attends it is treated as neighbors rather than as clients. The same church may have an informal understanding with the van lifer that overnight parking behind the building is acceptable during severe weather, or that the community shower in the church basement is available to anyone who needs it. None of these arrangements are advertised. None of them appear in any published homeless services directory. And all of them function because the church and the community have retained the older mechanism of personal generosity that urban institutions have largely abandoned. Now, the sixth factor is the availability of cheaper housing options for van lifers who eventually decide to exit the lifestyle. The specific cost differential between urban and small-town rentals is substantial enough that a van lifer who accumulates even modest savings during the vehicle dwelling phase can afford a small-town rental that would be unattainable in the metropolitan area they left. A one-bedroom apartment in rural Wyoming, Montana, or Eastern Oregon can be secured for $600 to $900 per month, compared to the $2,000 or more that the equivalent apartment costs in major coastal cities. The differential means that the exit path from van life, which has become nearly impossible in urban markets, remains available in small-town markets. Van lifers who migrate to small towns preserve the option to exit the lifestyle later. Van lifers who remain in cities lose that option, as the urban housing market continues to inflate beyond the ability of the working homeless population to re-enter. Now, the fifth factor is the labor shortage in rural American economies that has produced hiring conditions favorable to van lifers looking for work. Rural employers in agriculture, food processing, hospitality, and construction have been unable to fill positions at the wages they can afford to pay. The labor shortage has produced a specific relaxation of the hiring criteria that urban employers still apply, including address verification, background checks, and the specific expectations about stable employment history that exclude van lifers from most urban jobs. A van lifer arriving in rural Montana looking for seasonal work in a hospitality operation, agricultural harvest, or small construction crew is likely to be hired on the basis of demonstrated competence rather than administrative screening. The urban labor market has continued to tighten its screens even as the labor market has loosened. The rural market has moved in the opposite direction, and the van life population has responded to the divergence by migrating to the labor markets that will actually hire them. The math on rural wages relative to rural cost of living is worth examining, because it reverses the assumption most people carry from urban labor markets. Rural hospitality work at $14 or $15 an hour, which sounds inadequate relative to urban wages, actually produces disposable income for a van lifer whose fixed costs are dramatically lower than what an urban worker faces. A rural hospitality worker earning $1,800 a month, paying nothing for rent because they sleep in their vehicle at BLM sites, spending under $200 a month on gasoline in a low-cost fuel market, and accessing the small-town cost structure for groceries and services, ends up with more disposable income than an urban worker earning twice as much wage but paying urban rents. The community has been running this math on the forums where the migration is discussed, and the results have been consistent enough that they now function as a recruiting mechanism drawing more van lifers toward the migration. Now, the fourth factor is the tolerance of small-town communities for the van life population once individual migrants have established themselves in a way the community accepts. Small towns operate on the mechanism of personal recognition. A van lifer who becomes known in a small town who spends money at local businesses, who behaves in ways the community respects, and who does not draw negative attention from residents or law enforcement, can operate in that town for extended periods without triggering the enforcement responses that would be automatic in a major city. The mechanism of tolerance is not documented in any ordinance. It is not the result of any progressive policy. It is a function of the specific way small communities process new arrivals. Once the community recognizes a van lifer as a known entity, the same behaviors that would produce citations in urban environments produce only the mild social awareness of somebody who is present in the community. The migration exploits this mechanism, and the community has learned to work within it deliberately. Now, the third factor is the reduced cost of living in small-town American economies compared to the urban areas the population has been leaving. The cost differential extends across almost every category of expense the van life population manages. Gasoline is cheaper. Groceries at rural supermarkets cost less than at their urban equivalents. Laundromats charge lower rates. Mechanic services, when they are needed, are priced for the local economy rather than for the tourist and commuter economies that inflate urban service costs. The aggregate cost differential can amount to several $100s per month for a van lifer who fully takes advantage of the local pricing structure, and those savings represent a substantial improvement in the financial position of a population operating on very thin margins. The migration to small towns is, in a partly financial sense, a rational response to the cost differential the van life population has been carrying in urban markets. Now, the second factor is the proximity to the Bureau of Land Management dispersed camping infrastructure that small towns in western states offer relative to the urban areas the population has been leaving. A van lifer based in a small town in Nevada, Utah, Arizona, or Eastern Oregon has access to millions of acres of federal public land within a short driving radius, including thousands of dispersed camping sites where overnight parking is legal, free, and outside the anti-camping ordinances that have made urban parking dangerous. The urban van lifer, by contrast, is typically hours from the nearest federal dispersed camping and often blocked by the cost of the drive from making regular use of it. The migration to small towns brings the van life population into physical proximity with the free camping infrastructure that has always been part of the community's overall strategy, but that has been increasingly difficult to access from urban bases. Small town relocation makes the BLM infrastructure practically available in a way urban residents does not. The geographic math is worth understanding. A van lifer based in downtown Los Angeles is at least 90 minutes of driving from the nearest usable BLM dispersed camping, which means a round trip to a free camping site consumes most of a day, several gallons of gasoline, and enough time that the trip is only worth executing when the van lifer plans to stay for the full 14-day duration limit. A van lifer based in a small town in eastern Nevada is often within 15 minutes of workable BLM land, which means the van lifer can move between the town base and the dispersed camping site as regularly as circumstances require, without the specific cost and time overhead the urban location imposes. That single geographic difference transforms the practical availability of the entire BLM system. The community has recognized the transformation and used it deliberately in structuring the migration destinations. Now, the first factor, the strongest driver of the entire migration pattern, is the reduced anti-camping enforcement that small towns operate under compared to the coordinated urban enforcement waves that have followed the Grants Pass versus Johnson Supreme Court decision in 2024. Small-town police forces do not have the personnel to conduct the nightly sweeps that urban departments in cities like Portland, Los Angeles, and Denver have implemented over the past 2 years. Small-town municipal governments have not passed the anti-camping ordinances that 47 major American cities have adopted since the Grants Pass ruling. And small-town enforcement culture has historically operated on the mechanism of personal familiarity rather than systematic sweep patterns. The van lifer in a small town is not being awakened at 3 a.m. by an officer enforcing an ordinance the town does not have. The van lifer is not being tracked through a database that shares information with adjacent jurisdictions. The Enforcement environment that made urban van life functionally impossible over the past 2 years does not exist in most small towns, and the migration reflects the community's collective response to the difference. The gap between urban and rural enforcement is worth examining directly because it captures why the migration has accelerated so rapidly since the Grants Pass ruling took effect. An urban police department operating a force of 2,000 officers can dedicate an entire unit to overnight parking enforcement. That unit can execute coordinated sweeps across multiple neighborhoods every night. It can process citations through a shared database that links to the tow contractors, the impound facilities, and the collections agencies that turn a single overnight incident into a compounding financial catastrophe for the van lifer receiving it. A small-town police department operating with 6 officers total does not have the personnel to implement any of that. Overnight parking enforcement in most rural towns depends on individual complaints from residents, which the community has learned to avoid triggering by parking discreetly, moving regularly, and maintaining the low visibility that keeps their presence out of the complaint mechanism. The enforcement gap is not an accident. It is the structural difference between an urban police apparatus built for scale and a rural one built for personal familiarity, and the migration is a rational response to the difference. Now put those 9 factors together and you have the reasoning behind the migration pattern. The community has been executing quietly since the Grants Pass, ruling accelerated urban enforcement. Reduced anti-camping enforcement, proximity to BLM camping infrastructure, lower cost of living, small town tolerance mechanisms, rural labor market openness, cheaper exit housing, rural church networks, reduced surveillance infrastructure, slower nighttime crime patterns. Every one of these factors on its own would justify a partial migration. In combination, they produce the aggregate pattern that a growing portion of the American working homeless population has been executing over the past 18 months. The community has been running the math. The math favors the small towns. And the migration reflects the aggregate outcome of thousands of individual households reaching the same conclusion at roughly the same time. Now, the reason none of this has been publicly reported is that reporting it would collapse the mechanism that makes the migration possible. Small town tolerance is durable only as long as the specific towns receiving migration remain below the threshold of visibility that triggers residential complaints, media attention, and coordinated enforcement pressure. Publishing the names of the towns receiving the largest migration flows would produce the exact enforcement response that the migrants are trying to escape. Community networks have therefore chosen to communicate destination information carefully through vetted personal contacts rather than through public channels. The mainstream news does not have access to the community networks. Municipal governments in the receiving towns have not publicized the arrivals, and the aggregate pattern has therefore been executed in a public silence that reflects the deliberate choice of the community to protect the mechanism it depends on. Meanwhile, this country continues to spend tens of billions of dollars per year on defense budgets, corporate tax cuts, stadium subsidies, and foreign military aid, while the federal agencies responsible for housing policy, homelessness response, and rural economic development have failed to produce any coordinated response to a migration pattern that redistributes a substantial portion of the American working homeless population from urban to rural areas. Rural counties absorbing the migration are receiving no additional federal support to accommodate the arrivals. Urban counties losing the migration are receiving no federal acknowledgement that their enforcement policies have produced the departure. And the aggregate policy environment continues to treat the van life population as if it were a static feature of urban homelessness, rather than a mobile population that has been executing a substantial demographic redistribution across the American landscape. The policy failure worth naming is that the redistribution has been happening without any coordinated response at any level of government. Rural school districts absorbing children from vehicle-dwelling families are managing the transition on their own budgets. Rural hospitals treating uninsured migrants are absorbing the costs without any offsetting federal reimbursement. Rural social services offices are processing intake for populations they did not previously serve, with staff levels that were set before the migration accelerated. And the receiving communities are handling the demographic shift without any of the federal coordination that would normally accompany a population movement of this scale. The migration is real, the effects are measurable, and the institutional response that would ordinarily be triggered has not been triggered because the migration has been kept off the mainstream policy radar by the community's deliberate choice to keep it quiet. The van lifer sleeping tonight in a Ford Transit parked outside a small-town grocery store in eastern Oregon, having left Portland 6 months ago after receiving too many anti-camping citations to continue functioning in the city, is not a symbol of failure. That person is the leading edge of the migration that has been redistributing the American working homeless population from cities to small towns for 18 months. The migration is real, the reasoning is grounded, and the aggregate pattern reflects the collective decision of a community that has calculated the trade-offs and concluded that the small town environment offers materially better conditions than the urban environment the mainstream sources continue to describe as the concentration point of American homelessness. If this reached you tonight, subscribe. Share it with anybody you know who is currently in an urban van life arrangement that has become unworkable, currently considering the migration but hesitating without adequate information, or currently making housing decisions without understanding the aggregate pattern the community has been quietly executing. The migration is happening, the destinations are workable, and the community that has already made the move is generally willing to help newer arrivals navigate the transition, provided the newer arrivals approach the receiving towns with the discretion the community has learned to require. The urban environment is closing. The small town environment remains open, and the window on the workable rural destinations will close eventually if the migration reaches the visibility threshold that triggers the enforcement response the community has been trying to escape.
Good evening, I'm Mike Ullman. A showdown over homelessness funding playing out in Los Angeles today. Federal officials toured the Dream Center, praising its work to help get people off the streets. They also criticized other organizations, accusing them of wasting taxpayer money. KTLA's Lindsay Pena joins us live from Echo Park with more. Lindsay?
Yeah, Micah, you mentioned it. The HUD secretary and HHS secretary in town today taking an extended tour of the Dream Center here in Echo Park. They say they want to give more funding to organizations like this while also holding others more accountable. Housing and Urban Development Secretary Todd Turner holding up what he says is being given to LA's drug-addicted homeless population.
This is not a continuum of care that I'm looking for. This is drug paraphernalia.
Turner was joined by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at a news conference Tuesday, vowing to crack down on what they say is widespread waste, fraud, corruption, and abuse of taxpayer dollars that is, quote, expanding the drug-fueled homeless industrial complex instead of delivering real results, end quote. The HUD secretary specifically mentioning LAHSA, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority.
We all work hard for the money that God bless us with through our jobs. And my job is to steward well over that money. And LAHSA has not been faithful stewards over American taxpayer dollars, and there's corruption, and so we have to end that.
While HUD is seeking to suspend funding to LAHSA, the authority has responded by filing suit against the Trump administration. LAHSA says its legal action seeks to prevent any interruption of the federal resources that currently support housing and services for more than 11,000 people across Los Angeles County. In response to today's allegations, LAHSA issuing a statement reading in part, the Trump administration's characterization of LAHSA in the media is not based on fact, as numerous audits have shown no evidence of abuse or graft has ever been presented. The secretary is making their announcement at Echo Park's Dream Center, a faith-based nonprofit aimed at helping the homeless and those dealing with addiction.
And this entire administration will continue to follow the money, demand proof, and hold actors accountable. We will also continue to reward and recognize faith-based programs like this one that are doing such a good job at managing our money in ways that are effective.
Now, again, the legal battle between LAHSA and HUD still playing out in the court system. A judge expected to make a ruling on LAHSA's lawsuit soon. Reporting live here in Echo Park, Lindsay Pena, KTLA 5 News.
The Trump administration came to Los Angeles today with a blunt message. The federal government is done paying for what they call LA's homeless industrial complex.
Housing and Urban Development Secretary Scott Turner and Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. renewed their push to cut off federal funding to the region's top homeless agency, accusing it of waste and corruption. CBS LA's Gio Insignaris is in Echo Park to break down the claims. Gio.
Rutabaga, Pat, good evening to you both. That's right. We are at the Dream Center here in Echo Park, an organization that both secretaries held up as a model for what they consider proper homeless spending and the money used to help those who are struggling with homelessness. Both of them argued that any taxpayer money should be tied to measurable results and that any organization receiving federal funding should be held accountable for how those dollars are spent. But that message is meeting some resistance from a federal judge and from the organization that they are trying to defund. At the Dream Center, a faith-based organization that takes people off the street and into recovery, two Trump cabinet secretaries put taxpayer-funded homelessness programs in LA on notice, including the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, also known as LAHSA.
They will not receive another cent of American taxpayer money until they can account for every single dollar.
Housing Secretary Scott Turner says the agency has spent hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars with little accountability and zero results, arguing that California's failed policies have ignited a, quote, drug-fueled homelessness crisis.
The days of funding corrupt failure are over. The Trump administration will not fund a homeless industrial complex any longer.
Back in June, LAHSA filed a lawsuit against the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development after it moved to suspend critical federal homelessness funding for the Los Angeles region, a fight today's announcement only escalated. The secretaries say the fix is to stop writing blank checks and steer the money to results and to faith-based programs like the Dream Center.
We don't minister just to people's need, we minister to people's potential.
Compassion requires us to ask whether a program works, whether money reaches the people who need it, and whether those people are becoming healthier, safer, and more independent.
But the message from the podium runs right into the courts. Just last Friday, a federal judge struck down the Trump administration's plan to overhaul more than $4 billion in homeless funding nationwide. It's the second time this year a judge has blocked the effort. And here in LA, about $240 million is on the line. A late August deadline to apply is looming. But with LAHSA's funding under threat and the ruling throwing the timeline into question, it's far from settled.
The Housing First model is a failed model. We're committed to the reforms that we're putting forth.
Meantime, in response to today's announcement, LAHSA called the Trump administration's accusations not based on fact, saying in a statement, quote, as numerous audits have shown, no evidence of abuse or graft has ever been presented. In addition, we have cooperated with the federal government on their provider fraud investigations. It is unfortunate that they continue to play politics with funds that keep more than 11,000 vulnerable people housed in our community. Now, the court fight over LA's funding is separate from that nationwide ruling. A judge here could decide by the end of the month deadline whether that money keeps flowing. In the meantime, we also reached out to Mayor Bass's office for comment on today's event, but we've yet to hear back. Reporting from Echo Park, I'm Gio Insignaris, CBS LA.
That's right, Flash.
The city of Colorado Springs is creating a homeless response team looking to bring together its departments dealing with the issue under one roof. Today, Mayor Yemi Ovalade repeatedly stressed that the city isn't creating more government. Instead, the new team will help existing departments work together more efficiently. The mayor said when he first asked whether all city divisions that deal with homelessness had ever been in the same room, the answer was no. He hopes this new team will change that. As the city says, homelessness is decreasing in Colorado Springs, but demand for services is up.
It impacts our neighborhoods, our businesses, our public spaces, our parks. And I want to be clear, there is no silver bullet solutions for homelessness because there is no single cause. But our residents should expect something from city government, and that is leadership. They should expect us to have a plan, and we do have a plan.
The mayor is talking about the Homelessness Response Action Plan, which contains 61 action items. Officials reported today 59% is completed, while 25% of the goals are still being worked on. The city also says it's discussing how to keep homeless camps permanently closed rather than using sweeps to break them up, only to see these encampments moved somewhere else.
First on Fox 21, and Colorado Springs City Council is considering if it will renew a program designed to help make the downtown area safer, with the main question being, is it working?
Yeah, Fox 1's Jessica Livingstone breaks down what's working with the Safe and Clean program and what needs improving, Jessica.
Rob, Rachel, although the crime rates stay mostly unchanged, since the city funded the program last year, officials say data shows it is making people feel safer downtown and reducing the Colorado Springs Police Department's workload.
It is still groundbreaking. Like, it's still not solved.
City leaders in Colorado Springs say a program meant to improve crime and safety downtown is working, but it's not a magic bullet to the problems the corridor faces.
I think we ought to look at best practices and see, how does Scottsdale, Arizona keep their community so clean?
The 19-month Clean and Safe program launched in 2025. It pays for security and ambassadors to help hundreds of homeless people and improve safety in the area.
I don't think if we went around and counted them exactly at this time, there'd be 221. So it kind of fluctuates.
Our biggest chunk was a weekly interaction with our ambassadors, so they are getting out there and being seen.
Downtown leaders shared new data on Monday showing business owners and community members are very in favor of the program and want it renewed.
Visitors and other patrons of downtown. And about 2/3 both stated that they saw a positive impact overall downtown from the launch of this program, as well as noticing an increase in cleanliness downtown.
But City Council says some changes need to be made before the program becomes permanent.
Our security do engage a lot of people sleeping in doorways and in alleys and on the street. I would estimate it's probably in the neighborhood of 25 to 30 that consistently sleep in those areas downtown.
Local leaders also say there is a lack of enforcement tools for security and no consequences for the people who make downtown feel unsafe.
The city needs to do more. We need to enforce our ordinances. If those guys sleeping in the doorway should be arrested in the morning, and they should be, if we can only hold them for 2 days because they have to be in front of a judge or released that fast, we should do it. That's what the city should do.
The program is currently funded with retail marijuana tax dollars, but it is unclear if the money would need to come from another source if it becomes permanent.
We're asking for one-time funding from them, but in order to keep up this level of service, it would require ongoing funding from the city.
The program will end this December, and the city says it's already started thinking about what it will look like come January 1st.
Yeah, shame on you, Carl Springs. Under that damn tether down mayor.
Or Churchill has died. The CU professor was famous to some, infamous to others. He was a lightning rod for free speech issues after he compared 9/11 victims to Nazis. Then CU fired him for plagiarism. His subsequent court case dominated the news in Colorado for years. Ward Churchill passed away at the age of 78 after suffering a stroke. His former attorney shared the news tonight.
And 9 News reporter Spencer Scheucher talked with that attorney. He joins us now with a look back at Churchill's controversial legacy.
Yeah, Churchill, a professor of ethnic studies, became a controversial figure in 2005 after he wrote an essay comparing some 9/11 victims to Adolf Eichmann, a Nazi who organized the logistics of the Holocaust. Churchill's essay argued people working in the World Trade Center that day were part of the financial machinery that made up American capitalism and foreign policy. Those comments led to years of backlash and a university investigation, which found Churchill had committed plagiarism in other writings. The university fired him in 2007, but he sued CU and won. A judge later threw out the verdict, and his appeals failed. Prominent First Amendment attorney David Lane represented Churchill at the trial and said Churchill said what he believed was right.
Churchill never gave a second thought about whether he offended people or not. He told what he believed to be the truth. He told his story of Native American history through the eyes of the oppressed, through the eyes of Native Americans. He was fearless. You know, he never backed down from a fight. He was not just my client, he was my friend. I admired him greatly.
After his comments, CU's Board of Regents formally apologized to, quote, all Americans over the essay before Churchill was ever fired. Lane said Churchill was living in Georgia in recent years where his wife had a job. Spencer Soysher, 9 News.
I was in college when
After a hot and hazy start to the week, a change is coming to our weather pattern tomorrow. Rain showers and storms are in the forecast. Meteorologist Kathy Saban is along with that delightful news.
Yes, and a cooling trend and less wildfire smoke, and we won't have an air quality alert. There's so much good news coming. Already, some of that moisture is pouring into Colorado, and that cloud cover has brought temperatures down a little bit. But that cloud cover could be a problem for a lot of us that want to see the Perseid meteor shower tomorrow night. There's a chance we can see it, but this monsoon moisture is going to make it a hit and miss affair. So between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. tomorrow night, get away from city lights. There'll be little to no haze and wildfire smoke. So hopefully you'll be able to see it. Temperatures back in the mid 90s today. We have one more day in the 90s tomorrow, and then that cooler weather arrives. It's going to be tough sleeping weather tonight with lows in the upper 60s and lower 70s, but a big wind shift will allow for more moisture to move into Colorado. We're tracking widely scattered showers and thunderstorms tonight, a little lightning around Steamboat, a few showers trying to hold together coming off the foothills, but it probably won't be until tomorrow afternoon that we've got that chance at seeing some moderate to heavy rain right here in Denver. Coming up, I'll have that forecast and a look ahead to the extended outlook.
It's now been a year and a half since CU freshman Megan Trussell disappeared. The 18-year-old was reported missing in February of 2025. Her body was found days later in Boulder Canyon. The coroner decided it was suicide, a ruling her family has called into question. CBI is now reviewing the case. And as that work continues, a new state law inspired by Megan's case is set to take effect tomorrow.
It's going to place new requirements on universities regarding reports of missing students. News reporter Janelle Finch along now with more on that. Janelle.
Kim, Kyle, Megan's parents say CU police took too long to seriously pursue her case. They say it shouldn't have been this way, and a new Colorado law will make sure that it doesn't happen again. Losing a loved one isn't easy. Megan Trussell's family says their journey to healing has been even harder.
In Megan's case, because of all the unanswered questions, we have to relive her death every day.
Joe Trussell says while he still asks what happened to his daughter, he doesn't have to wonder how similar cases will be handled in the future.
Do what you can to make sure that her memory stands for something.
Colorado lawmakers pushed for colleges to have a clear process for how to respond to missing person reports. If the law was in effect February 2025, CU police would have had to treat Megan as a missing person if she hadn't been found in the first 6 hours.
And hopefully something like this law will save lives.
Trussell can't say if the legislation would have changed the outcome of his daughter's case. He does hope no parent has to push for help when they know something is wrong.
We made the decision to go to the CUPD office just to see if there was anything that could be done. We were told she was couch surfing. They see it all the time. I'm sure it's nothing. No need to worry. She'll turn up. But we knew that her phone hadn't been used in 3 days. What 18-year-old doesn't use their phone for 3 days?
He knows losing a loved one is hard enough. Trussell hopes this law will help families avoid the pain he feels.
If this law simply motivates campus police and campus officials to take parents seriously, to get the situation into the proper hands more rapidly, then it's worthwhile.
Senator Janice Marchman, who is Democrat, led the effort on this legislation. She says that she hopes that parents and families who send their kids to Colorado universities have some peace of mind knowing that this law is in place. She's also working on other bills for next of kin to receive death-related information and documents. Live from the Capitol, Janelle Finch, 9 News.
The city of Denver is ordering a nightclub downtown to temporarily shut down after an unlicensed security guard there was accused of assault. The city announced the suspensions of Olympus Discotheque's cabaret and liquor licenses today at nightclubs on Broadway near Stout. An unlicensed security guard, David Espino, is accused of sexually assaulting an underage customer at gunpoint last month. Police arrested him.
There is no state licensing requirement for security guards. So in most cities across Colorado, anyone can put on a plastic badge and a police-like uniform and act like a security guard. But that's not the case in Denver. In Denver, the companies have to get a license and all their employees have to get a license as well.
To get a security guard license in Denver requires somebody to go through a background check, yearly training by an approved provider, and get liability insurance. There are also annual fees. Olympus Discotheque was told to attend a virtual hearing next week and provide evidence for why their license should not be revoked. After that, a final decision will be made. We reached out to the owner, who told us they're shocked by the allegations.
The owner of a bike shop that promised free e-bikes is daring federal prosecutors to charge him. For months, Steve on Your Side has received complaints from customers of Bear Trail Bikes after they offered free e-bikes through a Colorado state tax credit. Many said they never received a bike, despite paying $50 to $100 in sales tax on the purchase. The FBI then seized assets and cash worth more than $500,000 from the shop's owner, Takuma Haygood. Last week, he was back dropping off bikes to some customers. He insists his company is above board and that the big pickup events earlier this year prove it. He accuses the feds of slowing him down.
You guys are dragging this on too long. Just charge something so we can go to court and we can let a judge see what's going on and we can let a jury decide if what we did was incorrect that you guys are accusing us of.
Neither the FBI nor the Colorado Attorney General would confirm whether they're investigating Bear Trail Bikes.
Today, Douglas County's Republican commissioners unanimously approved a $19 million tax break for a data center under construction in Parker. The measure means that Flexential will not have to pay tax on business personal property for 35 years, stuff like machinery, equipment, furniture. It's a tax that's assessed annually, even if a business doesn't buy any new machinery or furniture. During today's meeting, 5 people spoke, all in opposition to the tax break for the data center. Dougco's 3 Republican commissioners made clear they support waiving that tax for all businesses.
There's a lot of companies that have been here way before this company shows up. They've been paying it longer than you guys have been alive, and they're struggling to make ends meet, and they're paying that tax.
Business personal property tax is the worst thing this state has done for businesses in this state. I will give a 100% credit to any business that asks for it. I don't care who it is. Some of you may say, well, that's choosing winners or losers. I don't care who the winner is. The fact that I can give that, that's the winner.
The company's newest plant's being built off Chambers, north of E470. The project is only expected to generate 16 new jobs. The commissioners said today at the hearing that companies with fewer than $100,000 or less than $100,000 in personal business property already don't pay that tax. Colorado's largest school district is bragging on what it says is the largest electric vehicle bus fleet in the state.
9 News Pro Rachel Krause joins us. And Rachel, it's part of a growing trend.
Yeah, Boulder Valley has 13 electric buses. Cherry Creek is getting their first 6 next month. And Aurora Public Schools says they've got 7 EV buses, but are getting another 6 in September, too. Denver Public Schools is adding 25 to their existing 3, a change they hope will curb emissions and save a lot of cash on gas.
When you see a school bus coming, you expect to hear it too.
Yeah.
But DPS's newest buses may be their quietest.
It is weird to come and know that 25 buses are not going to come to life, from a sound at least.
Albert Zamora is the district's director of transportation.
This bus is so new that it still has the protective covering.
He says the lack of loud in the new buses is a good thing.
What you're not going to hear is the roar of the engine. And so
the district says grant funding covered the $11 million price tag.
It's going to cost less money to actually fuel and power these buses compared to diesel.
Tom Wildman is the director of sustainability for DPS. He says the district now has 28 EV buses, 12% of their nearly 300 bus fleet. With those buses driving 12,000 miles a day, Wildman says it's enough to reduce emissions.
Diesel emissions has been deemed carcinogenic by the federal government. And our gas vehicles, even though they do emit, they are far cleaner than diesel. So even as a strategy, we've moved away from diesel.
And with diesel costs climbing, Zamora believes the new buses can save a lot of cash.
Some of the kids were like, we want to We want to drive the yellow bus Tesla.
As their popularity grows, he expects these quiet rides may be the future for more of Colorado's kids.
That sets the emergency.
The district said they'd love to take credit for this, but the push to add more zero-emission vehicles is because of a climate plan pushed by their own students. They're hopeful to continue to find grant funding to add more EV buses to their routes in the coming years. Rachel Grouse, 9 News. Today, Denver got above 90 for the 7th straight day. We won't see any of that kind of heat again for at least a little while. And not only that, it's getting cooler. It's also getting a bit easier on the lungs. For the first time in over 2 weeks, the Denver metro area was not under an air quality alert today.
Bless the storms for that, like what we saw in the northeastern plains earlier tonight. This was the view from Sterling. Little sunsets, a little storm, and a little random electronic equipment in the foreground.
Yeah. And now to Horsetooth. And this is more of what we can see, especially tomorrow. The storms will start in the mountains before moving through the foothills and the metro area. Thanks for
Kyle Clark. So tomorrow we got some big shows, right? We got Zach Bryan at Mile High. We got Mount Joy at Red Rocks. And if you're with me at Zach Bryan, or if you're up at Red Rocks, it's poncho time, people. Don't be a fool. I'll be in a poncho. You
soggy
be in a poncho
cowboy
too.
Hats, though.
Yeah, hats are fine. It's the
Okay.
rest of you.
All right.
You don't want to be cold, Kathy Sabin, from the shoulders down, right? The hat can only do so much.
Fully agreed. Hashtag poncho weather tomorrow. It's actually poncho weather outside in Denver right now. It is raining in Denver. I just peeked outside and it's coming down. So for those of you complaining to me today about we didn't get any rain, the day's not over yet. And it's raining in Denver right now. We have a lot of water coming in from the southwest. So there's the chance for showers tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the day after that. And some of those showers will be heavy. Some of the rain estimates a half inch to maybe an inch by Saturday. But tonight's the Perseid meteor shower. We need a break in the clouds to check out the Perseids, get away from city lights, check it out. I'm saying there's a chance, but there are also some storms out there producing rain showers. We're comfortable in the 70s right now. The wind with some of these storms really been cranking up. We had severe weather in northeastern Colorado. Look at the radar, all that heavy shower activity, wind and lightning. We even had a thin rope-like tornado up near the town of Padrone in Logan. No damage, no pictures, but here comes the rain off the foothills into the metro area, down through Centennial, Highlands Ranch, Parker, the Pinery, Kiowa, Palm Lake, and this is just one. So I have a lot more in the way of rain coming into the forecast. I'll have the timing and impact of all of that just ahead.
A new report is revealing more about what led up to a deadly firefighting helicopter crash in southwest Colorado. The crash happened on July 12th while crews were fighting the Gold Mountain fire. Nicholas Dale died when the helicopter he was piloting went down in Silverjack Reservoir. A preliminary report that the NTSB released today says the helicopter crashed while gathering water for a water drop. In the previous 5 trips, the chopper picked up about 3,000 pounds of water. The report says before the crash, there were 4,000 to 7,000 pounds of water in the bucket.
The aircraft not only turned to the right, but rolled to the right into this descending unusual attitude before it struck the water. And given the fact that the bucket itself, the weight, because they do have a system on there to calculate the weight of the water bucket, that it went from, the previous flights about 3,000 pounds. All of a sudden now it was 4,000 to 7,000 pounds rapidly, which would suggest that there was an overfill situation.
It has been a devastating year for the firefighting community. Dale is among 5 who's lost their lives trying to protect our state from fires this year. Before his death, 5 firefighters got caught in a burnover incident while fighting the Snyder fire near the Utah border. 3 died during that incident. A 4th passed away at the hospital weeks later. A Denver City Council member says the city's new scooter company sold Denver on a solution, but hasn't solved the problem.
So now he's calling out Veo and asking city attorneys to dig back into this contract. 9 News reporter Ria Jaw is along with that. Ria?
Yeah, so VO was supposed to enforce this sidewalk detection technology, and the idea was that people would be riding these scooters, and instead they would be, on the sidewalk, and they'd be automatically stopped, or they would automatically slow down. So now the city has given the company a deadline of July 1st, and it has been 6 weeks since then.
The technology inside Denver's newest VO scooters is designed to keep riders off the sidewalks.
Do you feel like that problem has been fixed?
No, problem's not fixed.
3 months in, and people are still riding on the sidewalks.
We're going to see if VO shows.
City Council member Chris Hines says his constituents are asking him why.
There's no one here representing VO, correct?
He was hoping the company would explain at this town hall, but they left him high and dry to deal with it on his own.
It is our #1 complaint in District 10 right now, by far.
Now he's asking the city attorney to review whether VO is following its contract.
VO's agreed that they have to have the technology on the scooters. What they haven't agreed with just yet is whether they have to turn it on, which is, I think, nuts.
VO says they're in compliance because their vehicles are equipped with the required technology, but they're implementing it in phases.
I can't think of a world where I would require a vendor to have technology and not use it.
While the city attorney reviews the words in VO's contract, Hines says the goal is simple.
Pedestrians deserve the freedom to get to use the sidewalk safely without having a machine going 15 miles an hour.
VO says it will start automatically slowing scooters in some areas by the end of the summer, and council members are hoping that that's enough to fix the problem. But council members also saying that they have options of bringing in another company or dropping VO altogether if it finds that VO isn't following its contract. Reporting in studio, Rhea Cha, 9 News.
A stretch of Alameda Avenue is looking a bit slimmer tonight as the city tests out a so-called road diet. The pilot is the result of months of nasty back and forth with residents. The Transportation Department originally planned to narrow a 12-block stretch of Alameda to 2 lanes and use that space for dedicated turn lanes at a few intersections. The goal was to make the road safer. The plan was finalized after years of feedback. Then a neighborhood group, including a member of Colorado's richest family, pushed back, arguing that it would force traffic onto quieter streets with very nice homes. The city scaled back the plan, then faced backlash from the residents who wanted the original finalized project. So the city's testing out that original plan on a 1-mile stretch from Pennsylvania to Franklin. The city says it'll track traffic patterns, study the impact on the neighborhood and businesses, and get community feedback.
Tonight, community members had another chance to weigh in on the future of Burnham Yard, the former rail yard where the Broncos want to build their new stadium. The city held its third and final open house for the Burnham Yard small area plan. It covers about 800 acres around the site and goes beyond the stadium, including affordable housing, retail, and parks, among other things. City planners want feedback from the people who live there before a draft plan is released later this fall.
People are excited about the opportunity, but obviously when you have some big stadium come into your neighborhood, you're going to be concerned about things like traffic, noise, where everyone's going to park. So a lot of the things that we're working on with the Broncos as well as with the community is to address some of those issues.
The city says it will take the feedback from the open house and an online survey and use it to update its recommendations. A draft plan is expected later this fall, with city council approval targeted for early next year. And the Broncos have said they are hoping to open the stadium in 2031.
A doctor who positions himself as a left-leaning moderate is running in Colorado's deep blue 1st Congressional District in Denver. A 9 News review of his prolific political posts online over the years tells a different story. Dr. Shimon Blau said he would have voted for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton if he had to choose. He referred to the former president as Barack Hussein Obama, called Obama the worst president ever. And Blau recently shared praise for slain MAGA activist Charlie Kirk. Shimon Blau got on the ballot by rallying the Jewish community to gather signatures after Democratic Socialist Malak Quiros won the Democratic primary. Quiros defeated longtime Congresswoman Diana DeGette in a landslide in June. Quiros is a fierce critic of Israel. Blau told me today that Quiros' rhetoric contributes to anti-Semitism. He says voters need another choice. He is a staunch defender of Israel. In fact, he said last year that all American Jews should prepare to leave the U.S. and move to Israel. you've criticized Milot Kiros's views on Israel. You've said that she's contributing to anti-Semitism. Do you believe that the United States should continue its current level of military and financial support for Israel?
I believe that Israel has the right to exist. I believe that Israel has the right to defend itself. I do believe in a two-state solution. I believe that both the Israeli people and the Palestinian people have a right to self-determination. And I also believe that we're not going to get a two-state solution as long as Netanyahu is in office. And, the Israelis are holding elections very soon at the end of October. And I believe that we're going to see some big changes there as well. And it's also not going to happen as long as Hamas is there.
You wrote in 2016 that Palestinians don't deserve their own nation.
Was that a repost?
No, those were your words.
Yeah. I believe that they do now. I absolutely believe that they do deserve their own nation.
And your explanation at that point was that, quote, current Palestinian culture, you went on to say, promotes endless hatred. And you wrote, is this really a society that should be given its own state and place in the world?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in October 7th, 2023, how, they attacked Israel and it was the most vicious attack ever. But there's no way that you're going to have peace in the Middle East without them having a state.
You can watch my full half-an-hour conversation with Dr. Shimon Blau on the next YouTube channel and on 9news.com, where you can also see the interview we conducted with Democratic candidate Milot Kiros.
An Aurora police officer is accused of using drugs that were confiscated during a traffic stop, among other things. The department says he resigned instead of being fired. Today, the department made the announcement about Officer Michael Gallagher. He is also accused of lying under oath. Gallagher was removed from duty and placed on paid leave during the investigation. Police Chief Todd Chamberlain says he has sent the case to the district attorney's office, who will decide whether Gallagher will face criminal charges.
The city manager in Golden is out of the job months after a racist incident at a fire station. Someone hung a doll, like Noose hung a doll that looks like Snoop Dogg and tied it at a stairwell at a fire station in March. This didn't become widely known until July. That's when the city put out an open letter apologizing and saying the employee responsible was gone. Before that, the city manager said the city had implemented training and had disciplined employees. Last night, city council voted unanimously to fire city manager Scott Vargo, said his response was inadequate. The city is moving forward with an independent investigation into the incident, the response, and cultural issues within city government.
More local news. Oh, yeah.
A man caught on camera destroying an Aurora community garden while onlookers repeatedly called 911. But records show police didn't respond for more than 3 hours.
Our consumer investigator Jacqueline Allen is looking into how the call was classified and why the mayor pro tem says Aurora's response system needs to change.
That's right, Shannon and Micah. Viewers sent me this video showing the man actively damaging the beehives and the crops on Saturday at this urban garden. Now, 911 calls started coming in just before 1 p.m., but Aurora 911 didn't dispatch officers until almost 4 p.m. And now everyone from gardeners to the mayor pro tem is asking why it took so long for help to arrive.
I come every day and water my plants.
An Aurora community garden.
I have some tomatillo. I have a cabbage. Of course, my chili.
Where Edna Sanchez grows food for her family.
Yes, I love it.
Became a crime scene last Saturday.
You go to jail for this.
She and other gardeners say they watched as a man destroyed their beehives, smashed cinder blocks, and ripped up crops at this Denver urban garden site near 16th and Yosemite.
And now they're all destroyed.
Volunteer Matthew King tells me he called 911 several times while the damage was actively being done.
He was out here with the rock just breaking the cinder blocks like that for hours.
He says they all watched helplessly, waiting for police and waiting and waiting for more than 3 hours. What do you think about that response time?
That's terrible. And everyone I've talked to from the city thinks that's unconscionable.
So he reached out to Denver 7 Investigates. We found the call was initially classified as a Priority 3 verbal disturbance.
We have multiple callers for that he was damaging property and throwing rocks.
And while Aurora police ultimately made an arrest on a felony criminal mischief complaint, we brought concerns about Aurora's response time to the mayor pro tem, Allison Coombs, who's been critical of the city's police department. Do you think that's an acceptable response time?
No, I'm very concerned that active, in progress threats and property destruction are considered a low acuity call.
Aurora police declined our request for an interview, but confirmed APD has a homeless abatement and relocation team, but that team doesn't work on weekends.
Is this ultimately a gap in Aurora's public safety system?
Yes, I think we need to have the mental health responders available 7 days a week. And I think we need to examine our overall staffing and the way that we budget around public safety.
Until then, volunteers here are working to deal with $2,500 in damage.
I have to do it out of my own pocket.
Crops that can't be replaced.
This is for our kids.
And growing social challenges, mental health, homelessness, and public safety that still need solutions.
Well, looking in these people's eyes, I see desperation of humanity. It's sad. We need to fix this.
And we are still waiting for APD to provide average response times for those priority 3 calls. But the mayor pro tem tells me she is hearing similar complaints about response times across the city. So with APD close to full staffing, the bigger question may be how resources are being used, including whether Aurora needs more mental health response teams on weekends. Micah, Shannon.
Oh, just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Thanks
So
for
much
working
hard
on
work
that.
destroyed.
Yeah. Thanks, Jack.
A father still searching for answers after his daughter's death. Now at 6 o'clock, the new Colorado law that takes effect today that could help other families dealing with a similar painful situation.
It's an exciting day. It's the first day back to school for some Boulder Valley School District students. We're here at Emerald Elementary. We'll be welcoming those littles in just an hour or so and speaking with the principal in just a couple of minutes.
And this morning, we feature a couple of animals hoping to find a home this week as part of our Clear the Shelters push for this month.
Good Wednesday morning. Thanks for joining us here at 6 o'clock. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Sam Shocker, and for Corey Rose, Katie LaSalle joins us too. Katie, we're finally getting some sort of a cool down, some moisture.
Yes, a change in the weather, a little bit of a cool down as we go through the next several days. It'll still be quite warm this Wednesday afternoon, highs around 90 degrees in Denver. This morning, though, if you're taking a walk with the dog, getting the kids ready for school, if they're going back in Douglas County, it's a mild morning. Partly cloudy skies in around the metro, northeast over Fort Morgan, 70 right now in Centennial, and we're in the upper 60s near Central Park and Denver International Airport. Dry conditions to start, but the return of a monsoonal moisture. What that means is more widely scattered thunderstorms, showers in the forecast, specifically the high country today, some heavier rain. But Thursday and Friday for the metro area, the eastern plains, locally heavy rainfall will be possible. Excessive at times could lead to some localized flooding. It's great to pick up the precipitation, cooler temperatures as well ahead for tomorrow and Friday. But of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on burn scar areas and let you know of any severe warned weather. This morning, it's pretty quiet. No alerts in place across Colorado. The air quality alert that we saw all week long, that's expired. So air quality has improved for this Wednesday. A little bit of good news there. And by 10 o'clock, it will still be warm in the low 80s, but highs near normal, low 90s. We do typically see an average high of 88 degrees for August 12th. Still warm and Greeley at 95, and we're looking at triple-digit heat over southern Colorado, Pueblo, and east, a touch cooler in the mountains. And we're watching the northeastern plains later on this evening for some of those slow-moving storm cells, heavy rain, gusty winds. We may be missed here over the metro area with some of the wet weather for today, but the mountains especially will be dealing with some of those brief downpours, heavy at times in the northeastern plains for today from Akron, Julesburg. That'll be our best rain chances. Brianna, a much better chance for some wet weather, specifically for the evening commute. This will be tomorrow afternoon and night. Thursday and Friday, some wet weather ahead.
And good Wednesday morning. 6:01 is your time here in your Traffic Impact Center. We are tracking our first crash of the morning. It's not impacting any of our major interstates, but it's happening at a busy intersection, 104th Avenue at I-25. So if you're in the North Glen area, please come take a look at your screen. We do have 2 tow trucks that just arrived. It looks like 2 vehicles were involved. This is very close to those eastbound lanes and that on-ramp to southbound I-25. So you can see several lanes are partially blocked. Only that far left lane is getting through for anyone trying to head eastbound along 104th Avenue. Hopefully that means that crews can wrap up very quickly now that we do have 2 tow trucks on scene, and you can see that we have a heavy police presence out there. Now, I want to switch things over to our main maps, kind of show you what this looks like on our maps as well. And we also have 2 crashes that just came in. So this one looks like it's happening along southbound at I-25 and 225 and then I-70 out in Aurora. So I'm going to check on those locations for you. Now, if you are taking southbound I-25, just showed you that CDOT camera. You can see that you have the green light, so it's not impacting your drive. If you are taking southbound I-25, you're only looking at an 8-minute drive.
Brianna, thank you. Right now, Denver police are asking for help in their search for 3 suspects involved in a robbery last week. Investigators say this happened 1 week ago at around 2 p.m. at a business along West Mississippi in the Ruby Hill neighborhood. They believe the 3 left the scene in a 1993 white Jeep Grand Cherokee with a gray driver's side door. Anyone with information is asked to call the Metro Denver Crime Stoppers at the number that you see at the bottom of your screen.
The city of Denver is ordering a nightclub downtown to temporarily shut down after an unlicensed security guard was accused of assault. The city announced the suspensions of Olympus Discotheque's cabaret and liquor licenses yesterday. The nightclub sits on Broadway near Stout Street. An unlicensed security guard by the name of David Espino is accused of sexually assaulting an underage customer at gunpoint last month. Police arrested him.
There is no state licensing requirement for security guards. So in most cities across Colorado, anyone can put on a plastic badge and a police-like uniform and act like a security guard. But that's not the case in Denver. In Denver, the companies have to get a license and all their employees have to get a license as well.
Getting a security guard license in Denver requires a background check, yearly training by an approved provider, and liability insurance. There are also annual fees. Now, Olympus Discotheque was told to attend a virtual hearing next week and provide evidence and testimony for why their licenses should not be revoked. After that, a final decision will be made on whether to revoke the club's liquor licenses for good. We did reach out to the owner of the club and his son. They both said they were shocked by these allegations. In other headlines this morning, we know it's been about a year and a half at this point since CU freshman Megan Trussell disappeared. The 18-year-old was reported missing in February of last year. Her body was found days later in Boulder Canyon. The coroner determined that she died by suicide, but her family has called that ruling into question. CBI is reviewing the case. As that work continues, a new state law inspired by Megan's case is set to take effect today. The law requires colleges to respond to a missing person report if they haven't been found in 6 hours. Megan's family says CU police waited too long to pursue her case seriously. They hope this new law will help families avoid the pain that they continue to feel every day.
I look back on those first hours, those first days when Megan was missing, and we felt like we weren't getting anywhere. We just weren't getting anybody's attention on that first night, that second day. And if this law simply motivates campus police and campus officials to take parents seriously, to get the situation into the proper hands more rapidly, then it's worthwhile.
Democratic State Senator Janice Marchman led the effort on this legislation.
New safety protections for Uber and Lyft riders also take effect today. The state law requires companies to review drivers for possible deactivation within 7 business days of certain complaints. And that review must be done by a human, not an algorithm. But the law's future is uncertain. A federal amendment could limit when rideshare companies can be held liable for damages caused by drivers. Those that pushed for this state law said that federal measure could void all of the protections they fought for.
It made me feel like Washington is completely out of touch with real human beings. I mean, any person who thinks that a corporation should have a liability shield carte blanche is just completely out of their mind.
Wilford says that federal measure has passed the House Transportation Committee and next heads to the House floor. Additional protections attached to the state law are expected to take effect on January 1st.
Colorado's largest school district is bragging about what it says is the largest electric bus fleet in the entire state. The district says they have nearly 300 buses, and now 28 of them are EV. Of course, we're talking about Denver Public Schools, which says it hopes that this change will curb emissions and save a lot of cash. A diesel bus, which are around half the district's fleet, costs around $6,800 a year for fuel. An EV bus, on the other hand, is expected to run just $1,900 a year per bus. The district says the $11 million to add in EV buses and install infrastructure was covered by grants.
We had to not only purchase the buses, but install all of the charging infrastructure for them also. So we were able to pull together grant funding that actually cost DPS less money than if we had bought brand new diesel buses.
District leaders say they can't take the credit for this. They love the idea, but they can't take the credit. You know who gets the credit? Students.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
They said the push to add more zero-emission vehicles is because of a climate plan that was pushed by students.
Good for them.
Yep, they're hopeful to continue to find grant funding to add more EV buses to their routes in the coming years.
More than 27,000 students are heading back to class in the Boulder Valley School District today and tomorrow. Elementary school kids, sixth graders, and high school freshmen make up the group going back today. 9 News reporter Courtney Yoon joins us live from Emerald Elementary this morning. Courtney, we said this earlier, but it is true. You own it. You are the expert in covering back to school excitement.
Oh, thanks, Sam. That's really nice to say. I truly do enjoy it. There is a lot to celebrate at the beginning of school, and it kind of just reminds you of being a kid again and having those first day jitters. And I'm here with the principal of Emerald Elementary. This is Samara Williams. Samara, tell us a little bit about your school. This is the home of the Dragons.
That's right. Good morning. Welcome to Broomfield. So Emerald Elementary has been around for a long time. We were founded in 1958, first school in Broomfield. We were rebuilt 10 years ago, so we're vintage and kind of fancy all together. We're one of the handful of Title I schools here in the Boulder Valley School District, which means that we serve a percentage of students who live in a house of poverty or low income. We're really honored to serve those kids. We have 17 different languages spoke at our school. Our families are from all over the world, including Nepal, Afghanistan, Vietnam, South American countries. So we love that source of pride about our school. We're welcoming 10 new staff here. We call them the Dragon Trainers. So we're very excited to have all those new Dragon Trainers here. And then Monday night, we had a back to school picnic and met all kinds of new families and kids who will be joining our school this year. So we're really excited about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to know the name of the mascot because you told me that earlier and I thought that was really cute.
So our mascot, the dragon, is named Snortner. Snortner is the name of the dragon. And there's a lot of stories about how he got that name, but the one that resonates with everyone in Broomfield is that the principal had a contest to name the dragon mascot, and the principal's name was Mr. Ortner. So a kid submitted Snortner, and that's what was chosen as the name of the mascot.
I love that so much. Samara, this sounds like you guys have a great school community here. It's going to be an exciting school year. Thank you for having us here today.
Awesome. Welcome back to school, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Samara told me there's going to be bubbles, a photo booth, lots of music to celebrate, welcoming the kids back. That'll happen in just an hour here on 9 News. Live in Broomfield, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
We are ready.
All the food behind
That's, oh my gosh, it's making me hungry. We are continuing to settle a question as old as the school cafeteria itself. What is the best school lunch item of all time?
We've been doing this all week here on the show. This week's 9 News Food Fight gives you the chance to weigh in on your all-time favorite lunch item. Take a look at this. We started with a full bracket, 32 items in all. This is like March Madness style. And we're down to the Elite 8. So 4 items left on this side of the bracket. This is the cafeteria conference, and we've got square pizza still alive. The traditional burger will take on square pizza. A second pizza. I guess this is not.
It's different.
It's like the triangular pizza.
Yeah, square pizza is more of like the thicker, toasty-ish, like a French bread pizza.
Okay. Bottom line, 2 forms of pizza could end up in the final 4 here.
Yep. Sloppy Joe's made it.
Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe.
Adam Sandler.
All right. Other side of the bracket, please. We've got the brown bag conference over here.
Okay.
Again, 4 teams left on this side, including Uncrustables, the top seed in this bracket. Bagel and cream cheese. This is kind of an upset here.
It's simple.
A lot of people thought that Nuggets were going to win But no, bagel and cream cheese came out on top.
Okay.
They're still alive. Lunchables and turkey sandwich also still alive on that side of the conference. So again, if you want to cast your vote for this, you go to our website, 9news.com. You were saying earlier that your favorite lunch item came from the school cafeteria.
I loved
and it was, you said like a French bread.
Yeah, it was like a rectangle size French bread pizza. I think that's similar to the squares, like the deep dish almost.
Okay.
But I know why the nuggets didn't make it into.
Why is that?
Because why would nuggets be in a sack lunch? That doesn't make sense.
Wait,
it would be like the hot lunch, but that was for the paper bag
I
lunch.
thought the nuggets were in the cafeteria side.
I think it was in both.
We'll have to go back and look at our brackets.
Yeah. So I get why a bagel's going to
You're
get
right,
in
that
there.
wouldn't make sense. You can't bring hot
Crustables.
food from home.
No.
All right.
It's cold.
What's coming up next?
Well, Instacart, Drew, wants to help families with school lunches. Now through Sunday, customers who spend at least $10 can get a different free lunchbox item each day while supplies last. Today, that deal is a box of Frosted Flakes. The freebies also include Hot Pockets, Gatorade, and a salami and cheese snack kit.
Kicking off the 7 o'clock hour with a live look outside right now. This is in Boulder, looking at the Flatirons. Beautiful start to the day, but another air quality alert is in place until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Thanks for joining us. I'm Corey Rose.
And I'm Drew Carney. We'll get this hour's first traffic update with Brianna in just a minute. But first, we turn to the Tuesday forecast. Katie, we've got another heat up today before that long extended cool down.
Cool down and some wetter weather. Even just that shot there from Boulder. It's beautiful, but it's
traffic buildup that we're seeing for anyone taking Vasquez Boulevard. Now, I want to switch things over to our main maps and get to your drive times. That is the only crash that I'm tracking here in your traffic impact center. We're seeing that morning rush hour traffic northbound 225 as well as southbound 225. So you are looking at a 16-minute drive.
Brianna, thank you. The Red Cross is helping 7 people who were out of their homes after a fire broke out in Aurora. Aurora Fire says the fire involved 2 homes on East Alaska Avenue, just south of East Alameda Avenue, around 7:30 last night. Crews tell us they saw the fire as they were driving along Alameda and then responded to it without answering any 911 calls.
What it looks like in our call records is that the fire engine was arriving around the same time that people were calling 911 to report this. But certainly helpful to have observant firefighters driving around, always looking for opportunities to help. And this is one of those unique examples where the firefighters were able to help and were much needed when they arrived.
Luckily, the flames were out within an hour and no one got hurt. The fire is now under investigation.
Investigators are also working to determine what caused a grass fire in Greeley that killed a woman and seriously injured a man this past weekend. This morning, we're hearing from the mother of the woman who died. Tammy McKee says that her daughter, Desiree, was living at a homeless encampment with her boyfriend when those flames took over. She believes he tried to save her from the fire. McKee also told us that her daughter was 45 years old, but she still considered Desiree her little girl.
I want him to know I appreciate what he did for me to try to get my daughter out of there. And I don't want him feeling bad or anything because he couldn't, because he's a very generous soul.
The last update we received showed that the man injured in the fire was in critical condition. Both Greeley Fire and police are investigating. Anyone with information about this is asked to call the police department.
Well, that woman's death in Greeley is calling attention to the rapid and unpredictable nature of grass fires. We talked with Strasburg Fire. They tell us grass fires can spread as quickly as 10 feet per second. In windy conditions, the fire can spread almost instantly, making it difficult to fight or escape, even for seasoned firefighters.
Now put that to a civilian who may be inadvertently trapped in one of those with the super fire or super rapid spread of the fire and potentially extreme smoke conditions. It just creates an extreme risk to anybody involved.
According to the National Fire Protection Association, about 70% of all fires in the U.S. are brush or grass fires.
A festival in Colorado took an unexpected turn this past weekend when a bounce house went airborne. So take a look at these pictures. A microburst hit all north of Greeley Saturday afternoon, and it hit right in the middle of this festival there. Strong winds picked up, sent a bounce house flying through the air and straight into another vendor.
When it hit me, it just felt like a brick wall. And I just remember thinking, oh, this is actually serious. I don't remember hitting the ground.
That was Joanna Emery, who was selling her homemade jams at the festival when she says her booth was absolutely destroyed. She says she is grateful no kids were hurt during the incident, and she's also thankful that community members stepped up to help her with the cleanup.
Boulder Valley students will start heading back to class tomorrow, but today the Board of Education is set to talk about a potential policy change. It comes after a federal civil rights complaint against the district claiming anti-Semitic harassment was going on. Now, news reporter Mackenzie Stafford is joining us live right now. Mackenzie, how long does this civil suit allege the harassment was happening?
Corey, for nearly 2 years, according to this complaint filed by the Anti-Defamation League, that student graduated 8th grade earlier this year here at Southern Hills Middle School. Now, the complaint alleges that students were using anti-Semitic slurs, made comments about Jewish people being, quote, dirty, and told the student that Hitler should have killed all Jews. It also describes an incident in which a classmate allegedly threw a laptop charging cord around the student's neck and dragged him from a chair while using an anti-Semitic slur. The ADL claims that school officials were repeatedly notified but failed to effectively stop the harassment.
And to be clear, these were not one-off incidents, right? There was a pattern and escalation of anti-Semitic harassment and discrimination that the school did not address thoroughly.
Now, after that complaint was filed, the superintendent said that there would be corrective action taken. Now, we will be sure to let you know what happens tonight in the school board meeting. Live in Boulder, Mackenzie Stafford, 9 News.
All right, thanks, Mackenzie. New this morning, leaders in Douglas County are expected to vote yes today on a more than $19 million tax rebate for a new data center that's under construction right now in Parker. According to our partners at the Denver Gazette, the proposed agreement would provide a rebate for the county's share of the property taxes generated by this facility over the next 35 years. Despite community backlash, the data center is expected to generate more than $500,000 each year in local revenue. Officials of Parker hope that money can go towards open space programs and other infrastructure projects.
Artificial intelligence is supposed to speed up customer service, but what happens when AI gets it wrong? Now, news reporter Marshall Zellinger bought a shirt online that he needed to return. The return policy called for money to be subtracted for the printing label. He asked for a full refund. One email told him he'd get it and to keep or to donate the shirt. 4 hours later, a second email told him to send it back. When he pushed back on the conflicting answers, he was told the first one came from AI and it was not accurate.
They shouldn't promise anything and then run it by someone and they say, hey, my mistake, it was an AI problem. It was not me.
We absolutely need to modernize our laws to reflect the reality that things that used to be done by humans are now being done by algorithms.
Colorado is not one of the states that requires AI disclosure in all interactions. In 2027, a new law takes effect requiring certain AI disclosures when chatbots talk with children.
Colorado Parks and Wildlife says the state's port of entry is helping protect against aquatic nuisance species more than ever before. The agency says these ports are really the first line of defense. Boats are inspected for mussels, debris, and standing water as they enter. If it's carrying any of these invasive species or has the potential to, it must be decontaminated before hitting the road again. CPW says these inspections are crucial to keeping the water safe.
We take this very seriously. Even one boat that's transporting invasive mussels into the lake could have significant, long-lasting impacts to our water resource.
So if you do go boating, you have to make sure to clean, drain, and dry everything that comes in contact with the water. And if you see something, you shouldn't touch it. Simply report it to CPW.
We start our 8 o'clock hour with some breaking news that we're following this morning. A police shooting in Golden overnight. Golden police say this happened at a Circle K gas station off Colfax and Rooney Street. At this hour, we're still waiting to learn exactly how many people were involved and what led up to that shooting. Neighbors in the area have told us this morning that they heard some of the commotion overnight, and they believe that bullets may have even hit their own house and cars. We are still working to gather more information. We have a crew that just arrived on scene. Once we get more information, we'll be sure to update you both on air and online at 9news.com. So stay with us on that story, please. All right, it is 8 o'clock on your Saturday morning. We've got mandatory evacuations still in effect for at least one fire, the Elk Fire in southwest Colorado. That's been burning for weeks now near northwest of Lake City, but it did pick up some growth this week that prompted new evacuations. As of this morning, it's now burned about 9 square miles. It is 39% contained, and officials say this hot, dry weather continues to fuel that fire. Further north in Garfield County, the 310 fire is burning near Parachute. That one remains uncontained. It has burned more than 600 acres, and Democratic Governor Jared Polis has now declared a disaster emergency, which will free up more resources to help fight that fire. Firefighters are not expecting any help today from Mother Nature or really this whole weekend. We're expecting temperatures to soar to triple-digit heats. We have a heat advisory going into effect later today for Denver and the metro area, and we're in the level of heat now, guys, that could be dangerous for all of us. Jaden Knowles joins us from the Weather Impact Center with more on that.
Well, good morning to you, Jenny. And yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, we are talking about that dangerous heat, especially as we head into this afternoon. That's one of the main reasons the National Weather Service issued that heat advisory. And that's one of the main reasons we have that weather impact alert for this afternoon. Temperature is heading out the door already on the warm side. I mean, we were just in the upper 60s. And now we're in the mid 70s to upper 70s, 75 degrees at the airport, 73 here in downtown Denver. Statewide so far, the upper 60s, upper 70s as well. Look at Burlington, 79 degrees right now, 40s and 50s across the high country, low 70s for the western slope. There's that heat advisory. That will begin at 11 a.m. this morning, and that will continue until 8 p.m. on Sunday. So that just shows you how long we're experiencing this heat. But as far as precipitation, really none, little to none in my forecast for this afternoon. Here's our temperatures, noticing getting up to the triple digits by 2 p.m., maybe 4 p.m. We're going to see 101 as the high today, and that's going to be hot everywhere across the state. You really can't escape this heat. So later on in the show, we'll talk more in detail about what to expect as we head into the rest of your weekend and maybe some relief in my 7-day forecast. We'll talk about it. Jenny?
Oh, I would love to see some relief. Thank you, Jaden. New overnight, a fire broke out at an auto parts store here in the metro. This is on Colfax near Chase Street in Lakewood, just southwest of Sloan's Lake. Firefighters say an alarm company called 911 shortly before 12:30 this morning after the building's sprinkler system activated. Crews found that fire inside an interior wall. It did cause some damage to the building. Firefighters say they think an electrical problem started this one. Aurora police are also investigating a hit and run that injured a man in a wheelchair. It happened near the intersection of Colfax and Alton just before 7 o'clock last night. Police say the victim is a man in his 60s. He went to the hospital. We do not know more about his injuries. And now police are looking for a gray SUV, possibly an Escalade, as they work to find the driver. Deputies near Boulder say they have tracked down the driver of a different car. This one seen speeding down a bike path in Boulder County last week. The 44-year-old driver now faces charges of reckless driving and reckless endangerment. The sheriff's office posted that video earlier in the week, asking for help trying to find this guy behind the wheel. They guess he was going up to 50 miles an hour on that bike path along the north side of Highway 36. But again, they have now figured out who he is. An AI-generated YouTube video is spreading false information about property taxes, and it's leading homeowners in Colorado to call their county assessors looking for a federal tax break that does not exist. The Douglas County Assessor's Office says it has received dozens of calls and emails from seniors specifically asking about a new federal property tax exemption that they heard about online. But the county assessor says there's no such program.
The most frustrating part about it for me, and probably for any other assessor, is the misinformation. And so these videos are telling people a number of things which aren't true.
You should always contact your local assessor's office to verify your property tax information rather than relying on social media videos. The state of Colorado, now they do have a senior property tax exemption program, and the extended deadline to apply this year is next week, August 14th. Next week, Aurora will become the latest city on the Front Range to consider blocking the development of new data centers. Councilmember Amy Wiles says at Monday night's meeting, she plans to bring forward a proposed 6-month moratorium on data center applications. She believes that would give the city enough time to create some kind of regulation system. Wiles says the two biggest concerns that she hopes to address are, 1, keeping data centers from being built too close to homes, and 2, limiting their water use. The 6-month pause would apply to future data center developments, not to any data centers currently in the development process. The city of Denver is asking some questions now about a $400,000 taxpayer-backed loan that was given to a business that never opened. The Denver Downtown Development Authority gave Denver Immersive Repertory Theater, known as DIRT, this loan last year to help them open a theater at 15th and Blake. But DIRT never opened, and the owners have since been evicted. City officials say DIRT took that full $400,000 in one lump sum, which included more than $52,000 set aside for rent. Now the city has asked these owners to provide documentation showing where the money went.
The DDA is, by its very nature, a risk-taking entity. If deals could be funded through the private sector, they wouldn't come to the DDA. And it's very disappointing that we are where we are today.
The authority now plans to change how it does its lending process, now reimbursing businesses for expenses instead of just handing over the full loan up front. This November, voters will decide whether to add a right to natural gas line to the state constitution. Nobody's trying to mess with your natural gas use today. This is an effort from a conservative advocacy group to head off future regulations. Initiative 177 would enshrine in the state constitution the right to purchase natural gas for heating and cooking. It also specifies that utilities have the right to sell natural gas to homes and businesses. The conservative group behind this initiative, Advance Colorado, says natural gas is a dominant energy source in Colorado. It should be protected, as Democrats are pushing for cleaner energy sources. Earlier this year, a federal court blocked a state law that would require gas stoves to come with warnings about the health risks of cooking with natural gas.
First at 5, the AI boom is supposed to streamline certain businesses, but we are starting to see what happens when AI gets it wrong, leading to calls for more regulation. Thanks for joining us tonight at 5, everyone. I'm Phil Lipoff.
I'm Kim Christensen. Our story tonight starts with 9 News reporter Marshall Zellinger, who tried to return an online purchase only to find out the company's AI made a promise the company didn't intend to keep.
Online shopping is easy. Point, click, buy. So I bought this shirt. Turns out it's too big and not quite the bright white I thought it was going to be. So I went to return the item. And after a few emails, got conflicting responses from the company. One was to keep or donate the item and get a full refund. 4 hours later, I was told to return the item. When I pushed back about the opposing responses, I was told the first was AI and is not accurate.
They shouldn't promise anything and then run it by someone and they say, hey, my mistake, it was an AI problem. It was not me.
Edgar Maldonado is a professor at MSU Denver's College of Business. And like me, he'd rather talk to someone on the phone and not AI.
I'm old school. When I have to get a refund or something like that, I just ask, just get me someone, call me.
I tried that, but in the same email I was told AI was not accurate, I was also told there is not phone support.
Not only are people losing their jobs, and we have all the negative impacts of that, but the customer service interaction is worse.
Democratic State Representative Javier Mabry sponsored a bill this past session to require certain disclosures when a chatbot is talking with a minor, not about general AI customer service interaction.
The intent of what we were trying to address was sort of problematic interactions with children.
The issue here is not about communicating with AI, rather AI giving an answer that the company then tries to override.
They should run it by someone before telling you what they are going to do.
We absolutely need to modernize our laws to reflect the reality that things that used to be done by humans are now being done by algorithms.
Some states have laws that require companies to disclose that you're talking to AI in chats and other communications. Colorado is not one. Utah requires it if the customer asks. Maine requires the business to decide if it needs to be disclosed. Illinois and New York are working on laws, and California lawmakers are considering a law requiring large businesses to have an actual human to talk with during business hours. It's crazy that you have to legislate talking to a human.
The fact that that sentence just came out of your mouth, this is sort of the wild, wild west of the beginning of this.
Right, and all these states are playing catch up, and we saw Colorado be the first in the nation to have AI regulation about AI that makes decisions, employment and healthcare. That was the big one that got reversed and then done on a smaller scale last year. That's about decision making. This is simply about communicating with somebody.
A human answering a phone. All right, maybe we'll get back to that, Marshall. Thank you. Tonight, the city of Aurora could move forward with a proposed 6-month pause on new data centers. It's a story we've been covering for quite some time for you now. Councilmember Amy Wiles says she believes that would give the city enough time to create regulations for it. The two biggest concerns she wants to address are keeping the centers from being built too close to homes and limiting their water use. This is a growing trend. In a July survey by the Politico poll, 41% of people said they would oppose a data center within 3 miles of their house. Only 24% of people said they'd support one.
There are only a couple of days of high heat left in Colorado. The cool down can't come soon enough for many. Over the weekend, a few dozen people got sick from the heat at Tacos and Tequilas Festival in Colorado Springs. They're expected to be okay, but Kathy, how many more 90-degree days are we looking at? I can't even imagine being outside all day in a festival and
Tacos and tequila
with a little booze in your body.
Maybe for tacos and tequila, I would do that. I don't know. You're right. It is extremely warm. We have one more day of temperatures in the 90s and then a nice cooling trend that'll take us right into the upcoming weekend and some beneficial rain coming in along with better air quality. It has been weeks of record high temperatures, smoke and haze, air quality alerts. Finally, we're going to see some relief in about 24 hours. Temperatures have come down a little bit. How about that? 87 degrees in Denver this hour. Triple digits in southeastern Colorado, where heat advisory remains in effect tonight through the day tomorrow. Colorado Springs, Pueblo, out to the southeastern corner of the state. A little more smoke to deal with, and then in comes the better air, less smoke and haze as we get into Wednesday. But for now, air quality alert back in effect for Denver and the Front Range through tomorrow. Outside right now, we are tracking a couple of high-base storms coming off the foothills. Severe thunderstorm watch for extreme eastern Colorado until 11 o'clock tonight. We're seeing some thunderstorm wind gusts there over 50 miles per hour. The potential for lightning and the showers not holding together as they're coming off the foothills into the city. And we are going to see some good rain coming up in just a few days. But we're really watching those burn scar areas closely. Scattered light showers today, but heavy showers could mean flash flooding. I'll have more on this and your extended forecast coming up.
Kathy, thank you. We've got some breaking news in from Longmont to bring to you right now. Police say an officer shot someone just before 3 o'clock this evening. It happened in the southern edge of town, a neighborhood near 95th and Plateau Road. Longmont police say they were responding to a disturbance. No more details there, just disturbance. We're told shots were fired within 10 minutes of officers arriving at that scene. We can report that no officers were hurt. We don't have an update on the status of the person who was shot. The area obviously shut down so police can investigate. They say it's not clear when those roads will reopen. We have a crew on our way to that scene, and we're going to post updated information on the 9 News app just as soon as we get it back into the newsroom.
I-70 was closed at the tunnels just before noon after a crash involving a Colorado State trooper. It's back open now. State Patrol says the trooper was parked on the shoulder trying to cut across traffic with his lights on to respond to another crash and got hit by the driver of a Subaru Forester. The trooper was airlifted. He's expected to survive. The elderly couple in the Subaru is being treated for their injuries as well. Aurora police are leading the investigation into an early morning road rage shooting. It happened on 225 near East Colfax about 1:45 a.m. A man went to the hospital. He's expected to survive. There's no more information available about the suspect. If you were in that area this morning, though, Aurora police would love if you'd give them a call.
This morning, a driver accused of running down a motorcyclist made his first appearance in court. 40-year-old Nathan Eastman, who you see there, is accused of rear-ending a motorcycle rider on Saturday night, causing that rider to crash. We have some new video of this crash into the newsroom just within the last 30 or so minutes. We've got this. Eastman is reportedly driving the car. You can see the motorcycle and the car driving aggressively near each other. We pause it here just before the moment the car hits the bike. The victim, who is not being publicly identified, was pronounced dead at the hospital. Eastman faces charges of vehicular homicide and leaving an accident involving death.
Aurora police say a man was found dead in the middle of the street this morning. They believe he was hit by a car. It happened at 16th and Fulton, a couple of blocks from Colfax and Havana. The man was pronounced dead on scene. At this point, Aurora police have not released any information about a car that may have been involved.
Today, the president signed an executive order to split the MMR vaccine into 3 separate vaccines, one for measles, one for mumps, and one for rubella. Speaking to reporters today, he signed the executive order. Trump said he, quote, has heard people say the combo vaccine can be deadly. And by splitting it in 3 parts, he says it's safer. At best, those comments are on the fringe of medical research. The CDC has recommended an MMR combo vaccine for children since 1971. And Colorado may not be impacted by this change because earlier this year, state leaders passed House Bill 1027, which says Colorado may consider a wide range of recommendations before issuing its own vaccine guidance. At the time, lawmakers told us they want to make sure Colorado is a safe place for everyone.
New details on a firefighter injured during a training exercise late last month. West Metro Fire Rescue says Jared Leonard has been moved out of the hospital and into a neurological rehabilitation facility to continue his recovery. Leonard was seriously hurt after he fell nearly 50 feet during a training demonstration July 29th. He's been in the hospital ever since. West Metro says his road to recovery will be long, but this move is a positive step forward.
Thanks for joining us for 9 News at Noon. I'm Jennifer Meckles. The city of Denver is ordering a nightclub downtown to temporarily shut down after an unlicensed security guard was accused of assault. The city announced yesterday it was suspending Olympus Discotheques Cabaret, their liquor and licenses for the nightclub. They're suspending those liquor licenses. That club is on Broadway near Stout. An unlicensed security guard named David Espino is accused of sexually assaulting an underage customer at gunpoint last month. Police have arrested him.
There is no state licensing requirement for security guards. So in most cities across Colorado, anyone can put on a plastic badge and a police-like uniform and act like a security guard. But that's not the case in Denver. In Denver, the companies have to get a license and all their employees have to get a license as well.
To get a security guard license in Denver requires a background check, yearly training by an approved provider, and liability insurance. There are also annual fees. Olympus Discotheque was told to attend a virtual hearing next week and provide evidence and testimony why their license should not be revoked. After that, a final decision will be made whether or not to revoke the liquor license for good. We've reached out to the owner of the club and his son, and they told us they were shocked by the allegations. The Boulder Valley School Board is choosing not to make policy changes following a federal complaint about anti-Semitic bullying and harassment, at least not yet. The Anti-Defamation League filed a federal complaint against the district back in June, claiming a student was the target of anti-Semitic slurs and physical abuse by classmates. The league also said school officials knew about it and didn't do anything. Well, last night, the school board discussed some potential changes to stop any future abuse to students. They've just not decided to take action yet. Instead, the members will work on those more and also get some legal advice. We have to be patient today. We will not be seeing as low of temperatures as we initially thought yet. Storms and showers could still come later this afternoon. Chris Bianchi with our 9 News Weather Impact team joins us now. We're so close to this relief. We're just so close.
Yes, today's probably going to be our last day at or above 90, Jenny, for quite some time. And we can start to see some of those ingredients in place for bringing us that cooler weather. It's barely noon, and look at this radar, already quite busy here in the high countries. Widespread showers and storms in the far western portions of the state, also in the San Juans, but also here closer to the Denver area, starting to see those first storms up by Idaho Springs, Evergreen, and west, top some of the 14ers here by Mount Blue Sky on south and west towards Fairplay and South Park 285. Seeing some of those showers and storms right now. This is the beginning of what should be a very active stretch here with widespread monsoon showers and storms. Denver, main risk for showers and storms, 2 to 6 p.m., but there will be a chance for a few showers and storms to linger into the evening. Here's a look at what it looks like around 5 o'clock with some hit or miss showers and storms. Nothing too intense here in town, though you get north and east of Denver, and there will be a higher risk for some stronger storms from Fort Morgan north and east. And then that heavier rain will take a break tonight before a cold front moves through tomorrow morning, and that'll usher in a much better chance for widespread showers and storms for both tomorrow and Friday. So point being here, folks, today, the beginning of what we expect to be an active stretch because of monsoon showers and storms. Also, way cooler tomorrow and the rest of the week. I'll have details on all that coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thank you. Excel now says its equipment did likely start a deadly grass fire in Greeley last weekend. That fire started Saturday in an area of dry vegetation and was ruled accidental yesterday. The fire department says a microburst caused extreme wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour, causing wooden power poles to snap. The fire extended to a nearby homeless encampment where a woman and a dog died and a man suffered critical burns. In Denver, the city is suing the largest tobacco companies in the country over plastic cigarette filters that officials say are littering city property and crowding out the water system. Late last week, the city filed a lawsuit against 10 major tobacco companies demanding they pay to clean up cigarette butt litter. The World Health Organization says cigarette butts and non-biodegradable filters are the most commonly littered item on Earth. Denver's lawsuit argues companies have, quote, long known and intended the filters would be discarded following their use, and the plastic ultimately flows into city water systems, streams, and rivers. Cigarette companies have argued in other lawsuits that individual smokers are to blame for the litter, not them. Denver's lawsuit argues litter is predictable. Companies have made no effort to change the design of their products. New at noon, Denver leaders are asking a judge to now dismiss a lawsuit that the White House brought against the city. Denver has banned assault weapons and large capacity magazines for decades, 37 years. But the Trump administration has now sued to strike that down. The Denver city attorney says they want the dismissal because, quote, the federal government doesn't get to cherry pick which policies it likes and which it doesn't. The sheriff of Custer County is now challenging a new Colorado law in federal court. If you want to buy a semi-automatic gun with a detachable magazine, you are now required to complete a course through the state, plus an additional background check by a county sheriff. Bill sponsors say this is about making things safer, but Sheriff Lloyd Rich Smith calls it unconstitutional. He and the Colorado State Shooting Association have now asked a judge to grant a federal injunction. But until that happens, he says he will follow the new law and issue permits. Last week, Montezuma County sheriffs, their sheriff, said he will not follow the new law because of the same concerns around constitutionality. He also claims the county doesn't have the resources to actually issue those extra permits. Douglas County will not be fighting a data center under construction, while other communities have been fighting against these. Instead, yesterday, the county's Republican commissioners unanimously approved a $19 million tax break for that facility in Parker. The measure means that Flex and Shill will not have to pay tax on business personal property for 35 years, things like machinery, equipment, and furniture. This is a tax that is assessed every year, even if a business doesn't buy any new equipment. During yesterday's meeting, 5 different people all spoke opposing that tax break for the data center, but DougCo's 3 Republican commissioners made it clear they support waiving the tax for all businesses.
There's a lot of companies that have been here way before this company shows up. They've been paying it longer than you guys have been alive, and they're struggling to make ends meet, and they're paying that tax.
Business personal property tax is the worst thing this state has done for businesses in this state. I will give a 100% credit to any business that asks for it. I don't care who it is. Some of you may say, well, that's choosing winners or losers. I don't care who the winner is. The fact that I can give that, that's the winner.
The company's newest plant is being built off Chambers, north of E470. The project is only expected to generate 16 new jobs. Commissioners noted, though, that companies with less than $100,000 in business personal property already do not pay that tax.
Weeks after it became public that the FBI seized fancy cars and cash from the owner of a bike company promoting free e-bikes, the company is back dropping off bikes to some customers. Thanks for joining us at 4. I'm Kim Christensen.
It was last year that Douglas County and federal officials triumphantly announced the largest seizure of fentanyl in state history. They'd found the tubs of fentanyl pills in an abandoned storage unit. Thanks for watching at 5, everyone. I'm Phil Lipoff.
I'm Kim Christensen. We now know that no one has been charged with leaving those drugs behind. Kevin Vaughn from 9 News Investigates joins us. And Kevin, do we know what happened here?
Kim and Phil, we do not know exactly why charges were never filed in this case, but according to the DEA, they're confident those responsible are facing prosecution for other crimes.
The Drug Enforcement Administration says the latest fentanyl bust in Colorado resulted in the largest ever seizure of the drug in the state's history.
It was a bust.
1.7 million pills.
The DEA says it's the 6th largest one-time fentanyl pill seizure in U.S. history.
A bust that got a lot of attention.
Storage wars, if you've ever seen it, you know sometimes you can buy a storage unit at auction and then you find out the contents inside are worth millions.
A bust that began when someone rented an abandoned storage unit in Douglas County. That someone found tubs of blue pills inside and called the authorities, who confirmed it was fentanyl.
This will be quite the story to tell.
And tell it they did.
This reporting party undoubtedly saved countless lives, not only in Douglas County, but throughout Colorado.
Told it at a press conference and told it on talk radio.
How many lives do you think you saved by getting 1.7 million
thousands,
pills?
hundreds of thousands.
At the time, the Drug Enforcement Administration said the found fentanyl was tied to an ongoing investigation in New Mexico, an investigation that had already led to 20 arrests, that it was tied to the Sinaloa cartel. 9 months later, no criminal charges have been filed against anyone for that haul of potentially deadly drugs left behind in that storage locker. So what happened? That's not clear. But according to a DEA spokesman, it's believed that the person or persons responsible was already in custody on other charges. The focus on fentanyl is understandable. According to the DEA, fentanyl overdoses are the leading cause of death in the U.S. for people 18 to 45. At this point, it appears we'll never know who is responsible for storing all those pills in that locker in Douglas County. Live in the newsroom, Kevin Vaughn, 9 News.
Yeah, and as frustrating as that is, Kevin, at the end of the day, it's best that they got these pills off the street because they could have killed a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. What we don't know is what other charges those people might have been charged with, whether this could have led to more serious charges, a longer prison sentence if somebody was convicted. A lot of unanswered questions still.
All right, Kevin, thank you.
Today, a man pleaded guilty to committing a 4th murder, all while on parole. Ricky Robal Smith pleaded guilty to killing a woman in June of 2022 in an assault at the Inglewood Light Rail Station. He has also pleaded guilty to killing 2 strangers on Colfax last year, and then his Denver jail cellmate. Robal Smith was also on parole during each murder. Our 9 News investigation documented how the Department of Corrections incorrectly scored his risk level, which meant less monitoring. Robal Smith was not charged with the 2022 murder until after our reporting highlighted the case.
Today, we are saying goodbye to the 90s, at least for a little while. That long-awaited cool down is finally coming, and we're talking about the 80s, Kathy. We're talking about Wake Me Up Before You Go-Go. Girls just want to have fun, with or without you. Some of the best music.
The best. The 80s are the best, and we'll get to enjoy them for the next 5 days, along with, how about some better air, some blue skies, and some beneficial rain. Yeah, some of the downpours will be heavy at times, so we have concerns for flash flooding, but we need that moisture. Now, tonight is the big Perseid meteor shower. Go for it. I think there's a good chance you'll be able to see them, over 100 meteors an hour. Look away from city lights between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. Again, hit and miss with the clouds. There is a lot of moisture coming into Colorado, but I think you've got a shot at seeing them tonight, so go for it. We have high pressure shifting east. That's opening the door for all of that moisture to come in. We were 95 today, but we've come down to 91 now, and temperatures are going to slowly slide as the cold front comes in tomorrow. Gusty thunderstorms on the eastern plains, so we are seeing some winds that are impacting folks, along with lightning. A severe thunderstorm watch for northeastern Colorado out until 9 o'clock tonight. We had one cell in Washington County that we were tracking that had the potential for small hail. That storm no longer severe, but new thunderstorms off to the west of town, headed for Denver, and concerns for flash flooding. We have a flash flood warning in and around Leadville in Lake County, and we're keeping an eye on the burn scar areas. We've got flood watches out. I'm going to have more on the timing and impact of the rain we're expecting tonight in just a bit.
Golden City Council voted unanimously last night to fire the city manager after an executive session surrounding the city's response to a racist incident at a fire station. Scott Vargo's employment was terminated after city workers criticized the response to the incident. Back in March, a doll resembling Snoop Dogg was found hanging by its neck from a rope at the station. The city implemented culture, equity, and inclusion training and disciplined employees, but other city employees felt the response fell short. City Council responded by apologizing and announcing the change in leadership and continuing an independent investigation into the response.
Today, Cherry Creek Schools unveiled a brand new state-of-the-art HVAC learning lab. It's located at the Cherry Creek Innovation Campus in Centennial. Partnering with HVAC company Carrier, the lab will give students direct access to heating and cooling equipment used right now in the industry to help prepare them for future jobs. One student we spoke with says the support from the school is immeasurable as he prepares for the workforce.
Like the teachers, the workers, they're very, what's the word, nurturing, I guess. So they're all very supportive. And yeah, that's very appreciated because I feel like when you want a job or if you're looking to be successful further in life and it comes to your future, you need a good support system.
The lab was funded in part by a 2024 bond measure approved by Cherry Creek School District voters.
One of downtown Denver's skyscrapers is under new leadership and ownership with a familiar name. CU Denver officially closed on its purchase of Independent Plaza. It's a 25-story office tower downtown on Curtis and 17th. The purchase includes the entire block around the tower, which also includes Arapahoe and 16th Streets. The university paid just shy of $28 million, which is nearly $2 million less than it had previously agreed to pay. City officials say they plan to work closely with the university to help bring more life back to downtown.
We've long said that downtown thrives with a diversity of uses, and that's exactly what we see here. We see housing, we see retail, we see arts, and now bringing learning to the old live, work, play, and learn to the heart of our city.
The deal was slightly delayed as due diligence played out, according to our partners at the Denver Business Journal. It was originally set to close in June.
Many mountain communities have been building affordable housing, but affordable housing already existed in Eagle, and it just got saved. The Eagle Villas apartment were built in the 1990s as affordable housing, but tax credits expired last year, and many residents worried they would have to move. A development group based out of Denver stepped in to help, buying the property and investing $12 million in renovations. Now that housing is secured for another 60 years.
Starting today, changes are also coming to college campuses. A new law is now in effect with the goal of getting authorities to respond faster if a student is missing.
This comes after a CU Boulder student was found dead along Boulder County Drive in February of last year. And since then, Megan Trussell's parents have been pushing for change.
There's an agreement there between the family and the university that I am sending you my best and brightest. I'm sending you my daughter, my son. And while they are transitioning to adulthood, they're also still kids. So there has to be some measure of safety for kids on a campus.
Denver 7's Danielle Croy.
9, the city of Denver is taking Big Tobacco to court over litter. Now, the city filed the lawsuit this month claiming that the city has coughed up the cash to clean up thousands of cigarette butts that are thrown onto the ground.
But Denver's arguing it should be cigarette manufacturers who pay that price. Fox 31's Anna Kuhn live in Denver tonight with the details on this lawsuit. Anna.
Hey, Jeremy, Christine. Well, Denver wants these tobacco manufacturers to pay for the cost of picking up all those cigarette butts that you see littered around the city of Denver. And Denver's mayor tells me he also wants those manufacturers to redesign cigarette filters so that they're biodegradable. You likely see them all the time on sidewalks, in parks, and on street corners. And Denver Mayor Mike Johnston wants those cigarette butts cleaned up, but he doesn't want the city to foot the bill any longer.
Our data says that somewhere almost 25% of all the litter we collect is made up of cigarette butts. So think about it as a quarter of the total cost the city expends to do trash pickup is filled with these cigarette butts.
Johnston says that's why the city is suing major tobacco brands like Philip Morris and Reynolds American, as well as a Colorado Springs-based distributor cheaper peerless products. He wants them to take on that cost instead. The 72-page lawsuit argues that cigarette butts have long clogged up city streets, stormwater drains, and gotten into waterways, and claim manufacturers knew that would happen since cigarette filters are designed to be tossed after smoking and they aren't biodegradable.
A cigarette could be gone and you could throw it out, there'd be nothing left. But they chose to create a product that has this thing attached to it that provides no health benefit but has a huge impact on cities. We think if they choose to manufacture that, they should be responsible for cleaning it up.
The lawsuit alleges that big tobacco companies have spent years of research looking into solutions for filter disposal or degradable options, but never made a change.
You're going to keep manufacturing these, manufacture them in a way that they don't clog up all of our streets and our grates.
We reached out to all 10 defendants in this case and only got a response from ITG Brands. A spokesperson told us in a statement, as a responsible manufacturer, we take this seriously and disagree with the claims made against us. We will respond through the appropriate legal process. Because this matter is pending litigation, we are unable to comment further at this time. Well, Mayor Johnston says the city is using outside law firms for this case. He says that comes at no cost unless Denver wins this lawsuit. And Denver, by the way, not the first city to do this. Baltimore filed a similar lawsuit back in 2022. That case is still playing out in court. Live in Denver, Anna Kuhn, Fox 31.
All right, y'all. That's all. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Shout out to Sister A. Jones for coming through. Shout out to Fresh Always. Shout out to Max 285. Positive Queen on Purpose. Sister Val Hawkins and anybody else speaking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineations. We'll see y'all on Friday for Grand Rising. Peace.